It's asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Everybody, welcome back to the Valley Indy 2026 Great Give Marathon live stream. I am Eugene Driscoll of valleyindy.org. Jasmine's in the room, but she's trying to enjoy some lunch. So she'll be back in a second. And as you can see, we are 95% toward our $10,000 goal. Thank you very much for all the people who have donated to make that happen. 97 donors, which blows my mind. Very appreciative. $9,539 raised. So we are $461 away. $461 away from our goal. Right now, there is one of those special prize incentives. One of those things is happening, right? So let me get into it for a second. I believe it ends in about 22 minutes, but right now it's called the lunch hour double draw, any organization receiving donations between up until 1 p.m. Is that what we said, Jasmine? I'm sorry. I don't have it written down here. 2 p.m. Okay. 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Could get an extra $500 or $1,000. So this is a good time, not just to us, obviously, but if you want to support a nonprofit participating in the Great Give, now is a good time to do so. So I see we've had a steady flow of donations. I'm looking at our scroll there. I posted that I think about 38 minutes ago. We were $536 away from goal, and now we're $461. So we're crawling towards that goal, which is great to see. And again, thank you so much for your support. Another way to support the Valley Indy is to simply share the stream. That helps us overtake the algorithm guards, and this reaches more people. It's 12:39 in about 21 minutes at the top of the hour. We are scheduled to interview Derby Mayor Joseph DiMartino, give a little update about what's happening in Derby, along with Derby Finance Director Brian Hall. There's some new information about Derby finances we're going to ask about, particularly a report that was just issued about a week ago from S&P Global Ratings. That's the bond rating agencies. And it's kind of like a report card for Derby finances. If you've been paying attention to Derby or the Valley Indy, we've had stories going on for a long time about various financial struggles, the city, and bad budget forecasts, and being in front of a state agency, all that good stuff. So we're going to talk about that latest report from S&P Global Ratings. It's going to ask about, I think, either yesterday. I think Brian Hall and Joseph DiMartino, the mayor of Derby, appeared in front of MFAC. So I could be imagining that, but we'll ask how that went. I'm going to ask about the impact, with those press releases came out saying, hey, the state, here's some money, local school districts, local municipalities. I'm going to see if that has any impact, any measurable impact on the Derby budget, which was passed a few weeks ago. Going to ask about the scrapyard downtown. The city bought the property. They have to relocate the tenant. They're working towards that. And I just had a general question as somebody who lives in Derby. I'm on Elizabeth Street, where it hits Route 34 Main Street all the time. And what's being done or any efforts underway to fill in some of the former Archer Moores, Fuego, the restaurants that are there. So that's coming up at 1 p.m. Some people are welcome to ask questions in the comments once Mayor DiMartino and Brian Hall are here. I apologize for the I'm having a little bit of a hard time focusing because I'm a little tired. Okay, feel sorry for me. Let me just share this. I'm going to share this to, we have our own Valley Indy. We created a Derby CT News and Info that we're the administrator of that. And we also have Ansonia CT News and Info. Because I try not to spam like the community groups too much, because I know it can be a bit much. But I am going to put this one everywhere because this is the last stretch. We're going to be live until the end. I don't know that we may lose the feed. I don't know how many hours that's going to be. Probably going to exceed Facebook's limits. But if if we lose the feed here, we're also on Twitter and YouTube. The party continues. Scintillating. I'm going to say almost there. I think I'm saying, no, I don't mean to. You ever accidentally tag someone? I'm not trying to tag someone named Teresa. It's just almost there. Going to share that. Try to get the word out a little bit about what's happening in the final stretch of the Great Give here at the Valley Independent Sentinel, up where we're based in Seymour, 115 Main Street. I'm going to share this to the Derby Community Forum. I'm going to say, hi, Derby Community Forum. Here is a live stream for your viewing pleasure. Share that there, right? Bam. Let's go, Derby Community Forum. All right, that's done. Little marketing. What else do we have here? Seymour Town page. I'm going to leave the Seymour Town page alone because they're probably debating tonight's ZBA meeting. I don't want to spam them, but maybe I'll do it anyway. I'm a member of the Seymour CT Town page, or this page, our pages, and the Seymour CT community. I don't know what's the difference. Also in the Friends of Derby CT. That's they get good engagement. Friends of Derby CT. Ansonia 06401 for you to rock out to. Here's a stream for you to rock out to. All right, I'll shut up now. What else do I have to talk about? We're still 95. We're 95% of the way there. Did I say that? We're about $461 short of our $10,000 goal. I did mention we have Mayor DiMartino and Brian Hall coming in. And actually, it's going to get busy. We are action-packed now because 1 p.m., we got the Derby mayor. 2 p.m., we got a pre-taped interview with an Ansonia high school senior who I believe saved a person's life. At 3 p.m., we're going to check in with Jackie Downing from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. And we're going to have Nicole on from the Valley Community Foundation talking about planning efforts that are underway to celebrate our country's 250th anniversary, America 250. There are things happening locally to mark that. And also Celebrate Shelton is involved in that. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. So then at 4 p.m., right? So that's 2 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Then at 4 p.m., we're going to have on Seymour Police Chief John Bucherati, who I don't think I've never talked to him, exchanged emails here and there, for news-related stuff. But I'm excited to talk to the police chief of Seymour, talk about, any patterns in Seymour. He's a relatively new chief, although at this point he's probably been there 10 years. It just time flies. But I want to talk about any changes he made, the direction he sees the department going in. I will say that it's very transparent. They unfortunately, Seymour had an arrest of one of their own officers, and the police chief sent out a press release from the union, and then issued the warrant. It was very transparent. I mean, it is what it is. So I appreciate that. And then at 5 p.m., this is going to be a big one. I mean, we might have to have this guest on for longer, because it's just all we're hearing from Hartford is people, they're driving by. There's caravans of cars driving down Main Street in Seymour, just beeping the horn and going, Ansonia, Ansonia, Ansonia. A lot of news coming out of Hartford in terms of, and they're throwing gold coins at us, which is bizarre. But apparently there's money coming Ansonia's way from Hartford. So we're going to have State Rep Rochelle on at 5 o'clock, and we'll harangue her with questions about that. There's also a bunch of, between 3 and 4 p.m. I know Seymour Food to Kids mentioned this one. Between 3 and 4 p.m., there's something called Vote with Your Gift, the organization with the most donations between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. could receive an extra $1,000. So that's going on. Between 5 and 7, last call happy hour. Now you're speaking my language. Any organization that receives donations between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. could receive an extra $1,000 or $1,500. The Black Futures Fund last call happy hour. Any organization eligible for funding from the Black Futures Fund that gets at least one donation between 5 and 7 p.m. could get an extra $1,500 or $2,000. Go to The Great Give to learn more about those prizes. The Great Give. And if you want to donate to one of the hundreds of worthy nonprofits, I mean, one of them almost brought me to tears earlier. I randomly watched a new participant in The Great Give, and it kind of hit close to home, and I got teary-eyed and had to leave the room. You know, that's when you know you're delirious, when a 52-year-old man starts crying while watching a random Great Give video. But there's so many worthy nonprofits out there, and I hope, you know, if you had a chance to see our interviews, you know, this isn't Meet the Press. You know, I'm not a broadcaster by any stretch of the imagination, but I do enjoy doing this. I do enjoy trying to promote in any small way we can, and we realize we're not getting thousands and thousands of views, but I do enjoy trying to highlight these other nonprofits. You know, earlier today we had Susan Agame on from Spooner House. That's our emergency homeless shelter for families. Shelton, right? We had Seymour Food 2 Kids, a pre-taped interview. That's an organization started by a mom from Seymour to help kids who needed healthy meals to get them through a weekend. You know, and one thing we hear over and over again, you know, people are vulnerable out there. It's tough times economically in terms of how much everything costs, from gas to whatever. Although I guess eggs are okay now, right? I don't know. What's that meme? Let me check Twitter real fast. But a lot of organizations here in the Valley just out there helping neighbors. You know what I mean? Small nonprofits maybe started, you know, with a very shoestring budget, and now are growing and becoming ingrained into the community and helping people. Food insecurity is a big issue in the Naugatuck Valley. And we've had on several nonprofits that deal specifically with that. Master's Table Community Meals was on yesterday. Seymour Oxford Food Bank was on. This morning, I had a pre-taped interview of about 6 to 10 minutes with St. Vincent de Paul Pantry and Thrift Shop on Roosevelt Drive. So that was really cool. And some of our pre-tapes will be also standalone. So we'll be sharing the individual recordings that we did with some of these nonprofits. So the Great Give is a wonderful thing. If you want to help out, you know, your local rag, it's donate.valleyindy.org. You know, I hope we've earned your donation over the last year. If I look back from the last Great Give, right? We had a municipal election that we covered, right? Was that, Jasmine? That was between, right? When was that? November of, am I wrong? Yeah, was
November 2025. Is my mic on?
No, it's not. But
November 2025 was the municipal election.
When was the last Great Give?
May 2025.
Which came first? I'm delirious right now. I thought
Since the last Great Give, we have covered municipal elections in Derby, Ansonia, and Seymour.
Thank you. And that's not an easy task, you know, when you're a shoestring and as sort of brain damaged as I am.
The first thing we did after the Great Give last year was the very next day, that Friday, there was a budget referendum in Ansonia that we covered. The first thing we're doing after the Great Give this year is we have a freelancer covering the Seymour Zoning Board of Appeals meeting tonight. We're going to take a look at that story tomorrow. So it's go, go, go.
Yeah. And I mean, earlier this week, Seymour had their second budget referendum. What was that, Tuesday? It was the day before this started. So that was a nice 15-hour day just to when, you know, Gina had to work the night shift and we were the only publication on planet Earth that reported the news of the Seymour budget referendum results in terms of media outlets. You know, Seymour First Selectwoman Anne Marie Dragonis put the results on her Facebook page, but you know, we had reaction from the public officials and all that good stuff. So we're sort of ham and egging it and covering the things that deserve coverage.
I'm thinking in terms of what have we done. I wish I had my letter, my appeal letter in front of me. But just since the last year, I'll just rely on what I've been saying for the past 24 hours or so is last 3 budget cycles in the city of Derby. We've been the only publication that has covered each one, right? Last year's referendum in Ansonia, right? From what I remember, and Jasmine, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we were the only ones that actually covered that on deadline and went to the meetings. It was very complicated.
Yes.
It was really only us paying attention. I don't brag about that. We know everyone's not reading the Valley Indy. Not everyone is reading a local online news publication. So there are still people read in print, but the legacy media outlets just they're not able to cover the communities in the way we are. That's not a slight against them. It's just an economic reality. So we're asking you, we're hoping we hit our goal of $10,000. Donate.valleyindy.org.
And sometimes when things do make waves at the state coverage level, sometimes the background information on that, the story that led up to that moment, you can find that on the Valley Indy. I'm thinking the fuel cell thing that recently it appeared in the CT Mirror. Whatever is happening with the state budget and Ansonia's fuel cells. If you look in that story, some of the background information, it's cited as Valley Independent Sentinel.
Yeah, and the other thing I point out is CT Mirror is an online only publication that just want to.
And they're wonderful. CT Mirror is a wonderful outlet.
Right. So we don't cover state news.
Right.
I think people sometimes, no matter how many times I say that, it's like, well, Eugene's just a self-centered jerk and this is his vanity project and that's why he doesn't cover state news. It's like, no, this is, we're covering local news every single day, day in and day out. And that's the way. There are still publications that send reporters to Hartford and we link to them all the time. CT News Junkie, CT Mirror. Because I think if we just, we don't want to be in the position, and we've done this, where we're just running press releases.
Right.
Unchecked, so that's why we kind of we cede state coverage to other publications. Although we did get a grant when Mayor Cassetti ran against Rochelle for that state house seat. So, but that was a tremendous amount of work because at the end of the day, we did use some freelance and it was great. But at the end of the day, it was really Jasmine and I that did the bulk of the work. And, it was a lot.
It was a lot. But
Right.
yeah, it's other outlets fill gaps, meet niches that we're not able to fill, and vice versa. We do things that other publications are not able to cover.
Exactly. Thank you. You have crystallized my thoughts perfectly. Like David Letterman used to say to Paul Schaefer back in the day. But hey, it's been a cool, great give. We did have I'm still belly aching over the fact we had a trivia contest last night that no one got.
We're getting our gradual redemption throughout the day.
Yeah. People, thank you to people who have shared this. That made a huge difference between yesterday and today. But I think one of the things I'll do is we're going to have, it's Derby centric coming up in a couple of minutes at 1 p.m. So I'll lead with a trivia question to Mayor DiMartino to see if he can. Maybe he was watching last night. I don't know where he was at 7:00 because the answer's already out there. But I do have a Derby related trivia question I can ask him from recent history, but I guess pretty arcane in general. It was making Rick Dunn, our guest last night, angry. So let's do some thanks because we can't really thank people enough. Let me share this page. Ooh, this is going to be a rough one. Am I sharing a page? I'm already sharing a page.
You're sharing the donate.
All right. So we were live yesterday. I made the stream live at 7:00, took my kid to school, dropped them off, and then came up here. And we were live at 8 a.m. And, Facebook, you can only go live for 6 hours at a time, according to the bylaws. So we ended up in different chunks. We were live from 8 a.m., took a lunch break until about 11:45 p.m. last night. And today we started our first stream at 8:30 a.m. And now this is part 2, and we're going to try to ride this all the way to the end. But some recent donations. Thank you very much. We have an anonymous donation. We have Jen Moffitt. Shout out to Jen Moffitt. She has been on Great Give Valley Indy live streams from back in the day. She would appear annually. So hello, Jen Moffat. Thank you for remembering us. Ralph and Margaret Falbo, thank you very much. Art and Patsy Gherkins, thank you for your donation of $150. An anonymous donation of $50. Tammy Burrell, thank you. Nick and Pat Tarasovic. Jennifer Magri, thank you for your $100. Jason Edwards, Andrew Chen, Allison Smith, Susan Malloy, Jessica Fusco, Jack Betkowski. I apologize in advance. I know I butcher names. Jane Licio, and then Mr. and Mrs. Salt and Ketchup. Thank you for your taunting donation. It's okay. If you're going to donate $200, you can say anything you want about us. Laura Lane, who I think has donated every single Great Give. Very much appreciate that. Thank you for the $100. We have an anonymous donation, Brian Coons and Beth C. So that takes us through, I think, well, no, actually it doesn't. We have Brian Spears, my old buddy. That's a personal friend of mine, $200. He does Gore Effects makeup and helped me out with a Great Give one year when I was alone trying to pull this off as the only employee for a while at the Valley Independent Sentinel. And so Brian came up from New York and sort of sat with me and helped me out. Susan Harrell, thank you very much. Andrew Backlick, thank you for your $100 donation. Another anonymous donation. Randy Ritter, thank you very much. And Richard Rowlandson, that rolled in overnight. Thank you for your donation. I think Richard might have been trying to get us the Insomnia Prize because I woke up and that was on there. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, very cool stuff. And you know what I realized? I mean, Facebook, I love Facebook, but it also stinks because, you know, it's the Great Give. And the Valley Community Foundation has been doing updates, but of course we don't see them because Facebook isn't showing them to us unless we go to their page, which Facebook, which is a challenge. That's why we asked people to share. You know, we did get some feedback yesterday being like, well, I saw part 3 and that random, like we can't control where the feed or where the stream ends up once it's shared. We can tell you if you go to valleyindy.org right now, you know, it's live. If you go to our Facebook page, Valley Independent Sentinel, you'll see them in chronological order, you know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Same thing on our YouTube page, youtube.com, Valley Indy. So are you seeing this?
I'm still on donate.valleyindy.org.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Share this tab instead.
There we go.
This was posted at 11:23 a.m. The robotics team from Shelton High School, FRC Team 230, the Gale Hawks, with 48 unique donors in just an hour. Shelton Robotics won the Jewish Foundation of Greater New Haven Prize for Disability Services of $1,800. So that was one of those things where they got 48 people to donate in the time frame specified, and look at that, they won $1,800. So congratulations to the Shelton Robotics team. We had the students in here during our very first Great Give live stream many years ago. Here's some more. This is from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. That's the group that created this, and the Valley Community Foundation. Adams House of Shelton won the Valley Community Foundation Getting Ready for the Next 25 prize. Let me say that again. Getting Ready for the Next 25, because it's 25 years old and they're getting ready for the next 25 years, the VCF is. $1,000 went to Adams House. And I believe the criteria there was they had to get 25 unique donors in an hour, if I'm remembering that correctly. So that's pretty cool. Congratulations to Adams House. And there it is. So we checked in with our friends at the VCF. We will have Jackie Downing is scheduled to come on, I think, at 3 p.m. along with Nicole from the VCF. So we'll get an update for I'm the way I'm envisioning it. We do 10 minutes. How's the Great Give going? What's up, Jackie? How are you? Kick the tires. Get a little update there. How the Great Give start. Maybe some people don't know the background. And then we'll switch it over to Nicole, and we're going to talk about, did I say this already? I might have. But America 250 planning events that are coming, planning operations that are coming online. And we'll talk about Celebrate Shelton a little bit. How's that sound, Jasmine?
Sounds great. And it is now coming up right on 1 p.m. And I believe we have backstage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Oh, geez, that's saving me. Oh, yeah, I'm a minute late. Sorry. So, you know, if you live in the city of Derby, you do not make Mayor Joseph DiMartino or Brian Hall wait, the finance director. So I want to welcome back to the Navel Gazing podcast and our live stream Mayor Joseph DiMartino and Finance Director Brian Hall. Oh, you are muted. Let's see. Edit mic settings. You're not muted from me. Your chance to figure that out. If you go to your settings, make sure a microphone is chosen. That could be it. So one of us should call him. All right, so what would it be? We're not hearing anything, and I can't control his.
Yeah, it's still looking muted for me.
I can't do the like. So let's see. If I was a guest, you want to do the gear button, and then go to your mic and make sure whatever mic you're using is chosen. Should be a gear button, settings button. Come on, Jasmine, kill the dead air. What do you want me to do?
As I said before, I'm meditating. I'm enjoying the silence. It's building up hype for Mayor DiMartino, Mr. Brian Hall.
I can try to give the mayor a call. For Joseph DiMartino. Let's see. I'm going to call you, Mayor. I'm going to turn. Wait, if I turn, I can't mute myself, right? Jasmine?
If you mute yourself, it mutes both of us. Or I guess if you're on the roadcaster, it's fine.
Saying 1 minute. I heard it saying 1 minute. Hey, you know what? I mean, if we had to, we could do it this way. I could pipe you. Okay, all right, then yeah, no problem. I'll kick you out of this, and thank you for doing this. Nah, it's no problem. Okay, so the mayor's going to sign out of this.
Did you turn your mic back up?
I did.
Oh, okay, cool.
The mayor is going to try again from Brian's office, so that's okay. Hey, we have been doing this. I mean, the worst time for that to happen is 1 p.m. on day 2, because I'm like trying to think like, I know if you do gear, but I couldn't think. Although we could have done it. His voice was pretty clear on the phone. It's a worst case scenario.
Still an available backup.
But they would have had to be giving the phone back and forth. We could have, whatever that is, onboarded him through the Roadcaster that Facebook paid for, by the way, back during the pandemic.
Thank you, Facebook. Thank you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, so Mayor DiMartino and Brian Hall will be here in a second. Sorry about that. That's the I mean, one of the things sometimes people are like, hey, how come you're doing top of the hour? Then you have a half hour to kill. That's exactly why, because we did have past great gives where we were really, technical stuff's going to happen. If it happens 3 times in a row, then that throws off the whole schedule we've set up. And so that's the insurance against that. It's not that I just want to, eat a meatball parm. All right, so we got Brian in there. So I'm gonna wait till Brian's. We're not getting video from Brian. Add him to the stage. Oh, there he is.
I hear sounds.
I heard something. We can hear you guys. Can you hear us? The connection's not great.
All right, I think we got you this time.
All right, it's coming in really choppy. Like we're seeing it's like a 10-second delay. So did the city pay its Wi-Fi bill?
My computer's fucking it's not great today.
Okay, if you guys can still hear me, what we can do is just it's choppy and I'm hearing every other word. It kind of sounds like you've been sucked into the computer from whatever that 1969 sci-fi movie was with Hal, 2001: A Space Odyssey. But what you can do is we can do it old-fashioned over the phone.
Yeah, I think we're like,
Don't say anything bad about me. We can sort of hear you. All right, let's see. All right, now we see Brian Hall. All right, yeah, there's a delay.
Trying to
It's not
Yeah.
shut some things down, see if that helps, Eugene.
okay. The other way we can do it is just put me on speakerphone and I'll call you guys. I'll call the mayor, and you'll just have to sort of use the phone as a microphone with no video. That's an option as well. See if I can hook up my phone real fast. I can't believe Derby's sabotaging my stream like
How's that,
this.
Eugene?
It's choppy. It's almost like
All right, last option. Let's see.
all right, while they do that,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna see
choppy.
if I
Go on.
And I'm gonna make a banner for the on the phone interview.
okay, and I'm gonna do the roadcaster thing, which means I have to go like this. Wait, why are you making a banner to do what?
Just to say who's on the phone with us.
Oh, okay. I want to go here, and I want to connect my Bluetooth to the roadcaster, which of course now is not showing up.
And Brian Hall is finance director, right? Do I have the
Yes.
title right? Okay.
Yeah, he's the Derby finance director.
All right.
So let's see if they try to come back in, or I can just give them a call. It will work by phone. It just means they have to pass the phone to each other.
Right.
You know?
Battling through the technical issues.
Hey, I mean, this is.
I think I almost gave you a heart attack yesterday when I had to schedule a couple of things on half-hour points.
And this, yeah, but you see, you know what I mean? Imagine if we had some, what that it could have been. Yeah, that's where it gets bad. If you have a guest lined up, and yeah, I was ready. I was like, Jasmine, what are you doing? So we got a comment from Rick Dunn. Tell Derby not to use the 56K modem. Well, I mean, this is how Derby has gotten their finances back straightened out. They're not spending money on Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? And
Oh, wait.
good. All right, here we go.
Oh,
Can you hear us, Eugene?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right. We had to go to the third option here, Eugene, which was my phone.
Not a problem. I mean, we expect these things to happen. It's good. I would just ask everyone watching to now go to donate.valleyindy. No, I'm just kidding. So welcome to the broadcast, guys. If anybody watching on the left is Derby Finance Director Brian Hall. And of course, on the right is Derby Mayor Joseph DiMartino. Welcome to the program. Thank you for taking the time to do that. And also thank you for sticking with even though you're having technical problems. I probably would have given up.
No, thank you for having us today.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you for being patient with us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So I'm going to turn up your mic from my end. Might as well just crank it. All right, so here we go. What do we got? Comments. We did get a snarky comment from Ricky Dunn, Mayor DiMartino. I don't know if you know this guy. He said, "Tell Derby not to use the 56K modem."
It's all we can afford, Eugene. I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, and I'm saying that. Well, let's get right into it. The first thing I want to ask you about is I got a Google alert like a week ago. It said Derby. It contained the words Derby and S&P Global Ratings. That is the ratings agency that sort of from an ignoramus like myself, it is sort of a checkup on Derby finances. It's a third party that kind of says, oh, Derby's got some stuff going on. Let's look at them. We're talking about bond ratings and whatnot. And the first thing I'll do is share my screen. I believe I have this up somewhere. We can read this headline together. Derby CT. Debt rating outlook revised to stable from negative on enhanced reserves. AA minus rating affirmed. So, Mr. Brian Hall, can you explain what that headline means? Or Mayor DiMartino, whoever wants to tackle that.
Good, right. Yeah, sure. So, look, this is really good news. So what happens is we actually just had a bond offering this morning. So, we got some good news to share with everybody. But in the leading up to doing a bond offering, you have to have a ratings review, which is what you're seeing on screen here. Is we met with S&P. We go through. I have to do a lot of due diligence and reporting to give them information about the city. They look at things over a number of years. We talk a lot about the progress we've made in the city. They mentioned the reserves, which really they're talking about the fund balance, the general fund balance, and how much we've improved that. I don't know if you remember, but when Mayor DiMartino took over, we were a little over 2 million in fund balance and trending down towards zero. We stepped in, made a lot of changes, fixed a lot of the budgeting problems. Now we're up to over 7 million in fund balance, which is tremendous. And obviously S&P felt the same way. They improved from a negative outlook, which was a reflection of a lot of the past administration and the problems they had and the direction that the city was trending toward, to now a stable outlook. And what does all that mean and how does that affect things? Well, so today, like we talked about, we go into what's called like a competitive bidding process for our bonds. We're issuing 7 million in bonds today. And the great news is we got an amazing rate, 3.47%. It was actually below AAA rated Cheshire that went out in April 1st. So, about as good as you can expect. I think our bond counsel called it a grand slam. He says, not a home run. He goes, this is a grand slam. He goes, you're done such a tremendous job with the city. Everybody's obviously seen it. There was a lot of participation. There's times in the past where you can't even go to a competitive bidding process because, no one's going to bid on you, right? If you've got too much risk in your businesses and your city's not going in the right direction. And obviously we've gotten all past that. Tremendous results today. Very excited. A lot of hard work from both myself and the mayor over the last few years, but it's nice to really see the benefits of that work when it comes to these low interest rates that now we can pay on our debt in the coming futures.
And this is a third party coming in there and saying it. So it moves beyond any type of spin or hype. These are third parties taking a look at Derby's finances and saying, all right, you're making improvements here. And I guess, let's say it was a negative outlook, right? That S&P was previously a negative outlook, which meant that basically says, hey, Derby, if you keep on doing what you're doing, we could downgrade you. We could lower your bond rating, which would have been, we're already I live there, so I'm saying we. But it's an economically distressed city, and that would have been bad for Derby.
Correct. Yeah, it would have made today a completely different animal, right? We might not even have had competitive bidding. We certainly wouldn't have had 9 bidders show up, and we ended up with 5 bids. Completely different story. We might have had to go out and just try to borrow at much higher rates. Who knows?
It's been a great team effort ever since we came into office, and I hired Brian Hall as the finance director. It's been a great team effort, and this shows, and people see it. And having over 7 million in the general fund right now is a credit to that we've turned it around.
Yeah, and the fund balance, that's reserves, and it's something these bond ratings look for as an indicator of stable financial planning. And then I guess we should also give a shout out to the Derby taxpayers. Of course, Mayor, you're among them, but you had that a mill rate increase a couple of years back when you first came into office. And one thing you both said was like, look, this stinks. We don't want to do it, but we got to bite the bullet and do this. And so that sort of this new information about your finances and the bond ratings assessment of your finances, what's it say about that plan?
Yeah, the plan's working. We put a plan together, and it's working, and we're creating budgets that are sound. They're not finishing in a deficit at the end of the year, and we're doing really good things.
And then in terms of future mill rates, obviously, people that live in Derby, the mill rate is always a concern. And it's not like residents of Derby are multi-millionaires. Everyone is trying to pay their bills, myself included. But Brian Hall, do you see mill rate increases in Derby's future?
No, with the phase in, the way that works is the mill rate will continue to decrease over the next 4 years or 5 years as we phase this in. So depending on whether you include this year or not. And we've submitted 5-year plans to MFAC that show that, right? You see how the the mill rate comes down as the phase-in valuations come in.
And that's another third party, right? Derby voluntarily appeared in front of MFAC when Mayor Zekin was in charge, and he had said, well, we discovered things that were going on while Mayor Anita Gatto was in charge. And I'm not assigning blame to those individuals. I'm just saying who was in the top office of the city when these things happened. But and then it switched towards the end of Mayor Zekin's term. It became from a voluntary to mandatory. So MFAC's another third party checking out city finances. Did you have an MFAC meeting this week, or did I imagine that?
It got canceled until June now.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, and I know the plan. Go ahead.
June 24th, I believe, is the next meeting.
And Mayor DiMartino, how has being in front of MFAC helped the city, hurt the city? Do you look forward to them?
I think it's helped. I mean, when I first got elected, I had to meet with them the first week I was in office and didn't really know much about it and what was going on with it. But they've been a big help. They've helped us out, and they've given us advice on how to to do some things, and we've listened, and I think they see that. I think we're really close to maybe getting out of NFAC, and that's our goal, is to get out of NFAC and show that we're stable and we're in good shape.
And did you happen to see we had Rick Dunn on last night, Mayor DiMartino?
I did not.
Okay. Well, he was talking about how tough it is in Derby to sort of spread out the tax burden, right? Because the way the city is essentially fully developed, it's only 2 square miles. So I want to switch gears real quick to talk about economic development and growing that grand list. So the tax burden isn't on homeowners to the extent it has been. And this is something that Derby's talked about since we've been around since 2009. But I guess, the scrapyard, right, that you have a potential major for Derby economic development, redevelopment project going on. But you've got the first thing you got to do is relocate this scrapyard, right? You purchase the property.
Yes, sir.
And then how is the relocation of the tenant going?
It's very close to happening. I'm really optimistic that within the next month or two we can get that signed, the contract signed, and get that moving forward. So we're very close.
And where do you think the tenant is going to remain in Derby? We're going to have a scrapyard somewhere else in Derby?
That's what we're negotiating right now, and we believe so, but it's not 100%.
And do you know where in Derby it could potentially be located?
I'd rather not say until we get it, settled. I mean, it could be somewhere in Derby or it could not be, but we're still in negotiations with that.
And then why is it important? I mean, I don't mean to pick on the scrapyard, right? This is American. People have a right to run a business, obviously. But what is the motivation to move a scrapyard out of your downtown redevelopment zone?
Well, I mean, we've had some people come in and take a look at the south side. And, when we go out to RFP, we have some people that are very interested in making bids on the south side of Main Street, and they give us their idea of what they want to see down there, what could happen. And the first thing they say is, we got to get that scrapyard out of there first.
Which is it's pretty self-evident, right? Nobody wants to buy or move into a new condo, and that's what it is. But all right, then Elizabeth Street. I had emailed you guys. I said I want to talk quickly about Elizabeth Street. I'm on Elizabeth Street every day going into the liquor store to buy newspapers. And, it is a little like, you see Archie Moore's isn't there, and that stinks. And then Fuego tried to make a go of it. And there's been a bunch of restaurants that have kind of come and gone from that location. And it's kind of like, So, and then you've had, years ago, the buildings there were approved, right? They were offices, and they got permission from the P&Z to become apartments. So, because there's so much potential just in that little stretch of Elizabeth Street near Main Street. What's being done to to fill those empty holes, those empty storefronts?
Yeah, we actually about 2 weeks ago, we walked the whole Elizabeth Street up to the Green, and we also walked Minerva Street, and we saw all the any of the vacant shops or buildings that are storefronts on both of those streets. And we wrote them down, took notice, and then we're in the process now of contacting the owners of the buildings to see how we can help them get some businesses back into those buildings. We just had a seamstress open up on Minerva Street. It was an empty storefront, and now there's a seamstress there. And we're also looking to maybe do a business fair in the near future where we can get people to come take a look at our storefronts and meet with people that already have businesses in Derby in the area, and try to attract businesses that way.
And how about, I heard, maybe you can confirm this. I wish I'm a reporter. I should have written this down, but Apollo Pizza, I heard the owner retired, but I heard there might be a new business moving into that.
Goodies is coming in there. It's a
Goodies.
Breakfast and lunch shop. They're in the process of renovating it now, and it should open up in the summer.
Oh, so I can get a bacon, egg, and cheese right down the road. Right down the road.
That's
awesome, Brian Hall. You psyched for that or what?
We're not far apart.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said we can go together. We're not far apart where we live.
I do need to go for a walk. But I mean, that's awesome news, right? I mean, come on, that's a great redevelopment.
They have that in Milford, right? Am I remembering?
They do. It's the same people.
Oh, okay. There we go. Breaking news. What's it called again? Goodies. Goodies is coming to Derby. It's not going to go the way of Arby's, though, is it? They're definitely coming.
Yeah, they're doing work in Apollo now, the old Apollo restaurant now as we speak.
Very exciting. And we had on Gino DiGiovanni yesterday, the chairman of the Derby Sterling Opera House Commission, and we talked about that project. You've been around for a little while, Mayor DiMartino. What do you think the odds are of us actually seeing the Sterling Opera House come back to life in our lifetime?
It would be a great thing if it does happen. I know that commission is working very hard to try to get it to happen. They just had that study done on the building, and I think they're working hard to try to make this come to fruition. I really believe it could be a great asset to Derby to get that opera house up and running again. It's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of fundraising and money to do it, but I think we're headed in the right direction there too.
And then switching gears for a second back to finances. I mean, we've been sort of locked in this room for the past 36 hours, but I saw some news saying the state of Connecticut passed their budget, and they're like driving through Derby, like on a parade, like throwing out dollar bills to the local government. Like, have you got a new influx of state aid? And how is that going to help your budget, which recently passed, if at all, Mr. Hall?
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of gray area and how that's going to work with that new state aid. I was even getting some new updates today. So, I can't confirm exactly. It seems like a lot of it's really going to be geared toward education. I think the city will end up getting some funds. Unlike some other the bigger, municipalities are getting millions of dollars. I think we're talking in the neighborhood of hundreds of thousands of dollars for Derby, which we'll take, and we'll figure out great uses for it. But it's nothing that's going to necessarily completely change our approach or the mill rate or anything else. I think it gives us a little cushion. I think it certainly gives the Board of Ed some cushion as far as things they want to do and money they may need to ask for in the future, which is great. So hopefully it does reduce that tax burden go forward, but it's still a little bit unknown. There's just a lot of question marks around it.
Gotcha. And then Mayor DiMartino, there's a shared service committee that has been meeting. One of the things they're talking about, or I think they're talking about, is possibly consolidating business manager, district or finance director departments or staff or what have you between Derby Public Schools and City Hall, which years past, that was very controversial. But it seems like there's been a meeting of the minds. What's the status of that? And do you think it'll save the city money?
I definitely think it'll save the city money. And I also think that it'll help in the audit aspect of it. I mean, right now, we're on two different systems. and Brian Hall, does the city part, and then the business manager for the school does their part. And if we can get one person doing both and keeping track of all the money being spent and brought in, I think it's a good thing for the city. We got the audit done this year in really record time. I mean, we haven't had it done this early in about 10, 15 years, and I want to keep it going at that way.
Yeah, the city of Derby, for anybody who's not aware, at one point the city got a letter, basically, I think it was from MFAC, or maybe it was from the I don't know, the Department of Energy, Consulting, Maintenance, Bean Counters, but they said, hey, Derby, you haven't had an audit on time in forever. What are you doing? It was sort of embarrassing. So that's good news that the city has straightened that out.
And give the credit to Brian Hall and his staff, and they're doing a great job, and they're making it happen.
Okay, and that brings me to a question. All right, so you guys just passed that budget. You had, every 5 years, the state mandates that all properties in every municipality go through the reevaluation process, right? Properties, home values in Derby really increased. And then you guys voted, the Board of Aldermen voted, and women voted to phase in these assessments over the next 5 years. And Brian basically has explained to the electorate and to the boards that this is a way we can finally have some stability in our finances going forward, and we'll be able to phase in those new assessments while lowering the mill rate. What if Brian Hall leaves? Where are we then, right?
Listen, we've done a great job. When I came here, we had to do a lot of changes to the staff, not only in the finance office, in the tax office, right? And they all work together. And we had to learn a lot about and do a lot of education in the Board of Ed. So we are certainly in a much better place as a team than we were. And it's not just me doing everything. We've made a lot of hires for folks that are doing great jobs. And I'm very confident that, God forbid something happened to me, that the team would be able to pick it right up and continue on with this great progress.
I'm doing everything I can, Eugene, to keep them. Don't you worry.
Well, it is like, it sounds like I'm joking, but it is like a legitimate question, because when the tax board was talking, the members were like, well, your taxes are going to go, we've got a stable plan going, but Derby traditionally, the one thing that that position that Brian now occupies has been the least stable position in the whole city, really, for whatever reason. Say that again. I'm sorry, I stepped on you.
No, I agree. I agree with you, and we're probably in the best situation we've been in a long time in this whole finance department. So, again, I think he likes his job. I think he's pretty happy here. So I hopefully we'll keep him for a while.
And then in terms of and we're almost done, but the parking garage is one of those long-term issues in the city of Derby. I know you've tried to get money. There's not a lot of money available for anything. And that parking garage has been, it needs work. Is there any progress or any news as to what's going on with obviously it's important for downtown Derby, especially if some of these projects get off the ground.
I agree. And we met with Senator Murphy's people, and we actually filed for a federal grant. So we're hoping that we get some good news on that. We'll find out tomorrow if we pass the first phase of that grant process. Hopefully we do. And we're going to get some hopefully good backing from Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal to get us some federal funds to try to tackle that parking garage.
Gotcha. And is there anything else, Mayor DiMartino, that you wanted to mention that I'm not asking?
I think we're working hard here. I think we're working hard for the residents. I think we're doing some really good things. And, I'm happy with the progress we're making.
I want to end with a trivia question. All right. So last night, gentlemen, we were so excited, 7 p.m. prime time viewing hours, right? So we had 6 questions, and we told the public, hey, we're going to ask a question. You got 3 minutes to answer. Call in, and you could win a Valley Indy coffee mug, collector's item, right? I have one right here. This is actually proof of life. You get one of these bad boys. And nobody called in. It was embarrassing.
No one wanted our mugs.
Nobody wanted our mugs. We had Rick Dunn here in the corner making fun of us the whole time. It was very demoralizing. It was, the guy's a bully. But I had one Derby related question that, I mean, you were around, you were definitely in the mix when this was going on. So, you know, if you don't get it, whatever, nobody got it. But here's my question. What was the name of the person who walked out of a Derby tax board meeting saying, quote, "I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help"? It was under Mayor Stefari's administration. It was a finance director, sort of. I'm giving you hints.
Keith McLiberty?
No, it was not Keith McLiberty.
All right.
Surprisingly, Alan Schlesinger.
Oh.
Right, it's Derby lore. There was there was some, you know, the turnover in the finance director's office, and then they brought in Alan Schlesinger, and then the tax board was like, "We're not going to pay this guy," and so he walked out and said, "I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help."
That was before I got involved in politics, Eugene.
No, you were there. You were around. You were on the board of aldermen, I think.
No, not with Alan Schlesinger. No, I don't think so.
He just came back for like an hour. I guess that's what nobody remembers. Apparently, I'm the only one that remembers this. It was under Mayor Stefari, and he made a brief appearance, and then he retired to Florida. But anyway, nobody's getting that, so we're gonna kill the trivia thing.
I need to phone a
break
friend.
all of our mucks.
A phone a friend, yeah. Actually, I'm surprised Rick Dunn isn't in the comments being like, "It's Alan Schlesinger." But anyway, unless there's anything else you guys want to add, I just want to thank you for coming on here and just answering a bunch of rapid fire questions.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, guys, take care. Thank you so
Take care.
much.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, that was Derby Mayor Joseph DiMartino and Brian Hall answering everything I could think of in terms of what's going on in the city of Derby. So that was fun. Yeah, those trivia questions. I gotta come up with a better way to.
We need to take the 5 remaining collector's mugs, go to explicitly broken rage rooms in Derby.
Oh yeah, there. Yeah, a little plug for
Two birds, one stone.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
Me neither.
I don't have a lot of rage inside me. I'm chill. I'm zen.
It's always fun to break stuff. There, I mean, I don't know how they're doing, but there's always like I drive by like on the weekend. There's activity going on. You'll see like a young couple or a couple of friends, people in their 20s going in there to break stuff. So God, I mean, hey, I'm all for breaking stuff.
Just like Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. I was never a new metal. Were you a big new metal person?
No. I liked a little bit of System of a Down growing up. That was pretty much the extent of it for me.
Yeah, when I was in college in the 90s, it was like, I mean, Tool was sort of almost like the grandfathers before it got the term coined new metal. Mm-hmm. But Korn, their first album or something, they were kind of big. For a couple of minutes, but I didn't really. Yeah, I was too old.
Yeah, Tool. Mostly, I know from their vocalist being a Tool, Maynard James Keenan.
Has he? I remember there was a great. I don't really follow. I mean,
he's just sort of famously pretentious, unapproachable. Has sort of a Morrissey type. Morrissey from the Smiths, just kind of has his own. Lives in his own little world, from what I've heard.
There is I saw a documentary years ago about James Maynard where he had opened up a winery, and the guy was just obsessed with this winery, and it was fascinating because he was like really into it. But he came across as okay in that documentary. But who knows? Half these documentaries nowadays are produced by the celebrity. They're profiling, so you never know.
Do you have any opinions on the new Michael Jackson movie?
I mean, I
haven't thought anything about it. I don't know. I have no skin in this game, but
yeah, I mean, I've seen some of the jokes on Twitter. It's like they made an O.J. Simpson biopic that stops in 1993, which is sort of interesting. I haven't really followed the controversy because I think in general, I mean, the number of good biopics that Hollywood has made in the last 100 years is close to nothing.
I'm not big on biopics.
Yeah, biopics are always bad. They're like, oh, the Ray Charles one, it was all right. The Johnny Cash one with whatever his name is, whatever his name is, River Phoenix little brother. I don't know, it was okay. It's forgettable. The one about Queen was pretty bad. So not even talking about the subject matter, I'm sure it's a mid movie. I mean, I guess what it sort of demonstrates there is sort of the insanity of fandom, though, in social media and fans who mobilize on social media, how you can influence movies, right? Because I think, and I could be totally wrong, but didn't they change something in the movie, or they reshot something? It seems like a movie that was made by committee, and the committee being the fans, because the studio was like, oh, those are the people that are going to see this. We want their money, and we'll make this movie in any way that appeases the fan base. It doesn't seem like a true, like, independent artistic movie that examines the life of Michael Jackson in any real way.
Yeah, I have no idea, but that sounds right. I think we were, I mean, it wasn't a biopic, but we were talking about the Chevy Chase documentary recently. And I don't even know where I'm going with that. I'm
Chevy
delirious.
Chase is okay. Leave him alone. It's Tyra Banks is the evil one.
Leave Chevy Chase alone. He's done his time for being evil.
Right. He made
Not
all
even
those
evil, just kind of.
Yeah. I had my one. I mean, it doesn't involve me, but I know Chevy Chase did a local access talk show when I was at the Patent Trader newspaper in Bedford. It was the publisher ran this really kind of, not as low rent as this, but a really low rent local access cable show. And Chevy Chase appeared and talked to the reporter afterward. It was a fundraiser for like the arts of some kind, and reporter was like, he's the nicest guy. He spent like a half hour outside talking to this reporter. He could have just walked away, and said he was totally cool in Bedford. And even in that documentary, you see Chevy Chase like just kind of wandering around, going into a coffee shop in Bedford Hills, New York. And he's just, he's just a person of advanced age and who's had health problems, and he's sort of joking around with the staff.
Right.
And everybody's so sensitive. Like,
I mean, that's the funny thing about celebrity is like, I guess they have a good day or a bad day, and then everyone, you get,
and then you judge the
remembered
rest of your life
exactly
by that good or bad day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really. We're talking about Chevy Chase. Donate.valleyindy.org if you want us to shut up talking about Chevy Chase. But hey, that's good news in Derby. You know what I mean? The fact that you got, because I don't know, everyone, how many times have we seen press releases from our various communities saying we've straightened the finances, and then all of a sudden everything falls apart. So, but what's different this time is like you do have like MFAC don't mess around. The bond rating agency, forget about it. They're the ones they want to see healthy reserves, and they want to see, are you just not raising your mill rate because of political reasons? You got to come up with something. So,
right, it is great.
Believe me, I don't want to see a mill rate increase. That's not what I'm saying, because I live in the city. It's expensive, as we talked about yesterday. But that was some positive news coming out of Derby City Hall, which is nice. It's
great to have that third party sort of independent analysis from places like S&P, from MFAC, just because, it's
easy to spin.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said it's easy to spin. It's easy for the finance if you're so inclined.
Oh, well, no, I was saying either way, like regardless of what they say, I think it's nice for the public to have access to that. It's great for us as reporters because, where it's, if our only source for information on the city's finances is the city itself, we're doing our best. But at the end of the day, we don't have finance degrees. We're not CPAs. So it is nice whenever you have agencies like this come in and sort of give their analysis.
Yeah, good stuff. And in 21 minutes, we're going to have a pre-taped interview that Jasmine did with Ansonia High School senior Weston Ahearn. Ahearn or Ahearn? I might be. That's a well-known Ansonia name. So Ahearn. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And it's there's a school trip to Greece. She did something very selfless on that trip, and we'll be talking about it. Also very involved with various aspects of the school. I believe class president of the senior class helped organize the Powder Puff football game back in November. So just lots of cool things happening in Ansonia High School that we were able to talk about. Excited to air that interview soon.
Yeah, and I had done, because one of the things we try to do during the Great Give live stream is to sort of highlight positive stories involving our youth. So I interviewed, it was a pre-taped, and we watched it twice last night, the valedictorian and a salutatorian from Derby High School. That is on YouTube right now. It's also, I shared it to Twitter. So that's going to be, and I guess I'll write it up as a story, and it'll be posted on valleyindy.org. And it's just this quick 6-minute interview with these two students talking about, of course, where they're going to go to college, favorite high school memory, favorite teacher, and all that kind of stuff. And it's it's great to see these young adults so put together and poised, and then they have a sense of humor, right? It's always important to have a sense of humor. So it was kind of inspiring to talk to these young people. And then at 3 p.m., we're going to have Valley Community Foundation. We're going to have Jackie Downing from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. I think, although actually I didn't check the last name. I just saw, because once the Great Give begins, I'm reading like 2 lines of every email because so much stuff.
I'm pretty sure it's Jackie Downing, and that's nice because we'll get a status update on how the Great Give is going. You know, sort of a look at the big picture. We are not affiliated. We're just doing our own live stream.
We're just participants.
Exactly.
Right.
So it'll be nice to get that sort of broader view of what's
and the other thing is
across.
we're employees of the Online Journalism Project. Like we don't the Valley Indy, we're employees of the Valley Indy. Like we're not, because sometimes, I mean, for a while, like Ansonia was sending me a tax bill but I was like, no, it's actually, don't owe you this money. The company I work for owes it, but then I would just pay it and then reimburse myself. But it's one of those things. And then at 4 o'clock, we're going to have on Seymour Police Chief John Bucherati, and then at 5 p.m. State Rep Rochelle. And it wasn't announced, but at 7 p.m. it looks like we're going to have through joining us voice only by only because he's so horribly unattractive, Jay Carlucci from the Dewdrop Inn. Every year he sort of closes out the Great Give with us. And so he's going to chat about what it's like to be an entrepreneur, a small business in this economy and in the Naugatuck Valley. So, and then this thing will end at 8 p.m. And we are the Valley Indy, and donate.valleyindy.org.
We are $336 away from our goal right now. Our goal is $10,000.
Nice.
If I hit that refresh button, I believe we have $9,664. We had a couple of donations stream in. I can share my screen for just a second.
Yeah.
Here we go. So 9,664 out of 10,000. We have 99 donors. If you donate right now, you could be the 100th donor. This Great Give.
I mean, I'll have to go check, but I don't remember ever getting more than 100 donors or maybe I could.
I don't know either, but thank you so much. 99 people supporting is an incredible number. Next donor is donor number 100. We don't have any special prizes, but we will say thank you profusely.
And there is right now a good time to, right? Isn't there still?
There's still 15 minutes left of the lunch hour double draw from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. If you donate to any organization in this time window, then they become eligible for a chance to win. Is it $1,000? I think it's
2 because it's a double draw. So anybody who gets a donation, like their name goes in, the organization's name goes into a hat, and then they pick one, and that one gets $500, and they pick the other, and it's $1,000. And I don't mean literally into a hat. They probably have some other way of doing it, but that's that. And so, if you go to donate.valleyindy.org right now, you can donate $336. That would be very much appreciated. Bam, we'd hit our goal, and then we could possibly go over our goal if we won that. But the most important thing is, come on, let's knock this out. It's time to pick up my kid. All right, let me silence that. That was my alarm. Okay, that means I'm going to have to text my son, or I asked him to text me to make sure everything's good at home. This is the first time doing the Great Give. My wife didn't take 2 days off. My son is older, but I'm still nervous as anything. You know what I mean? So donate.valleyindy.org.
A few recent donations come in from
great.
From Hairfin, $100.
Thank you.
From Nick D'Antona, $25. An anonymous donation, and then some we read earlier. Thank you to everyone whose donations just came in. Thank you to Jen Moffitt with $50. Ralph and Margaret Falbo, that is a last name we know well. Thank you very much. Art and Patsy Gergens, thank you. An anonymous donation of $50. Tammy Burrell, Nick and Pat Tarasovic, and Jennifer Magri. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated so far.
And I just this just in, I was checking my email. You can go to a prediction market and wager as to when at all if the Valley Indy is going to hit that goal, our $10,000 goal. So we've got that going for us. People are now placing bets.
Do you have a predictions market addiction on the side that we don't know about?
It's just so ridiculous. The whole concept of prediction, like just the fact they've taken gambling and sort of dressed it up with
it is kind of crazy how the ads are just absolutely everywhere now. It's like
the gambling ads.
Yes.
Yeah, it is kind of creepy. I don't know. I don't like change. You know, the whole thing now, like college students or millionaires, student athletes.
I don't like change, and I've also just never really been a huge fan of gambling. Hot take. I think maybe it shouldn't be promoted in every single place all of the time.
I've never because I can't add. It really appeals to numbers people, and I have no desire. I mean, I've tried going to casinos. I remember it had to be like I think it was 1994. I was in Philadelphia, and I saw Eric Clapton, and it wasn't like Eric Clapton doing the Eric Clapton hits. It was Eric Clapton doing blues covers. So it was just really heavy and trotting, and it was like the longest concert of it. It was a terrible concert. And then I was like, oh, I'm in Philadelphia, right? I was kind of a dumb college kid. I was like, oh, Atlantic City must be right next door. So I drove all the way to Atlantic City, and that's like a long, Atlantic City's tough to get to, especially in the middle of the night. I must have left the concert. It was 12 a.m. and I checked into a hotel and immediately went to the casino and immediately got kicked out because I wasn't 21. Like I made it. I think I played one like nickel slot machine and I was immediately escorted. They were like, "Where's your ID?" And I was like, "Really? That's enforced here?" I couldn't believe it. The idiot that I was.
I think I graduated high school. I went on just like a Carnival cruise ship, and that was like a big, like graduation getaway sort of thing. And I turned 18 on that cruise, and because international water, so on and so forth, you can gamble on this. And I think I put like $10 on slot machines just so I could be like, oh, I did it. And then I lost all of it. And I was like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah, that's things. I might as well set my money on fire.
Right. Yeah. I'm too scared of losing money. It's like I can't enjoy the prospect of possibly getting more.
Right.
Because but yeah.
Have you ever seen like Norm Macdonald, the late great comedian, talk? He was a known degenerate gambler.
I think I vaguely knew this.
Yeah, just his whole, because he had such a bizarre philosophy about everything, but to hear him talk about like, I went broke twice, completely broke. Like he has this whole philosophical or whatever that philosophical take on gambling. It's sort of interesting, but Norm Macdonald is one of the best. So donate.valleyindy.org if you can't think of anything to say. Donate.valleyindy.org. If you donate $336, we might shut up. That should be worth donation right there. You know what I'm saying? But all right, so we went through. It's been. Let's see what's going on Facebook. Actually, I saw so last night the Seymour Board of Finance met. I don't know if that moved. I guess we wouldn't have time to stream the meeting if it was captured on YouTube. But let's see what's going on. How do I find their page? What is it? Office of First Select Woman of Seymour CT. Oh, I got a pounding headache.
I got one last night right after I got home. Let me know if you need like some ibuprofen or something.
Oh yeah, I might. Wait, I don't see it yesterday. Huh. I don't see anything. I don't see anything else. I thought I saw something earlier that popped up about. Oh, it's yesterday at 7:42 a.m. Anne Marie Dragona's First Select Woman of Seymour. The Seymour Board of Finance will be meeting tonight, May 6th. But all right, so I don't know what they did. Check YouTube to see if it made it there. I don't know if Seymour tapes their meetings.
They tape the Board of Select Persons meetings, right?
I think you're right. Seymour CT. Okay, there it is right here. Let's check live. Oh yeah, it was on. It was online. Oh, we could have watched this last night.
Oh, awesome.
Let's see. Let's see if we can get the expedited version. Yada yada. So what happened in Seymour? Their budget has been rejected twice.
Yes.
So it goes back to the Board of Finance, usually to be trimmed some more before it's put out as a new proposal. But sort of the wild card in the mix is that this talk of new state aid. So let's see here. So what I'm going to do is I'll play it. I think I'll try to, should we just fast forward to the end to see what the end result is? We don't have time to watch the whole thing.
That's completely unfair to them because we are going to get a huge tax shock next year. And you're going to have to convince voters of this.
For senior citizens, there's
some of the decisions that we're making, we're not getting the full effect from the town. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to say or add to the discussion?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it fine.
Okay.
So if we amend the motion and we throw the 476 all in revenue for the Board of Ed, the mill rate stays at the 28.66. Okay. Then why don't we do that?
So your suggestion is what?
That we amend the motion to not reduce the Board of Ed by 476, put the 476 in revenue.
Okay. Now there was a reason why we didn't do that. Kurt, go ahead.
At the end of the day, it works out to be the same exact
the
thing.
same.
This was the recommendation of town council. If you feel more comfortable doing it the other way, you're more than welcome to. It's entirely up to you. There is so much ambiguity with this bill. It's an absolute train wreck. And it's a stain on the state of Connecticut that it put out. If you get a Democrat senator, a Republican senator, a Republican state rep, and a Democratic state rep, you will get 4 different answers on what this bill actually means.
Right.
And
So-
OPM has
That sounds like almost all of government.
decided that they're going to give out no guidance. So they've essentially left it up to the towns and cities. If you have a community like West Hartford, their Board of Education asked for $12 million. West Hartford gave them $12 million. Their budget is passed. They are now going to get the money from this bill that will come in and go directly to the Board of Education.
So it sounds like the town of Seymour, that's Kurt Miller there. I don't know what his title is there.
I think Chief Administrative Officer. I could be wrong.
He's talking, but they're talking about the proposed budget. But anyway, he doesn't sound as happy with the aid coming out of Hartford.
And the Board of Education is going to have to spend it on something. When they asked for a full amount and they were funded a full amount. So again, there was no rhyme or reason. This is the perfect election year bill that was put out. And the state reps and the state senators, they don't have to deal with the problem. And if you look at all of the social media posts, Republican and Democrat, they're all exactly the same. So they're all saying the same thing. So at this point, if you feel more comfortable doing it the other way, you could do it the other way. We will let town council know, and we'll just need to be prepared if anything were to come from the state.
So
That's all.
if we were to do it the other way, then
You would need to take the original
the Board of Ed's
motion.
original amount of 42,742,765 would remain. And then we would just put that money coming into revenue.
Correct. We'd create a
then
new revenue line for
They
it.
won't receive that then in October because it would just go into general revenues, correct?
There would be a revenue line created that would say educational supplemental grant.
And they would get that in October.
And it would be a part of their budget. Come
And the
October.
mill rate doesn't go down, which is what they voted down.
No, the mill rate would you would still be at the 28.666. Doesn't change. It has no impact.
The then that fixes the issue for next year, that they're not increasing by so much next year.
The argument could be made that 476,000 is used to increase the Board of Education's budget, and in the statute it says it can't be used to increase the MBR. So that's going to be up again for legal interpretation. But again, as long as you are increasing a number greater than the MBR, that's not a problem. I don't think the MBR question is the issue. I think the question or the issue.
Ooh, this is getting into the weeds, but just for a point of clarification there, voters just rejected, the most recent rejection of the Seymour budget would have set the mill rate at 28.99. Voters said no to that. The current mill rate is 27.72, just as a point of reference. We'll watch 4 more minutes and then we'll move on with our great give stuff.
Yeah, I'm fascinated.
I mean, you know, all right. So just like, you know, we obviously sit through these meetings and we boil it down into like a 12-inch story, but these are volunteers. I think sometimes we forget these are volunteers, you know, and you could see on their faces, doesn't seem like an easy process.
Right.
Starting point. What the Board of Education is saying, and Dr. Compton and Mrs. Bruno can jump in and correct me. Their starting point is supposed to be here. We're starting them here and giving them money to get them to this point. Next year, their starting point should be here, but they're only going to be here. So I think that's the concern that they're raising.
Only they had a camera to know where that here was. They had a camera on Miller.
There's no motion or second.
Nobody's made a motion yet.
And it's also inappropriate to be yelling out.
Yes, Dr. Compton.
Everything that Miller's saying is exactly correct. We have this from our attorney.
Sorry, that's the superintendent. She is not mic'd.
This has been quite a catastrophe, and the bottom line was it's supposed to be a gift to help close the gap in the financial crisis that school districts have faced.
I mean, it only costs us $5,000. We keep throwing it out there for another couple of referendums.
So our attorney said to do it, reduce the budget and then give it to them. Their attorney is saying different. So how do we?
We could get all the parents of all the teachers to vote in favor.
Well, they're partners, so I think that's something that they would need to work out.
Are they the same?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're so good. She's so good.
Yes, Kristen.
Let me just throw this out there. I think
I'm going to fast forward so we can't hear.
Rate as well. When it was a suggestion previously with $300,000, Jason.
All right. Well, maybe we will revisit that later, but it's time to we got locked into the finance board zone right there. Tough volunteer job.
Yes.
I don't mean to make light of it, but
it is a tough position that they're in. It's you know, on budget number 3 right now, there's some work to figure out.
Yeah, and Gene Fabo Sostovich hopefully will have a write up in the next few days. And again, because we're doing the Great Give, we didn't cover that on deadline. Normally we would have, but we are more than happy to highlight all the nonprofits participating in today's Great Give instead, and then to sort of demonstrate what the Valley Indy does on a daily basis. And Jasmine had the chance to talk to an Ansonia high school student. Is she a senior or a junior, or?
She's a senior. Weston Ahearn. Just talking about all sorts of cool stuff going on at the high school, as well as some really cool stuff that she did while on a school trip to Greece.
Here we go. I'm going to share that screen. Share the screen. Great Give interview. There it is. You see that, Jasmine?
Yep.
All right. It's about 20-minute interview, and we will watch it now.
Hey, hello, everyone, and welcome back to The Great Give when this is airing. My name is Jasmine Wright, and we are joined now by Ansonia high school student Weston Ahearn. Weston is, I believe, I just recently got back from a student trip to Greece, and we're just going to ask a few questions about that. So, hi, Weston. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I am good. So just to start off, tell us a little about yourself. You're a student athlete, right? Any favorite classes, just that sort of general overview stuff?
Okay, so I'm a senior at Ansonia High School. I play soccer, basketball, and softball. Basketball is my favorite sport, and I hope to continue that at the college I'm attending. I'll be trying to walk on at Nova Southeastern University. I am the class president. I am DECA president. I am National Honor Society vice president. I like to be very involved in the school. I am also part of the Global Scholars Club, which that is where we travel to Greece, and I've also been to Italy throughout that club. And I just try to stay involved in the school, and I'm an honor roll student.
Wonderful, wonderful. It sounds like you've got a very full plate. And just real quick, what's DECA?
DECA is a business club, so we get to go on different field trips, learn about how different businesses are ran, and it's through a national environment. And you get to see, like, one of our field trips is Texas Roadhouse, and they really break down how the restaurant is ran, and we get to eat there and hang out. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's wonderful. And it's a nice little meal to go along with it.
Yeah.
So let's just get right into it. Let's talk about the Greece trip. What was it for? Can you talk a little bit about the Global Scholars Program and sort of the lead up to the trip?
Yes. So Global Scholars is a club we offer here at Ansonia High School, where you could sign up to go for an international trip. We try to do it every year, every other year. The last time I went to Italy was my sophomore year. So you sign up for the trip, and we do a ton of fundraising. We all do a bunch of, like, what is it called? When we all, like, hang out before the trip. We try to get you get to know people differently, but basically 3 chaperones, which are 3 teachers, take a trip of 30 kids, and we all go to whatever country that is. So ours was Greece. And you get to visit all the historical things. You get to walk around the towns of wherever you're going. You just see a different side of the world, which is so cool.
Wonderful. So what was the itinerary like in Greece? What sorts of things did you see while you were there?
Okay, so we visited Crete, Athens, and Santorini. So we started in Athens. We got to walk around there. Then we went to Santorini. We saw a ton of islands. We island hopped one day. We got to go to, like, 3 different islands in a day. And then in Crete, we did a lot of sightseeing, touring cities, touring old towns. We saw the Parthenon in Athens. That's one of their, like, main sites to see. It was incredible. We had a lot of traditional meals. We got to visit somebody's house, and they cooked us a traditional meal. We went orange picking. We tried to do a bunch of things that locals would do just to get the authentic Greece experience.
That's wonderful. And Greek food is delicious. Did you have any gyros? Am I saying it right? Is that how they say it there?
What is it? The gyro?
Yeah.
We had something similar. It was like chicken Scandinavian or something. It was really good, though. It was similar to a gyro.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. And what was the Parthenon like?
It was gorgeous. It was absolutely massive. Like, you don't think you could see something so big, and then it just has you thinking, like, how did they even build this? What even went on here? But it was beautiful. We took pictures. We got to see all the different stones, all the different rocks that it was built with. So that was actually really memorable.
Mm-hmm. I heard aliens built it. That's what they say on the History Channel.
It might have to be, because it is insane.
Mm-hmm. Now, so we were told, before we reached out to you, that while you were in Greece, you saved a person from drowning. And I was, you don't have to go super into it if you don't want to, but I am curious, if you could talk about it a little bit and what happened.
Yeah, so one day we got to actually visit hot springs. We took a boat ride all to see different islands and the volcano in Crete it was. And we took a boat ride to the hot springs, and you get to jump in the water, swim a little bit. It was freezing. So we went swimming to the hot springs, but some older gentleman jumped in, and I think he was maybe shocked by how cold the water was, or maybe he wasn't the best swimmer and became panicked. And he jumped in, and he started, like, flailing his arms a little bit, and then he was, like, yelling help. So immediately, as soon as I heard it, I just turned around and started swimming towards him. thankfully they threw in the floaty and I was able to go swim and grab it to him. And I just kind of pushed him onto the rock. I was very tired after swimming that way, but I was just happy he was able to feel like safe with the floaty and was on. Thank goodness there was a rock right next to us and they were able to send in a buoy and pull him out. But I don't know if he wasn't a swimmer. I think he was just shocked at the water. So I'm glad that I was there to like help him on. I didn't want him to panic by himself. So I'm glad that he's all good.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you have any prior swimming experience or training? You know, was this just instinct kicking in or?
I think it was instinct. Once I heard help and I seen flailing arms, I figured that I didn't think anybody would jump in. So being the closest to him, I was probably like 30 yards away. It just kicked in just to swim. I always love swimming. I love the beach. I love the ocean. I have a pool at my house. So I'm a pretty decent swimmer. I just thought that would be a way to help him out. I didn't really consider how far it was, but it was honestly easy. It wasn't really a big deal just to help him out. I felt badly.
Well, it was a brave and really good thing that you did. And did you get a chance to speak with him at all after? Or?
Yeah, I actually did. My teachers happened to be sitting by him and he did thank me. He was a cardiologist on his honeymoon. So I'm glad that his wife was really relieved.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, just props to you. It's I'm a terrible swimmer and I have no arm strength whatsoever. So it's you know, it's a really great thing that you did.
Thank you.
And you said, okay, so you saw the Parthenon, you island hopped, you got to go to the hot springs. Any other highlights from the trip, or?
One of my favorite days was we went to a turtle exhibition and then we got to go swimming on the beach that the turtles hang out in. So that was pretty cool. The water was a little chilly, but I didn't mind because when am I ever going to go to the beach in Greece again? So I just dove right in. It was so much fun. That was one of my personal favorite days.
Right. And I guess this is going back 2 years now, but what was the trip to Italy like?
Oh, that was my favorite trip. I think it's because I got to go with my sister and a bunch of my friends while they were seniors. So it made it really memorable, but we did a lot of things. We got to visit Rome. We visited Rome, Florence, and Venice. And in Venice, we actually got to go on I forget what they call them, the little canoes, and it was on the water. In Rome, we saw the Colosseum. We did gladiator training, which was super fun. We learned how to shoot a bow and arrow. We learned how to fight like they used to in the sand. So that was really cool that it coincided with the history lesson because it made it a little more interesting. What else did we do? We tried all Italian foods, Italian desserts. We had lots of gelato. But it was great weather all week, so that trip was really memorable for me.
That's wonderful, and that sounds like a lot of travel within the week too. I mean, Rome to Venice, that is not a short distance.
No, we did a ton of walking, a ton of bus rides, but honestly, the biggest thing was that everybody was just positive. Like, even though you do get tired and sometimes you are ready to go home, 10 days is wild to be away from home. Everybody kept a great mood. Everybody was positive. The whole trip, everybody just kept saying like, okay, we're in Italy, don't complain. Like, how could you complain while you're in Italy or Greece? So that was my favorite thing, that even though we were all tired and going through it together, we were all together in Italy. So who could be upset about that?
Mm-hmm. Now, before Italy, before the Global Scholars Program, had you been out of the country before, or was Italy your first time?
Yes, I've been to Canada and I've been to Mexico.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
I've been to Canada precisely once, and I think that is the extent of my international travels.
Did you like it?
I really liked it. I just went up to Montreal for a day because I was bored, and I had recently gotten a passport. And I was like, all right, let's go see what's happening over there. But that's super cool. So you got to see a new part of the world twice. Yeah. Yeah, really cool stuff, really cool things that you did while you were there. The gladiator training is super interesting. That's that sounds like an awesome way to get a history lesson.
No, definitely. That's why I love the trips, because you're not only looking at something and you do have a tour guide, so you're listening to the history of it, but normally something coincides with the history lesson. So like the gladiator training with the Colosseum, you almost felt like it brought you back into that time. Like, wow, this is what they really did in here, or this is how they trained. So that was a really special moment.
Really immersive stuff. Did you get to see the Colosseum in Rome?
Yeah, we did actually. We saw the Colosseum. We saw a ton of churches. Everything is just like breathtaking. The way all the architect is, even the paintings, like it's just stunning.
Yeah, the churches in Italy, I'm sure, are just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, the ceilings are so high. There's gorgeous statues. It's like a museum almost. Like,
yeah, it's a museum, except it's like the real thing. It's right there. And so this is sort of switching gears, but I did just want to touch on, so after you got back, very recently, I think you and a classmate, Jaden Whittle, you both received an award from the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that award, what that was presented for. I saw a Facebook post about it, but I didn't see a whole lot of further details. So I was just wondering if there's any sort of background that you can give.
So that award is based off of leadership, scholarship, athletics. It's based off a ton of different things, and it's given by your superintendent in your school. So Jaden Whittle and we both have great reports with the superintendents and all the teachers, honestly. And at Ansonia, it's like a big family. So if you're good to them, they're going to be good to you. And Jaden Whittle is a super athlete. He's a super student. He's even though he looks big and scary, he's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. So I was very proud of him for receiving that award. And it was just nice that we got to do it together because we are good friends, and we got to have a nice dinner at Grassy Hill Country Club. Other sections in the MVL won it too. So it was nice to see their standout scholars and their standout middle schoolers. We got to have 2 middle schoolers from Ansonia district as well. So that was really nice. And everybody was so nice and everybody was so polite. So it was a great experience.
That's wonderful. And it's great that students from different schools got to come together. And I also wanted to touch on, and this is jumping back several months, but back in, I think, November, you helped organize the Powder Puff game. And I think we published a little story in advance of it, but we didn't cover the thing itself. So I was wondering if you could talk about what that game was like.
It was a great success. So the week leading up, all of us, we had a group of like,
oh, wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can you say what the concept of the game was first and then sort of go into it?
Okay, so the Powder Puff game is basically where the roles get reversed, where the girls are supposed to play the football and the boys are the cheerleaders. And we used it as a fundraiser for our senior class. So we got a group of around over 20 girls for juniors and seniors to play against each other. On one night, you play half a field of football, flag football, and then we had the boys practice. They cheerleaded. They made up all routines, so they were there supporting us too. But a lot of the community members came out. It was really a great success. We raised a lot of money for our class, so that was one of our best things, being the senior class president. I wanted to do something fun that all of us classmates always talked about, is playing a Powder Puff game, but I also wanted to do it in benefit of our class, because if we're going to have fun, we might as well make some money too. So all of us girls practiced, and on that night, the seniors won by 1 point. I think it was like 13-14 or something like that. And honestly, people still talk about it to this day. They say how they want to continue the tradition. And I'm just happy we got to make it a tradition, because classes did try before, and unfortunately, either we didn't get enough girls or we didn't get approval, because the process was very tedious. You have to get everybody's health form signed and everybody to pay money for their shirts and to participate in practice. So honestly, I just think it was a great bonding experience too for a bunch of us girls, because sometimes you wouldn't see these people or talk to them in the halls, but I mean, you had to see them every day for practice. So you definitely learn new things about them. And even though the seniors won, of course, it feels good to win. I think that it was a great success and everybody just had fun. So that was one of my favorite things of this year so far. And I think other people too.
That's awesome. How much time did you spend practicing before the game?
We spent 5 days or a little more than 5 days, and an hour practice each day. And then we had like a little walkthrough practice the day of, just to go over. We didn't make plays. We had positions. So it got pretty serious for a little bit.
Absolutely. Do you know how much money you raised through it?
Yeah, I think we raised a little over $2,000.
Oh,
So
that's
we sold the tickets for $5 each. People donated money. People reached out on Facebook and through our Instagram. They asked to Venmo. So I think a little over 2,000.
That's great. And I believe in the past, I try to attend school board meetings when I can. I think you've been a student representative who's sort of been there to give reports to this Board of Education. I was wondering if I could kind of put you in that role again real quick. What's happening at Ansonia High School right now? What's been going on recently?
Okay, so today actually is decision day, so everybody has their college shirt on. So all the seniors are going around taking pictures and everything. So we did
Today being Friday, May 1st. Sorry, this is airing later, so I just...
Yeah, sorry, May 1st, college decision day. So we get to all wear our decision shirts and take pictures. More stuff that's going on. We have, for the senior class specifically, we have a lot of senior events coming up. We have a senior picnic. We have a senior sunset. And our senior trip that will all be in the month of May. So we're excited about that. For underclassmen, as the school year starts slowing down, we've been talking a lot about finals, preparation for those, how to, we have tutoring going on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So a lot of kids, obviously with finals coming up, are attending those. What else do we have? We just got back from Greece. There's a group that just did a social media research project, and we just presented it to the superintendent, a bunch of our teachers, our principal, our assistant principal. So we had this lady named Brianna come in, and she taught us all about social media, how to market our pathway groups, which I don't know if people know about, but that's almost like a major in college you do in high school. So you have certain classes. I'm in the exercise science pathway, so I could get my exercise science certification and be a personal trainer. We have, our biggest one is the PCT program, which they actually are graduating soon. They have got their phlebotomist license. That's another thing that's going on. We've seen a few of them today because on Fridays they don't have school, so good for them. But they all got their license to be a phlebotomist, and they're in practicing now, so that's a part of our pathway. And just honestly, just preparation for the end of the year. I think we may have some fun events coming up, maybe one last pep rally, one last hurrah for the seniors. But other than that, just the most serious thing right now is final preparation.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I know with finals coming up, that's probably taking up a lot of your brain space, mental real estate. But with, a little under 2 months left of high school, I don't know if it has really started to kick in yet, like that whole feeling of, oh, wow, this chapter is coming to an end. But I was just wondering, looking back, do you have any sort of, I guess, big memories you've been reflecting on? Any sort of favorite teachers or classes from your time at high school? Sorry, that's a super broad question.
It's a serious question too. Definitely. Honestly, I'm going to miss most of all the culture here at Ansonia. I mean, we're a pretty small school. There's only 600 of us, so it's pretty tight knit. I'm going to miss my sister. She's a freshman, and I've already missed my sister who was a senior when I was a sophomore. So the teachers too, that's one thing. I have this teacher, well, she doesn't teach directly, but her name's Miss Phipps, and I'm gonna miss her a lot. I always tell her I wish I could put her in my pocket and take her to college with me. She knows everything. She knows where everything should go, how to send the right email. Dr. Cruz, who is one of our senior advisors, she helps out a lot. We've been planning prom a lot, which is another upcoming event. We've been planning prom day in and day out, so a lot of students are excited about that. But I'll definitely miss the sports. I'll miss, honestly, just coming in every day. Every day you're greeted with a smile. So that's something that I won't forget. And that's something that I'll look back on in a few years when I'm all alone in college. I'll be happy that I got this experience with all these teachers and all my friends.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now, we already touched on your college plans. I believe Nova Southeastern going to walk on to the basketball team there. And you said hoping to major in business?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. And do you have any sort of idea of what you might want to do with that degree in the future? No is a totally acceptable answer. You have so much time.
I might want to be an entrepreneur. I'm not sure yet, but someday I hope to be the boss of something. So I think my plan is right now just to work my way up. I'm just not sure in exactly what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like I said, you have so much time to figure it out. I started college as a math major before going 180 degrees and majoring in English. So Plenty of time. And then just before college, do you have any big summer plans that you're excited for between now and then? Or are you going to take it easy?
I wish I could take it easy. I'll definitely be working a lot. I'm going on a few vacations, so I'm excited for that. Honestly, I'm just excited to spend the summer with my friends. Hopefully we all get to hang out a few more last times. There should be some grad parties, so I'll definitely see everybody soon, but I'm just excited for the warm weather and to be outside.
Wonderful. Well, that's all of the questions that I had. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for sharing so many different pieces of your high school experience with us. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your morning on a weekday during your, I believe, study hall hour. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you for having me.
Ansonia high school students out there saving lives in international waters.
True. Thank you so much to Weston Ahearn for talking for this interview. Yeah, really cool stuff. Also talked about a school trip that Ansonia took to Italy a little while ago. That was super cool too. But yeah, that was
cool stuff. And out there saving lives. They're like superheroes, these kids today, I tell you. So that was pretty cool. It's 2:22 p.m. May 7th. That's a Thursday, in the Valley Indy 2026 Great Give Marathon live stream continues. We're on Facebook, Twitter, valleyindy.org, and we're on YouTube, on the old YouTube, which we have a monetized YouTube page. So people can at any time donate when we're live, or join our YouTube page for $3 a month. And you can post, like, we have all kinds of emojis, weird custom emojis of all town leaders. I will probably end up in court over that, some type of intellectual property thing, but we'll see what happens.
We need to get text to speech like the Twitch streamers have, where people could make a donation, and then whatever they want to say gets read out on screen.
You know, I'm an idiot, but I started looking into how to set up OBS Labs, because I think that's included in that, where people could do that. That is a possibility, but I don't know. Like it's so, like, you know, local news is such a, I don't know. You'd think that would be fun, but I mean, there's not a huge amount of interest in our YouTube page. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And there's another thing called Super Tips, where I don't even know how it's legal, but it's happening. They'll take like a celebrity voice, you know what I mean, a celebrity or an online person, and you can then do type up what you want it to say, and you can hurl, you know, insults at whoever's on screen.
Are those like the AI voice likeness things?
Yeah.
Okay. Or is that the thing that Scarlett Johansson had a whole thing over?
I don't know.
Because I remember, I think it was her. She put up some sort of fight regarding, there was some AI version of her voice going around that she did not approve of.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it wasn't that was definitely not the thing I'm talking about, but it was similar, a company, I'm sure. So yeah, wild times. AI. I mean, it's the whole thing about AI. It's just like, it's become sort of a marketing term. Anybody to make a buck. It's the biggest grifting thing ever at the moment. You know, everything's AI, because now they've even rebranded anything a computer does now is suddenly AI. Bizarre world where we are living in right now. So we are trying to raise $10,000. That's why we have been lives all day today and all day yesterday. We are so close. If I hit the refresh, we're 97% of the way there. $9,664 of 10,000. That's where we are. And we haven't had any new donors since we last checked in about a half hour ago. See what happens. I kind of feel like, who is left to donate? I mean, I feel like anybody, you know what I mean? But we do have 21,000 people on our Facebook page. When are the quests? Hey, it's a guy from last night. Or it's a Rick Dunn alt account. You know what I'm saying? How did it go away? Did I do that? All right, there it is. Right. We're going to leave this up for the rest of the day. Yeah, we still haven't had our coffee cup thing claimed. We did try out question number 2 on the Derby Mayor just about an hour ago, and he did not get it either.
That was
Leonat.
the one on the former Derby finance director.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He, right. Well, I don't even know if he was supposed to fill in.
Okay.
Former Derby Mayor. He was the
Right,
former mayor,
right.
I think. But yeah, that was fun. So let's see on a schedule now. I think coming up next, I grabbed the wrong mouse. What's coming up next?
At 3 p.m., I believe we have VCF and the Community Foundation.
Oh yeah, so we'll check in about how the Great Give is doing in general, and then we'll talk about America 250 planning happening locally here in the Naugatuck Valley, and we'll talk about Celebrate Shelton.
Yes,
which is a series of concerts and food truck events and all kinds of good community stuff happening in downtown Shelton, where there's been this tremendous influx of residential apartments, townhouses, and that type of thing. It's very the change in Shelton is just unbelievable. I mean, they got rid of a perfectly fine Dunkin' Donuts to put in a fancy restaurant. It's like, wow, they got development to spare over there. So that's been exciting to see. Shout out to the Shelton Stop and Shop, where I go every Friday, which reminds me, I have to tell somebody and remind them to place an order, blah, 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 blah. All right, hold on. Give me a second. You can talk, though, or do something. I don't know.
Do, 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 do.
Gene Fabulous says, I plan to write a Board of Finance story later. I know you can't get to it, but you'll have it at least. What'd they do, though, Gene? That's what we were trying to get to the end of that video, but it sounded like
they were talking about a slightly smaller mill rate increase, but I don't think we got to the actual vote. So who knows if that was the number they ended up with.
Yeah, and I've been in many tax board or Board of Finance meetings where they get to the point where it's almost I've just seen the look on their faces and the struggle they were going through to arrive at a number. There's kind of this collective sense of just throwing up their hands and say we've done all we can do. So that was interesting stuff there. But maybe I'll text Gene back and ask, what'd they do?
Yeah, when's the next referendum, and what's the mill rate going to be on it?
We have the next referendum date. That was
right. That
published.
was
I
already
don't remember,
planned out.
but it's coming up. All right, let me text. I got to text my brother. How we doing in terms of the Great Give? Any new donors or anything? Or how's the Great Give doing in general?
See, the Great Give in general. Let's see. I'll go ahead and share the homepage for it. Share screen. Great Give. So it looks like overall, wow, $3.6 million raised throughout the Great Give for 539 organizations. 12,702 people have donated. Just awesome numbers. There's some leaderboards right here. We'll come back to those in a second. Recent gifts, if you ever want to see what people are donating to right now, there's this right here, which is neat. Let's see. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Let's see what we have going on in the Valley. At number 5 overall, we have BH Care with 51 donors, 64,757 raised. Number 10, that's Greater New Haven. Number 12, we have Team Inc. with $50,775. Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley, Pow! At number 15 with $45,000 even raised. Just continuing to scroll down a little. Number 27, Area Congregations Together, Spooner House. We just had Susan
slow
Agame.
down there, Speed Racer.
We just had Susan Agame on earlier today. I believe 10 a.m. we had her on. Talked with her for about half an hour on everything under the sun, but especially about housing and housing needs throughout the Valley and throughout the whole region. Very cool to have her on. As always, with $32,056 raised. Center Stage Theater at number 29.
$100 a week for voice lessons, and this is what I get? Okay.
$31,659. And coming in hot on their tail is Griffin Hospital, right at number 30, $30,564.
I don't want innocent people to die.
We are learning every sound on the soundboard right now. Adam's House, number 54, 16,482, 112 donors. Number 58, Valley Shakespeare Festival, who we kicked things off with this great give, as always.
I don't know what that one was. Sorry, I had to stop there.
They've raised $15,316 from 82 donors. If you like Shakespeare, if you want to try your hand at some Shakespeare trivia, go back and watch our interview with Tom Simonetti from Valley Shakespeare Festival yesterday morning.
Oh, we need his energy back in this room because we're dragging.
I know. We need
Good
the
evening,
we need
residents of the great city of Ansonia.
I've been chugging coffee since I got it in here today. Let's see, maybe just one or two more. Where Scrolling. I can't read anymore. Connecticut Hurricanes, Drum and Bugle Corps. We had them on yesterday afternoon, I believe. Awesome people to talk with, as always. They had a very cool show last year. They're prepping for another very cool one this year. They gave us a little preview of what their theme is going to be. If you're interested, go check it out. That was on our stream yesterday. We've raised $10,524 with 100 donors. Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, with an office on Wakely Avenue, has raised $10,209. And here we are at number 88, Valley Independent Sentinel Online Journalism Project, $9,664 from 99 donors. If you want to be the 100th donor, now is the time to jump in. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported us so far. We will keep checking in on this for the last 5 or 6 hours of the Great Give. Thank you again to everyone who's donated so far. We are so close to the $10,000 goal. We are $336 away. So if you want to help push us over that bump,
I might put another post.
What'd you say?
I might put another post onto Facebook, just reminding people, because who knows if this stream has gotten throttled.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it does kind of feel like we're lost in the woods. Oh wait, what do I do here? So I'll go like
Greater Valley Chambers, Greater Valley Chamber, reliable as always. Says wahoo to all the Valley nonprofits making the top 100. There's a lot. There's a lot of Valley nonprofits up there, which is awesome. And here in 27 minutes and half an hour, we'll be checking in on the overall state of the Great Give with the Valley Community Foundation, and we're also going to be talking about upcoming programming for America's 250th birthday. We've talked a little bit about this with a couple of our guests.
Did you say 336? 336 from goal? Is that what it is?
336. Yep.
All right. Boom. Shared that.
Awesome. So we talked a little bit about events coming up for the 250th anniversary of America. We talked about it a little bit with Kaylee Mahalko from the Electronic Valley, who's been maintaining a calendar of it. We're going to learn a lot more from the Valley Community Foundation coming on in about half an hour. I think they're organizing some events that we are excited to hear about.
You know what we can do, since we have a couple minutes and I already have it up. Okay, you're not sharing. Let's rewatch St. Vincent de Paul. That's in Derby, right? Because we played it at 9 a.m. and it's now 2:30. And let's
now that everyone is woken up,
right? Yeah, and it's a pretty easy watch.
Marathon Great Give stream. This is a pre-taped interview I'm doing in my hometown of Derby. Okay, who are you and why are you famous?
I am Remy Kutzarek. I'm the executive director at St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Shop and Food Pantry.
Okay, and we know food insecurity is a big issue in the Naugatuck Valley.
Yes.
So I guess give us an overview. That's obviously going to the theme we'll be touching upon, but give us an overview of what the thrift shop is, because it's a thrift shop and pantry.
It is, and the thrift shop exists to completely provide a wonderful thrift shopping opportunity for thrifters all over Connecticut. we're a great location for that. But it also provides some support for our food pantry, purchasing the food, keeping the lights on, and helping record-breaking numbers of Valley residents this past year and this year as well.
I mean, that's one thing, we do these Great Give Marathon streams every single year, and we've yet to hear that, oh, okay, things are okay in terms of food security. Instead, we hear the exact opposite that you just mentioned. There's a growing demand. Do you have any stats? I mean, obviously you're not at your desk or outside the shop, but what's the demand like and how much is it growing?
Well, from 23 to 2024, we had an increase from the year before of 21%. Then from 24 to 25, it was 22%. More people helped for the year. So that's just been a really steep incline. And actually in the last 5 years, we've been up 112% in terms of numbers of people helped from 5 years ago to the present. So, and this year, January through March is much busier than even last year. So it's almost, it really is kind of a daunting number.
Okay.
But
and then we're probably, if you hold that a little closer, we're probably picking up a little bit of background noise from the cars. But right. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Finish your thought.
No, it's just, it was already kind of busy last year. And then with the SNAP interruption last November, we saw a lot of calls from folks who never needed a pantry before. So we had to sort of go into survival mode. All of our appointments were filled immediately and we were booked out a couple of weeks. So we started with after hours giving, putting together healthy, nourishing bags of produce, meat, dairy, to very relieved callers. And we were thrilled to do that. We have a wonderful group of volunteers, 50 plus. We have 8 to 10 volunteers with us every day. And they were just magnificent. Staff was wonderful. Everybody just rolled up their sleeves and said, we're not saying no to anybody. So,
are you in need of any additional volunteers? You just took me on a tour before we went on camera, and there's a pretty well-oiled machine back there getting orders ready, doing things in the thrift shop. Do you need more?
We always need more. And in certain days, certain periods, we need people to sort the incoming thrift donations, help unload the truck, which is happening right now from Connecticut Food Share, with whom we are grateful to participate, and to run the store, to be a cashier, to keep things neat and clean, and to be warm and welcoming to anybody who comes to visit us.
And I know, nonprofits, it's always hard to keep the lights on, to keep the funds coming to do the good work that you do. Is the pantry or the thrift shop under any type of fiscal restraints or constraints this year in terms of raising money? Because obviously it's the Great Give and we want people to donate.
Yeah, the Great Give is a wonderful boon for us and other nonprofits every year. But right now we have another whole layer of expansion going on. So we've received from the city of Derby approval to expand our food pantry primarily. And that will allow us to triple the amount of people we can help within any given slot of time. It will also allow us to welcome pantry visitors into our facility. So right now it's a very cramped space and we push a lot of food out that back door to waiting hands, but we're going to be able to, with this expansion, allow people to come on in and shop for themselves with assistance. And that way you have sort of people coming in and going out more quickly than we can do in our setup right now. We've really outgrown the space and it's not keeping up with needs. So, that phrase, it takes a village. Well, I think in this case, to get this expansion to come to reality, it's going to take a valley. And the valley is a generous place to be. We're so blessed to be here. But we're relying on the public. We're doing an expansion campaign right now. So while we're still welcoming donations to buy food and keep the lights on, it's also helping us enlarge our buildings so that we can serve people better. If you call for an appointment right now, we're booked out to May 11th.
Okay.
So that's further than we like, further than we're comfortable with. And so, I put out a plea to everyone to help us get bigger and better.
Do you have any cost estimate as to how much the expansion will cost?
We're in the throes of that right now. With inflation and everything going on in the economy, the initial quote that we got has gone up incredibly in a very brief period of time. The reasons I'm sure are a bit complicated, but so our mark that we have to get is a lot higher. So if folks would like to give directly to our expansion, I invite them to visit us on PayPal, see our website, follow us on social media, give me a call, and we're happy to take any support we can get.
And how long has the thrift shop been here?
Well, in this location, about 15 years, but we've been around this is our 44th year.
Okay. Where was it before Roosevelt Drive?
Well, it was up the street just before we moved here. And then we were in Shelton. We started out from St. Joseph's Church in Shelton. And we had a couple of spots downtown, and then we made it over the bridge here into Derby. But we serve a lot of Shelton residents, come right over the bridge. We serve the whole valley. Ansonia, Derby, Shelton, Seymour, and Oxford are all equally welcome here by appointment.
And then how did you get involved, Remy? And then it's a reporter question, but what do you get out of it? And I guess I mean spiritually, emotionally, what do you get out of the type of work that you do?
When you see the relief on people's faces, people from all walks of life who have very different stories from each other and different reasons for needing a food pantry, to help those people and to see the relief in their faces and to know they have food on their table at night or they can take care of their family for a holiday. There's just no greater reward, I think, than helping folks like that. And if you ask that question of our staff, our wonderful staff, or our volunteers, you probably get a similar answer. It's the human interaction. It's the knowledge that when I get home from work tired, I know other folks have a table full of food and they're not worried, at least for the time being. And I'll take that. This is our existing non-perishable room. Everything here was either donated or purchased by us with funds from our thrift store and donations, or comes from Connecticut Food Share. We've got Kim from Real Food, who just brought a bunch of bounty from rescued food from various farms and growing locations. And the rest of this over here comes from Connecticut Food Share. Our staff member, Diana, is unloading part of our Connecticut Food Share order today. That'll keep us going for the next week. So this is the rear of our building where we are currently getting a big delivery from Connecticut Food Share, as we do once a week. But this is also the site of our expansion, which is going to go 23 feet out the back of the building and all the way down to the thrift end. And that will allow us to welcome pantry visitors in here. And it can only be made a reality with donations. Anyone donating $1,000 or more will get their name on a permanent plaque here. But we welcome donations of all amounts.
All right, Remy, I want to thank you so much for taking the time. Let me just stick a camera in front of you and talk Indy 2026 Great Give live stream. I'm Eugene Driscoll, hiding behind my cell phone. I'm very excited to welcome back to our Great Give live stream. She did a phoner last year, but now we have her in person, and I'm at the Elks Club on Elizabeth Street in Derby. It's Maria Blackwell. Hello, Maria.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for doing this, Eugene.
Yeah, thank you so much. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this is that, I'm on social media. I'm supposed to be paying attention to Derby, the much as I can. The Elks Club is just always doing something, like just some type of community service. I mean, sometimes now I drive by on Elizabeth Street, and this is a hub of activity. So I guess my first question, what is the Elks Club in Derby in general?
Well, the Elks Club is a fraternal organization. It started in Derby in 1900, so we're 126 years old this year. What we focus on is charity. That's what we're all about. We're about helping the community. It's called the Benevolent Protective Order of Elks, and benevolence is what we do. And that's what we try to do here. Last year, we worked very, very hard on trying to help as many organizations, as many people as we could. We helped over 30 charities last year, and we're very proud of that. And we're striving to help even more this year. And we do a lot of fundraising, which obviously helps towards us being able to give so much to the community because we are part of the community and we want to be an active part of that community.
And what's your title with the Elks? I forgot to ask.
I'm the exalted ruler.
Gotcha.
I'm the person in charge.
How many years now have you been the exalted ruler?
This is my second year. This is my
Okay.
second year. And
Is
I love it.
membership? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead. Well, I was going to ask, is membership going up? Because you seem a lot more active, but maybe that's just what I'm seeing on Facebook. What's membership like now?
Yes, we started last April in 25 with 372 members, and now we are at 406 members, and we have a few more waiting in the wings to get initiated. Membership is doing very well. We're very happy. The more people we can bring in, the more people we can get to help out. So that's it's a beautiful thing. So we're very proud of that.
And I've been here probably, I think, inside the building once before a few years back. And then was I at the time capsule unveiling? I don't remember. I remember we did a story about it, but I might have stolen Jack Walsh's video of it. But so, I mean, the building's amazing. I mean, you walk back and we'll go on a tour in a second.
Yes.
But how does one get involved with the Elks? What if I watched this video and I was like, that's something I want to do?
Well, basically what someone could do is they can contact me or they can come down to the lodge. They can get an application. Usually what happens is a member will sponsor them. If they don't know anybody, they can maybe give me a call, talk to me about it. We can kind of, see who they are and what they're, why they want to join. And what happens is once you fill out an application, you then go through an investigation process because this is a private organization. And then what happens is our members will vote on whether or not this person should be a member. Once they go through that balloting process, then they are initiated. They go through an initiation process in our lodge room and they become Elks.
And where am I right now? What are we looking at
Right
here?
now, you're in the Antler Lounge, and this is like our dining area where we offer when we do a lot of food activities, and we have some of our like games and stuff. We do this pretty much here. We also rent this portion out to people if they're interested.
Oh, that was my question. Yeah, you could.
Yes,
You could, oh, wow.
yes, and we have a downstairs that we could rent also.
And this is a big facility. And for anyone
yes.
watching, that's Elizabeth Street right out there. That's the main entrance through there. And what about if you want to, I know you brought your list of some of the events you did. Yeah. What are some of the community service projects and events that the Derby Elks has sponsored? Because I see you all the time.
Some of the things we've done, we had done actually just recently last week. We were very fortunate to obtain stuffed animals from the Ansonia Animal Shelter Director, Gene Razalowski. So we were able to donate those to the Children's Toy Closet at Yale Children's Hospital. But we've also helped out with BH Care. We have a giving tree in the wintertime and Christmas time that we have the clients put down their wishes and we do a giving tree for them. One of our very special projects with veterans that we've done this year is we kind of adopted the PF Medeiros House, which is a home in Bridgeport for homeless women veterans. And what we've done there is we've actually brought them here for dinner. We've done a bingo game with them. We've gone and collected gifts for them for the holidays. We donated a patio set. We gave them almost $2,000 in welcome home kits this year. We also have another grant that we ended up getting this year for them that they're actually trying to remodel the home now. Oh, wow. So we're going to donate a couch and living room furniture to them. We have worked with Little League. We've donated to Little League. We have also done the Penguin Plunge in November. We had 11 of our members go out. We were second in the state lodges to raise the most money for Special Olympics.
Oh, wow.
Yes, we've promote drug awareness. We go around the community. We've been in the Memorial Day Parade. We have our Elroy guy comes out. He's dressed as Elroy the Elk, and we try to give out pamphlets. This upcoming for youth, we're actually giving out 3 scholarships to Valley High School students on Monday. We have a fishing rodeo, which is open to all Valley children at Osmondale State Park on May 9th. Anyone can go. You just show up and we'll sponsor that. We stock the pond for them. We've been doing that for years.
And that's a big event. That's a big community event.
On 9/11, participate in a ceremony for our first responders on the Derby Green, and then we have them all come back here and we do a nice reception for them. I could go on and on.
Yeah,
There's
you have 2 pages of typed up.
Yes, I have a lot. So I mean,
And
we
people can always
try
look
to
on Facebook too.
Yes,
the Derby Elks
yes,
Facebook
yes.
page
We
is
try
there.
to help as many people and as many organizations as we can. That's our goal, is to give back.
And Maria, this is a reporter question, but what do you personally get out of donating and volunteering your time to this organization? It's obviously quite a commitment. Why do it?
Satisfaction. We were all put on this earth to give back. And when you give back to people, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. For me, that personally, and, my family, we try to, always give back. We've been very blessed and lucky in our life. Our members feel the same way when our members are giving back, or they're going to, the Spooner House and we just did a food drive for them. It's great to see that we can help those out. It's that feeling of it's a good feeling in your heart to know that you've helped somebody else.
That's great. Okay, so if you have a couple more minutes, if we go on a quick tour, you can narrate what we're looking at.
Yes, I can. Hi, this is these are items that were taken out of our time capsule, which was in the cornerstone of our building when it was built. It says 1915 outside. You'll see that. That was opened up in 2015 on the 100th year anniversary. And in here, we actually found original pictures of where the Elks started in Derby, because this wasn't always the building they were in. They were actually on Main Street in Derby, which you'll see the first 2 pictures.
On the left?
Yes,
Okay.
on the left. And then they moved across the street in
That's
the
down
3rd picture from this building. And the last picture shows the present building on 73 Elizabeth Street being built.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it was pretty.
All perfectly. I mean,
Yes.
we had some time capsules go bad in the valley,
Yes.
but
Yes.
everything in there is in perfect condition.
Yes, everything's well preserved. The officers at the time put their pictures, that's the 2nd row, in there so we could see who they were. And on the bottom, you'll see state statutes. There's a couple of the Evening Sentinels.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep, from 1915. So it was pretty cool stuff. And everything is very well preserved, and we try to keep it like that.
That's
And
beautiful.
yeah, it's pretty cool. And this is our it's our library, we call it, but this is where our board of directors meets.
Okay.
And
that's Mo.
That's Mo. This is every first Sunday in December, the Elks are required to honor the members and memorialize the ones who died that year.
Oh, wow.
And this particular one is the first one. And if you look, this was done at the Sterling Opera House because we didn't have a building.
Oh, wow.
And the
okay.
first member that we had that died was Dr. Louis Labonte. And he was one of the founders of these Elks. And what happened was he only lived a year. He was the doctor in the valley and passed away at a very young age. I believe he was 33. This here was presented in 1917 by the Ansonia Elks Lodge to dedicate this building, because there was a lodge in Ansonia after our lodge had started. So this was a gift. A lot of gifts were given, and they used to give a lot of clocks. Clocks were big. All this here are sets of books that were actually donated at the time when this building was built as a gift. And these books here were actually given to us from the Waterbury Lodge.
Okay.
So these are Kipling, and there's a bunch of different.
Oh, wow.
And they're in great shape. But what's really cool, I get excited about this. These are the original jewels that the officers war in 1900. So last year during our 125th anniversary, when I was installed as the exalted ruler, I wore that one. Wow. So I was very proud to do that. And James Smith was the first exalted ruler in Derby. In here, and this is where we hold our meetings.
This is an impressive room.
And yes, and everything in here is the original furniture, original rug, original everything that when they built the building in 1915. In 1917 was when they opened it. It took them 2 years to build it.
What type of feeling, what type of emotion do you get when you're in this room? Is it just routine at this point, or does it hold?
No, it's still wow. Yeah. It's like a museum. I mean, we have a bunch of stuff, something that you might find very interesting. With the Elks, there are officers, obviously, that are elected, and the exalted ruler sits there, and our leading knight, who is second in command, sits there, and our loyal knight sits here. And they're third, and our lecturing knight, who's fourth in command, sits over on that side. Okay. Those are the 4 chairs. This elk was a gift from the New Haven Lodge in 1900. So a lot of, we have a lot of, I could go through here for hours with you, and I won't, but we have a lot of history in here.
Above the elk, that's a clock?
Yes, and that's
interesting.
Was donated by the Emblem Club because women were not allowed in the Elks. So they had the Emblem Club. And in 1961, they...
Just going to pause that for a little bit as we approach the top of the hour. That's what we're watching is Maria Blackwell from the Derby Elks Club. I guess I should turn my camera on. I'm a little out of it. Ooh, I'm starting to fall asleep a little bit. Sorry about that.
Wonderful tour of a wonderful building.
I just saw something come across The Wire, also known as Facebook. Share this tab instead. Coleman Brothers. This is from the Ansonia 06401 In the Know group from the Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley. Coleman Brothers Carnival starts tonight, May 7th to May 17th. Veterans Memorial Park. That's on 38 Canal Street East in Shelton. 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. No backpacks, underage with parent. And there's the website there at the bottom. So also, I mean, if you go to the Boys and Girls Club page, this was just posted on Facebook 14 minutes ago, and you click the link, you can get all the good information on wristbands. Because people want to know what's the deal with wristbands. And I don't, you can click right there.
The answer's there.
We can even, am I still sharing this?
Yep,
now I'm on the page. So there it is. That has all the info. $25 wristband. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to read it all, but that's going on. Stop sharing that and close that. So, we just replayed 2 pre-taped interviews that I did in Derby, right? Maria Blackwell at Derby Elks Club. And then prior to that, Remy Kosurik from St. Vincent de Paul thrift shop and food pantry on Roosevelt Drive. So just I like the little they're a little shorter, they're compact ones. We even edited them a little bit. Probably a little more visually interesting for people who are
been looking at our faces for the last 36 hours.
Trapped in our boxes. I do feel like my eyeballs they feel like they're burning and they're about to fall out of my head, which is interesting. So I got that going for me. But go ahead, you going to say something?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I've been kind of hopped up on coffee. It is a war between a very tired body and coffee, which is disguising it.
Yeah, I've had a couple of cups of coffee, but you're way ahead of me because I'm not even finishing them. I don't know. It's like I'm at the point where I'm too tired for coffee. I just want to kind of close my eyes. But let's see what time. It's almost 3:00. So my daughter is getting out of school at this time too. So in the middle of this interview, I'm going to have to throw a text or two to my family to make sure everything's okay on the home front, right? So donate.valleyindy.org. Just to kill a couple of seconds here. I won't share the page, but we just had a couple of donations here.
We hit 100 donors.
Look at that. We hit 100 donors. We're 97% of the way towards goal. Thank you very much. $9,739 raised of $10,000. Our most recent donor is Jack and Diane Jerkowski, who donated $50. Thank you so much. Before that, we had an anonymous donation. Thank you very much for that. I was just thinking, it suddenly occurred to me, we feel like there's kind of a lull in the afternoon.
Which makes sense. People are at work. It is Thursday at 2 p.m.
Yeah, it's only taken me 17 years to realize that. I'm like, oh yeah, people are at work. That's why there is a lull in things. And it kind of, I mean, the pattern I feel like we took a jump at like 11 a.m. and 1 p.m.
Right.
And again, it was people that shared it. But I don't want to like put multiple posts saying, please share this, please share this. I feel like we get annoying. But anyway, and then the Great Give itself has raised, what is it, over $3 million, right? I think that's what you said last time. That's pretty incredible.
I think it was 3.6, 3.7. Let me pull this up real quick. 3,689,000 and counting. And it looks like we have Jackie Downing backstage. And it is,
that's right. You want to bring her in?
Yeah, it is 3:01 p.m. So let's bring her right in. Hello.
Hi, Jackie. How are you?
Good. How are you today?
We're doing good. We're having a lot of fun. This is Jasmine Wright. We've met on occasion, but I don't know if you've ever met Jasmine. She's the other full-time reporter here at the Valley Independent Sentinel.
Hi, nice to meet you, Jasmine. Thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming on. Could you just take a second to introduce yourself to our audience? And yeah.
So I'm Jackie Downing. I am the Senior Director of Grant Making and Nonprofit Support at the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. And we are the sisterland philanthropy with the Valley Community Foundation. And together we serve the Valley nonprofits and the people that they serve. So we work very closely together. And I lead the team that runs the Great Give.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Yes. Hallelujah. So as of now, it's approaching nearly 13,000 donors and about $3.7 million raised. And also, hello, Nicole. So $3.7 million raised, which is incredible. Can you kind of give us an overview of what you've been seeing throughout the Great Give? How's it been going so far? What's the status update?
It's been going really well. I think people are really enthused this year. People understand just how much nonprofits need the support. They see their friends and neighbors turning to nonprofits in so many ways. People that were not food insecure before, maybe people that were sure where they were going to get their rent from are no longer. We all enjoy going to the theater and sending our kids to summer camp, and it's all nonprofits that do that. So I think people are seeing that, and they're really responding with a lot of generosity this year.
Yes, absolutely. And Nicole, do you want to take a second to introduce yourself as well? Oh, it looks like you might be muted. Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nicole Harriet McCula. Thanks for having me here today.
Thanks for coming.
I'm working alongside VCF for America's 250, which we have coined Valley Celebrates 250, America's 250, and also the proud co-founder of Celebrate Shelton.
Wonderful, wonderful. And we are going to talk about America 250 and Celebrate Shelton coming up. Right now, I want to turn back to what you were just saying, Jackie, about people have been turning to nonprofits in a variety of ways, and sort of, we've been here since 8 a.m. yesterday, just sort of interviewing various leaders of nonprofits. And one sort of recurring theme that keeps coming up is, just like you said, we've been talking to nonprofits that address food insecurity, food pantries, so on and so forth. They've been saying the exact same thing. People are turning to food pantries that haven't needed them in the past, neighbors, families, so on and so forth. We've also been hearing from some of the arts organizations that we've been talking to, some of the grants that they've been able to budget for in the past all of a sudden seem to be evaporating or disappearing, or it seems like there's uncertainty on so many fronts. And have you been seeing that too? Is this the nonprofits too? Is there an extra need to support them this year on that front?
Yeah, there really is. I mean, there's assault coming from lots of directions. The increase in need for services. I mean, we've both already talked about that. There are lots more people that are flowing into the stream of needing services, and also wanting to enjoy services. More people are getting outdoors. Those are things like the parks that we go to and the camps that we go to. Parents are working. They need to send their kids to camp. There have to be after-school programs, boys and girls clubs, YMCAs. So things like that are happening all over. At the same time, they're losing funding in a variety of ways. Federal funding climate has changed. There are organizations that had been getting steady federal funds that are no longer getting those federal funds. Doesn't mean the need goes away. Doesn't mean those organizations don't have to do what they've been doing. And they always find a way to cover the need in the community. But now they're doing it on someone else's dollar, not the federal government. Also, the state government this year, we are blessed that the state government came through with some extra money for nonprofits. We don't see it yet. It's not going to happen until the next fiscal year. But we are looking ahead at something that is slightly brighter for nonprofits, but it's never going to fill the gap of the federal money that has gone away. Also, the nonprofits are coming off the ARPA wave. So with the pandemic, when everything shut down, lots of money flowed into nonprofits to do the services that they were doing. And many did not prepare well for when that money was going to be dried up because they thought the services would cut back. Well, they haven't. And that need is still there. So the ARPA funds that were covering that are gone, and there has to be a way to cover that need. And there are grantors and donors who have redirected their giving. They see, the catastrophic needs in housing and in food insecurity. So some of the things that may have been supported by a donor, they'll say, you know what, I have to really focus now on those other issues where, we say that the arts are a basic need. It is so important for our community to have something to share together. So we want to make sure that the money still goes there, but it's not always coming from the donors and the grantors who have been doing that in the past.
Right.
I want to jump in just 1 second, Jasmine. I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on you, but we've been here for 57 hours, I think, something like that. But we look forward to the Great Give every year. And Jackie, how did the idea come about to do this? And I don't know how many people at the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven are involved in putting this together. But in my mind, I picture when we used to. Well, we just recently launched a spaceship, and you have NASA, and there's like 100 people sitting in front of giant screens. That's what it's like, I'm sure, right?
Except we don't have hundreds of people sitting in front of screens. It's a small handful of people. It started 17 years ago when nonprofits didn't necessarily have a big online presence, and very few of them had the capacity to raise money online with credit cards. And we knew that was going to be the wave of the future in donations. So we wanted to make the giving public comfortable with whipping out a credit card, putting that number in a space on their computer, and making a gift. So we started the Great Give in order to give the nonprofits the capacity to raise money online and to give donors the education on how important that was at the time and would be in the future. I'd say we check those boxes, because now every nonprofit has their own website with their own PayPal or some other portal. And most donors are very comfortable with doing that. I'm going to knock wood. We have been doing this 17 years. We have never had a security breach on any single one of our donations. We brought in more than $33 million, and we have never had a breach. So, I hope that trend continues. I don't see any reason to. You'll see a platform fee come out when you make a gift. That platform fee pays for the security and the functionality of the platform. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
And you're going to pay a credit card fee anywhere you go. You go buy a ticket someplace and you pay credit card fees. That's the cost of doing business. If you think about somebody sitting in an office who has to open the mail, stick on stuff the envelope, print an envelope, print a brochure, stuff the envelope, stick on the stamp, mail it out with a return stamp, and then it's about the same cost as the credit card fees, and it's a whole lot less stress and work for the organizations. So there are some fees that get paid, but we think they're very well spent money. About 70% of the donors cover the fees for the nonprofit, so it's not really coming out of their pocket. And we've done a good job, I think, of educating the community that this is a really easy way to support nonprofits, and doing it as the Great Give. Coming together today, 565 organizations coming together, 59 of them Valley-based. I will say there are more than 200 of them that are Valley serving, but 59 of them are based in the 5 towns of Ansonia, Derby, Oxford, Seymour, and Shelton. People coming together in this 36 hours and collectively saying, we can do this, that makes such a difference in the excitement in the community and in the impact of what goes on.
Yeah, and do you have any predictions? Jasmine might have already asked this question, but in terms of trending, is it going to be another record-breaking year?
Absolutely. You know, in the olden days, for those of us who are of a certain age, the Jerry Lewis mantra was always $1 more than last year. In the Labor Day telethon for the muscular dystrophy.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's always great to do $1 more than last year. I'd like to do a whole lot more than $1 more because the need is so much greater. So we were hoping to get to 5 million today. It's within reach. It is absolutely within reach because we have a couple of great prizes that are coming up. So part of the excitement is that the Valley Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, and other sponsors offer prizes and matches. So we have some great prizes that are coming up. One of them specifically in the Valley tonight between 7 and 8, the last gasp. If there are organizations that get at least 25 donors, some one of those organizations will be randomly drawn to get a $1,500 prize. Getting ready for the next 25. This is Valley Community Foundation's anniversary, coming up on the anniversary celebration, 25 for the next 25 campaign. So we're giving away $1,500 for someone who gets 25 donors in that hour. So even if you've already given, put an extra $10 in tonight. It's going to boost their total, and it may get them a chance at a prize.
Very cool stuff.
And speaking of prizes, just to hop in real quick, there's a prize going on right now, right? Vote with your gift, I believe, that started a few minutes ago.
Yeah, this is a $2,500 prize. That's from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. And this is just the organization in this hour, 3 to 4, that gets the most donors. We try to do very few competitive prizes. We used to do competitive prizes, but then we rethought that. The organization that has the most money doesn't necessarily need to win a cash prize and get more money. And it also makes it hard for smaller, scrappy organizations to be competitive. We want to make sure that every organization in the Great Give has an equal chance to get a prize. So we do mostly random drawings, like the lunch hour, which we've got happy hour coming up. There are 4 prizes in the happy hour. If you get one gift, you have one chance of being drawn. But if you get your friends together and your friends all like to go to happy hour and you get the computer out and 50 people give during that, you've got 50 chances of being drawn to get a happy hour prize.
There you go.
Wonderful. And yeah, I wanted to ask, so you mentioned earlier the Great Give. It started 17 years ago. I believe that's when we started too, 17 years ago. And over the years, it has become such a central part of so many nonprofits' fundraising efforts, ours included. And I was just wondering, was there ever any sort of turning point in the growth? Was there any sort of point you reached where you realized, like, oh, this is becoming an institution. This is becoming something so great, something growing each year. Sorry, that's sort of an open-ended question, but
yeah, it's a really great question because I love to reflect on that, and I will tell you that every year we reflect on it. Every year we say, are the donors tired of this? Are the nonprofits tired of this? We always say that the nonprofit doesn't have to participate. If it doesn't work out with your fund development plan, if it's the wrong time of year, if your gala was last week or you had some special event next week, and this is just a conflict, don't do it. But if it works for you, use it. 1/3 of the organizations that are in the Great Give use it as their annual appeal. This is their biggest fundraising push of the year. Another 1/3 use it as significant money that comes into their budget. And for 1/3, it's icing on the cake. It's incidental money and they don't put too much into it. And that's fine. So we think 2/3 going all in and trying to raise money is really significant. There has been growth, and every year we relook to say, is this still the time to do this? We plateaued for a couple of years and thought, wow, is this? And then the pandemic hit. And in 2019, we raised $1.8 million. The pandemic, the world shut down 6 weeks before the Great Give happened in 2020. We completely changed our messaging. We changed everything about it. We opened it up a month early so organizations could get money in the door right away, because there were existential threats on some of our organizations who no longer had revenue coming in. So we wanted to make sure that the opportunity was there for them to raise some money. And we held our breath, because who knew what the economy was going to do? Who knew what people who were holed up in their homes were going to do? And in that year, this community doubled what it did. It went from 1.8 to 3.6.
Wow, that's incredible. And that's, I mean, in a time of such uncertainty, I think that's just one of the ways that sort of illustrates how the Great Give, it brings out the best in people, because I'm sure a lot of the people donating at that time too were facing the same uncertainty that the nonprofits were facing, and doubling.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how Jackie maintains the energy level she's doing right now. I imagine you have a lot going on today, but you're on point. It's something. It's inspirational. But
well, I live, eat, and breathe this. You said that NASA thing. So that NASA thing is not one television, 1 hour long show that they put up for television. It's a long process. For us, we start the Great Give at the end of October, and we finish the Great Give at the end of June. So I live, eat, and breathe this year round. I have 3 halves to my job. This is one of the 3 halves of my job. And I love it. I love what it does for nonprofits. I hear new organizations every year saying, wow, this was terrific. It seems to be like a 3-year cycle for organizations. The first year they come in, they get a little overwhelmed. The second year they come in and they start to develop a strategy and they test some things out. And the third year they hit their stride. And to see them blossom and thrive and grow and find new things and experiment with their donors, experiment with their board of directors, it's great to see. And we love to continue to do that as long as the nonprofits want it and as long as the donors will support it.
That's awesome. Well, Jackie, I don't want to keep any more of your time. You probably have a lot going on. So I'm going to unset. It's called Kick on the screen there. I'm going to remove you from the screen, and then we're going to chat with Nicole about what's coming up VCF wise. So thank you so much for everything you do and for the update on what's going on with the Great Give.
Well, thank you for covering this, giving our nonprofits such a good chance to get their word out, and good luck to you in it.
All right. Take care, Jackie. Thank you.
Bye.
That was awesome. Nicole, how do you say your last name? I am terrible, and I've been avoiding saying it. I've been cheating. I don't know if you watched any of our earlier streams.
You're just the one name.
I was like, Nicole. It's Nicole. Nicole's going to be on. Like Madonna. It's Nicole.
Yeah. It's close. It's Nicole Harriet McCullough.
Oh, okay. So that's actually just what.
No,
all right.
nothing fancy.
I think I was close.
You were close. It's a maiden name meets a marriage name, and
Gotcha.
it has only caused confusion in records for years now. But I stand by it.
Nice. So we did have. So that was Jackie from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven was on there talking all about the Great Give. That was awesome. And then Nicole, so you're affiliated with. I mean, I don't know. What's your association to the Valley Community Foundation?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, just listening, to her and she's Jackie Downing, and it really, you said it, she really is an inspiration. I mean, she is, when you have an organization, when you have someone stewarding the community foundations as Jackie and as Sharon, right? And then to hear them speak of it and how fluid it is with every piece of their being, it's like you want to pull your credit card out. Really, I mean, it's so incredible the work that they do daily and the commitment that they make to every single nonprofit that's under their umbrellas. I come into play. I wear many hats in life. And the one that I'm speaking of today is Sharon reached out to me and thought I would be a really good fit to kind of bring community together across town for America's 250. America is celebrating their 250th this year, the entire year. And we have been finding ways to collaborate among the historical societies, senior centers, municipalities, libraries, schools, and it's a growing effort, and we're still in planning stages of what that even looks like, even though we're moving into May. And I was just so happy, that you invited me here to talk a little bit about it today.
Yeah, because I remember you sent out a press release probably, I don't know, a month or two ago, sort of announcing this initiative. At the time we couldn't stop and do a story on it, but I was like, I kind of filed it away. I'm like, oh, that'd be a great give topic. It would be awesome. And then some of these interviews we can then turn into stories. Right? We're cheating here. We're double dipping a little bit.
I love it. I love the double dip.
Right. What else do you do at all the tiny nonprofits? But earlier today, we were panning the camera around our office. Like that was content too. But so how can people, so you're in the planning stages, and how can people, if they see this, how can they get involved?
Yeah. So it's all action, right? So like a few just key points. So, so the number one thing is all nonprofit and community organizations that plan or have already planned America's 250 programming, and anything that they believe is, aligns with the 250, they are more than welcome, and we encourage them to apply for a mini grant. The Valley Community Foundation has put aside a good chunk of money for 30 mini grants. And we released it actually only to the planning committees and all the municipalities that have connected with us. But as of tomorrow, it will be live on valleyfoundation.org. And that is VCF's website. And so that will be live tomorrow. And it is, Sharon and the team at VCF and I, we really believed that we wanted this grant process to not be another, mountain to climb.
Filling out a phone book of paperwork and all that good stuff.
There is minimal questions. The entire grant application I can genuinely say it will take you 7 to 10 minutes. It is very simple, direct questions, and they are all mini grants. We are awarding $3,500 mini grants. We also are in, planning stages in the sense of what we are looking to do in crosstown efforts. But we are working with the Electronic Valley, who I know was on yesterday, and I loved that interview. And Kaylee is so wonderful. And we often talk about, just all the many hats each of us wear. And, we're both, as so many of us are, committed to our community and the beauty and richness of everything this valley has to offer. And she has stepped up, and there is an America's 250 page right on the Electronic Valley that you could submit any of your events, even if you're not into a mini grant, even if you're not into free money, you can submit your event right through Electronic Valley. And we're also still meeting, right now we just had a wonderful conversation with the districts to talk about how the social studies chairs can get involved and what that looks like. And again, this isn't while we're discussing what a culmination event would look like, this is an ongoing thing. So, just to dip my toe into Celebrate Shelton, we have food trucks on the river coming up soon. And on Saturday, we're doing a full day of main stage entertainment with trivia, music bingo, classic bingo.
Oh, wow.
And it's going to be great with Big Boy Entertainment, who I really enjoy working with. But one of our trivias is America's 250. And so, all those historians, all of our history lovers, it's
the Valley has a lot. The Valley has
so many.
Yeah, a lot of people really into history.
I have been meeting so many incredible people that I have not been blessed to meet yet through this effort. I will tell you that history is not my strength, although I know, I mean, we're in a place that Derby celebrated their 300 last year. I mean, that was like a really tough thing to wrap my head around for a second. I'm like, we are celebrating America's 250, but Derby celebrated 300. Like,
Derby's
you
the
know,
OG.
so yeah, but so many incredible people. We actually did at the Derby Public Library alongside Christine Boulay, a historian and the librarian there. We did a tercentennial viewing. David Condon had. It was so cool.
The documentary?
Thank you.
Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It was so cool. You know, and I've been learning so much about this valley that, you know, so many of us call home. And yeah. So yeah,
and the events you're talking about, like the series of events that could become tied to the theme of America's 250. We're not just talking Derby and Shelton, we're talking the whole valley, right?
That's a great question. So Valley Community Foundation serves 5 of the 7 towns.
Mm-hmm.
They do not serve Beacon Falls or Naugatuck.
Gotcha,
and I don't have a reason for that, but we serve 5.
It's going to be the 5 towns. Gotcha. Of the VCF area.
Shelton, Seymour, Oxford, Derby, Ansonia.
Gotcha. That's awesome. And then Celebrate Shelton. I mean, that's become, how many years now has it been going on?
We're in our 13th year.
Wow. I thought you were going to say 3rd. Oh, wow. Time flies.
13th year. And I want to give a shout out. Thanks for really always supporting us. Thanks for always posting. Thanks for always keeping up on the things that are community led and driven. I'm not even sure if you and I have ever even sat in the same room. Yet your name is like on the tip of my tongue. Like most days I say it or think of you. And Jasmine, the work that you do, it's genuinely appreciated. And thank you so much.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. That was very kind of you.
Yeah.
So Celebrate Shelton. I mean, this was like a dream project for you, right? The fact that it's 13 years in and it's a staple. And just you think about the change that's happened in downtown Shelton since you started, right? That's a wonderful
so
thing.
True.
It's so great for the community. It's so great for the community that's grown up downtown now, you know, all the apartments. What a wonderful thing. You can just walk and hear and see, taste great food and hear great music. It really, I mean, I think I went to one, I'm not saying all this, but I don't leave my house, but I can go into my backyard in Derby and I can hear it. I can actually, it is good music.
It feels like you're there. We feel
right.
you
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
We
And I have a
feel
couple
it.
of beers. I'm good to go.
It's fine. I'll
chair.
bring you what we're serving. It will be the same. Yeah. So, you know, Celebrate Shelton is a private citywide initiative. And we pride ourselves on creating space for everyone. There is something for everyone there and all are welcome. You know, our goal is inclusivity and creativity, and community, being combined in one space. I grew up in Shelton. My little brother is Jimmy Ticky, who is the 3rd of us. And my co-founder is Michael Skirdick, the owner of Glass Source Stained Glass Studios. And we began this 14 years ago, but our 13th summer season, because of exactly what I just shared with you. We really believe in the power of community. We believe in the power of music and good food and people. And, you know, we never imagined that it would grow to be this large. And we also, you know, had no expectation of simply doing nothing other than building upon the work that our city and that our chamber and that all of our incredible nonprofits already created. You know, I think what we do provide is a safe space. I think we are masterful at talent, talent acquisition and the bands that we get from local to national. I think that our food trucks are, this year we have 30 per day, and that's where they want to be. People come out, they show up, and we've really got awesome community partners. And, we could only encourage everyone to come out to our event, which is suggested donation only, every single one of them. And if you don't have that, then that's okay. You still belong there. And if you have more, we'll take it. And, we can only encourage people to stay in downtown and to go out and to shop local and to be local. I love Shelton, and I don't live there anymore. My home is now in Seymour with my family. But
hey, that's where we are. Come stop by and say hi one day.
Oh my gosh, I know. I need to. I really, literally need to. Can you imagine? I'm like, just show up 5 minutes. I'm going to.
The door will be locked. We're paranoid.
I know. All right, I'll knock.
I'm derailing the whole conversation. I'm
no,
sorry.
You're not. It's what I do, Eugene. Literally what I do.
All right.
No, but yeah, so we're really excited. So our palette of events, we've kind of curated this palette of events that works for us, as this is, like you said, it really is a passion project. So May 29th and May 30th is Food Trucks on the River. June 27th is Downtown Sounds. September 18th and 19th is Food Trucks on the River Fall Edition. And then December 4th is our community tree lighting. And yeah,
people should keep an eye on it. You have an ingrained Facebook page. I get all your notifications, so people should follow Celebrate Shelton on your social media accounts. Or
thanks for saying
socials. That. The socials is what they're called, right? I'm sort of a
the
boomer.
Socials.
But where can people get? Because we're just about out. Where can people get information to connect about America 250? And if people want to reach out to you, is there a way to do that?
That's great. Yeah, I'd love to say that. And again, thanks for having me. So tomorrow, if you're interested in funding, please go to valleyfoundation.org. And there will be a very simple Google form for your funding request. If you are interested in being a part of the planning or would like to connect with me, email me. I don't know if we could pop that anywhere, but it's Nicole Harriet Makula @gmail.com. I could pop that in the chat.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's perfect. I was staring at Jasmine.
While you're doing that, I'll share the screen to show valleyfoundation.org for just a moment. So this is tomorrow. The grant application should be here. It's a Google form, as Nicole just said, valleyfoundation.org. This is what the homepage looks like as of now. And panning back over.
That was amazing, Jasmine. I loved that. Okay.
Oh, here it is. I see you put it in the private chat. Got it. Okay,
sorry, I put it. Oh, wait, there is a.
No, that's fine.
Chat.
That's fine.
And then everybody can email me. And honestly, I'm proud to say this. Check out Valley Indy, because I will be putting together a press release, and hopefully next week, any updates. That is a great place. We're working on a landing page right now. And we're also, again, head on over to Electronic Valley. If you would like to submit any Valley Celebrates 250 events. That was a mouthful. I love it.
Gotcha. No, it's fine.
And for Celebrate Shelton, check us on our socials. It's funny, we were just talking about that. That's how it's shortened now. At Celebrate Shelton, and all schedules, daily schedules, band schedules, everything. Shout out to Amy. She's incredible. She leads us beautifully with all of our design and our structure and rollout. And that's at celebrateshelton.com.
CelebrateShelton.com. Awesome. All right, Nicole, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. And yeah, send us anything you want. Just and we'll get it on there. And then just remind me, because what usually happens, it's like, if there's somebody I like, I'm like, all right, Nicole's cool. Yeah. Then I forget. I don't know. People I really like tend to, their stuff falls through the cracks. So
all right. Noted.
Don't be scared of double texting us.
Right,
okay.
Double text, and use curse words to remind us. Hey, dummy. Anyway.
I will.
All right.
Only
thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. Be good.
Take care. So that was pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that was awesome. We got both the overall look at the Great Give.
And they were both so on point. We just have to kind of
Yes.
sit back because our brains are mush at this point, but they're like boom, boom, boom. So that was awesome.
That was wonderful, and it was super fun to talk with Jackie Downing right at the start. Very inspiring. It was crazy how she just had all of the numbers at the ready. It was just pulling them so fluidly and dynamically. That was incredible.
Yeah, I did attend one of the grant writing seminar that Jackie was involved with, and it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's like a natural teacher, I think. I wonder if she has any background in that, because it was just very easy to follow and sort of took, because writing grants can be it can be terrifying. I mean, you work with me, you know how much I complain, and it's just something I don't really, it's not so outside my wheelhouse, but I really felt really good after that particular one, and I should have went to others. And like anybody out there, if you're involved in a Great Give, I would highly recommend taking all the seminars, because they essentially offer classes, right? They do so much for this event. It's incredible. So I've taken one or two. It's always like I forget, or we have a budget vote, but we should probably do that next year, because there's so much.
Get a little refresher.
Not even a refresher, just that's what that means. Oh, that's what you do. It's just like kind of a best practices things that we are not aware of, because we're not, we're not like development people, just
right. And
ink-stained wretches.
Just to even vouch for one thing Jackie said, she was talking about how great the payment system is. No security breaches over the years. And she pointed out how much more convenient it makes it for the nonprofits involved. We can vouch for that, because we don't know how to process a credit card.
No, we have no ability to do that.
We have no ability to do it.
Like, there's a business that owes us like $300, and I was kind of like, I'll run the ad. We'll figure it out one day.
This is the one time of year we're able to process donations.
Right, that one day is never coming.
Yeah.
So we're never gonna get that money. Which it was, whatever. It's not the end of the world. But I did send them an email. I was like, hey, we can process credit cards for the next 36 hours. But I don't know if it's like a multinational thing. I don't think they're going to be like suddenly donating, and it's going to be, and then it'll say on the donation, invoice for those 3 sponsored posts we took out. But
tax deductible ad buy.
Yeah. I'm sure if an employee tried to do that, the person didn't get back to me, but they probably think I'm insane, because they're like, I would get fired instantly if I just on the company credit card donated to this random online publication.
It was so great to hear from Nicole too. Just lots of exciting stuff coming up, both for America's 250 and also just exciting stuff going on in Shelton always. She mentioned the upcoming food trucks on the river, which I think we've pulled up on this stream a couple of times. But
yeah, I was looking for that, but I don't know where it was, and I wasn't sure if it was. Oh wait, here it is. No, those are videos.
It's somewhere in here. We have. Oh, I found it. I think we both found it simultaneously. There we go.
Yeah, there it is right there. Food trucks on the river. Friday, May 29th, Saturday, May 30th, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. on day 1, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. on day 2. Rain date is May 31st. CelebrateShelton.com. Cool stuff. The next guest in about 22 minutes is going to be making his debut appearance on the podcast, live stream, or I don't think we've ever actually talked. It's going to be Seymour Police Chief John Bucherati. He's going to teach us how to pronounce his last name, because I am dumb. And then at 5 p.m., we're going to have State Rep Rochelle. We're going to have dinner. We're going to have 7 p.m. We got a call-in scheduled to Jay Carlucci. We might have a special person, the Jeans booking call at 7:30. I don't know what's going on. And then at 8 o'clock, this will be over. It is the 2026 Valley Indy Great Give live stream. We are trying to raise $10,000 at the Valley Indy. And we just got another donation that I see. We are 98% of the way towards our goal. Thank you very much to our latest donor. It was Ms. Sharon Closius of the Valley Community Foundation. Thank you so much for your generous donation. So we are very, very close. And of course, I mean, the VCF, all they do for the Valley, it's everything.
Incredible.
And they have a really cool building too on Elizabeth Street in Derby.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do some math, Jasmine. I'm going to throw it to you for a second.
$161. Is that the math you were going to do?
Yeah.
We are. And actually, I already updated the banner with that number. I've kind of been occasionally checking, updating that banner to make sure the number's current. We are $161 away from our goal of $10,000. Very reachable. Feeling very good. And yeah, we are very, very close. 98% of the way there. 2% away, or $161 away.
I think I just saw your brain fall out of your head for a second there. I know that feeling.
It did. I was in the middle of saying a number, and then I lost all mental processing, recalibrated.
I have so much respect for like TV reporters, right? All right, so you first get you get a job at a newspaper, and you know, traditionally the print people look down on the TV people. That's just like, you know, talking heads. They don't do any real work. They just take our copy and read it. Same thing with radio people. You're like, what does a morning radio guy do but read the news out of the newspaper and not attribute it to where he's getting it from? So I even remember I briefly worked at the Hartford Courant on their web staff, and at one point there was it said, I think they gave away T-shirts. I don't remember what the occasion was, but it was some kind of after work. This place had a cafe. It had a cafeteria. It was like, whoa, I was in the big time. They gave away T-shirts, and it said the Hartford Courant, where TV gets their news, you know? So that was the attitude. But after doing this, like being on, like, what a special skill it is to be able to be good on a microphone. So I have
Speaking is difficult. Being on camera is difficult. Doing both of those at the same time is insane.
Right. Everything about it.
I can't believe some people do that for their full-time job. That's a lot.
Right. Because it's just awful. It's just an awful thing to experience. You know, I mean, one thing that I've noticed that I'm really getting inside ourselves here, but I have this thing now where I'm just looking down at the roadcaster, and I'm able to like get out my thought a little clearer if I'm not looking at our screen or that damn camera that's there. So anyway, I would never make it in radio, and I have newfound respect for radio people and TV broadcasters.
Yeah,
and if anything, that's such a stupid attitude, because, like, I mean, meteorologists on Twitter are like the best thing going. Our local meteorologists, it's just they become so much more important as the science has improved over the years. And I get really a kick out of watching those guys, like their live streams and stuff, because they're so into the weather, and it's contagious, you know.
It's wonderful. And I just look like I've been looking down into the void for the entire Great Give, because I'm looking at my computer screen right now. This is what I look like when I'm looking at the computer screen. And then I set up the camera in a really weird way where it's just nowhere near my computer. So if I want to look at the camera, I go like this, and I can't see anything on the computer screen right now. So
it looks fine. Like from the viewer's perspective, when you're looking straight ahead, it looks perfectly natural. But then in your head, you feel so unnatural. Right. It's a weird thing. I hate seeing myself, because it's like, you know, it's like, when did I turn into a bald guy? What happened? Hey, my hair's not blonde anymore. Why do I have so many chins? What is going on here? But yeah, it's very.
I can't get my bangs to stay in one place. That's what I've been dealing with for the entire Great Give.
Yeah, but at least, hey, I wanted to ask Jackie. I wonder if these collector's items yet? The Great Give banners. I've been holding on to that one for probably 10 years. You know. So I remember we took a trip to New Haven just to get that. We drove to the QD Foundation for New Haven one time just to pick up a box of stuff. I don't even remember how that came together, but I remember we went in there and we got a bunch of those Great Give banners, and you know, some have fallen by the wayside over the years, but we still have that one. So good stuff all around. In addition to food trucks on the river, this is a car show, I guess, is coming up. Although it's May 25th, so that's a little bit. But Memorial Day car show charity event honoring veterans and supporting our community by disabled American veterans. Is that who's putting it on? I'm not sure, but it's Monday, May 25th, Hawley Road in Oxford, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the community chapel.
I don't think that's who's putting. I think that's who it benefits. I could be wrong, but
okay. Well, people can ask somebody. Yeah. Oh wait, I got to do the one, our favorite one.
The Rabies Clinic.
Rabies Clinic is coming up at the Woodbridge Regional Animal Control, May 30th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we'll let him in. We will let Chief Bucherati is here. You're slightly early. Do you mind if
no, not at all.
Well, let's get started though, because We've been doing this for 1 million hours. So once we start throwing the flyers on screen,
That means our brains have melted
Yeah,
entirely.
it's
yeah,
long.
yes. So you're saving us, is what I'm trying to say.
No problem. Well, listen, it's my anniversary today, so we're going out to dinner later. So
I'm busy. Just kidding. Congratulations on your anniversary. And I'll just say, like, you know, there's police officers, right? So my father passed away over the summer. He was
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. He was a police officer like for 1 billion years.
Mhm.
He did 20 years in New York City, and then he was working at a nursing home, and then he became the chief of a part-time department in Somers, New York, right? So in all total, he was like 54 to 55 years, which is illegal as far as you're not even supposed to do that, but somehow New York State looked the other way. But the real hero, like the real one that really kind of put up with stuff was my mother. You know what I mean? So I always there's a special place for the wives of police officers.
She put up with a lot over the years. So, and all my studying and applying to different jobs, doing things like that, all the different assignments I've had, she's been fantastic. So
yeah, so congratulations on your anniversary. That's awesome. And also thank you for coming on, Chief.
You're welcome.
Your last
thank you
name,
for having me.
I've probably been butchering it because I'm illiterate.
Right. Everybody,
Bucherati. Okay, it's the coolest name. You and Jimmy Ticky have the two coolest names of any of the public figures in the lower Naugatuck Valley. But the reason I wanted to have you on is like I think we've had law enforcement on because part of the impetus of the Great Give is to show the different positive aspects of the lower Naugatuck Valley, and certainly police departments fall into that category.
Yep.
The men and women who keep us safe. But I was impressed by just your transparency. That's become such a buzzword, but like you recently it was an unfortunate incident where one of your own was arrested.
Yep.
But I was just impressed. You put out, here's what happened. Here's the arrest warrant. Here's the statement from a union. It was just completely transparent. And I was like, wow, that's respectable and commendable. So
thank you. It's an unfortunate situation that happened. That officer, he's since resigned. He's had some issues, he's got a pending criminal case. So there's not a lot I can comment on with that in regards to that. But, you guys know the gist of it. The arrest warrant was public. The best thing, with us is we need the community's trust, and we need, we have to have that relationship with the community where you trust what we say and you trust us to do that job. Hiding things and, not saying anything and not releasing information with that is, it's counterproductive. The cover up's always worse than the crime. And when I heard that this was going to happen and, when I was alerted to this a while ago, we took the proper steps. We stopped what we were doing. We called in the outside, agency to investigate. We don't want to investigate our own. Mm-hmm. And this it culminated in his arrest, and we have to get it out there and get out in front of it, and tell everybody, hey, we screwed up, and we're addressing it. I hate to say it's on a good note, but he didn't steal any public funds. It's not like people are comparing it to the New Haven chief where he had stolen some confidential informant funds and was gambling. Our officer obviously had some gambling problems as well, but he stole, from his brother and sister officers, from the union. So, it's an unfortunate incident. But yeah, we have to get out in front of it. We have to let everybody know what happened and that we're addressing it and we're taking the steps to fix it.
Yeah, and thank you for that, and really thanks for the transparency, because it's become sort of a buzzword. But I heard the best definition of transparency is sharing information you don't necessarily want to share. That's sort of the litmus test, and that passed it. So, Chief, how long have you been the chief up in Seymour?
So it's a little over 4 years now.
Okay,
4 years. I did 31 years in Fairfield.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Why aren't you retired?
I don't know. I'm still young.
I was gonna say, yeah, you don't look like.
I came on in 1990 back in Fairfield. I rose to the rank of deputy chief there. I had a really great career there. Nothing. But it was just my time to go. Honestly, my master's degree is in cybersecurity, so I really wasn't looking for another chief's job, to be honest with you. But I saw that Seymour, became available, and my parents still live here. I grew up here. I went
Okay.
to Seymour High. My brother and sister still live here. My nieces, nephew, I live in Shelton, but it was an easier commute for me back and forth to Fairfield. But I said, well, let me give it a shot. I'll put in for that job. If I didn't get it, I mean, I would have moved on. But
Right, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but there you
here
have
we
it.
are.
So like that, you've been the chief for 4 years. Is there any particular programs you initiated or things you're concentrating on, or any direction you've been taking the department in your 4 years here?
Yeah, so we did a lot of different things. Most notably is accreditation. We got all 3 tiers of accreditation done. That was a big push when I first got here, was to pretty much rewrite the entire policy manual. We put it in electronic format where we can now disseminate it and people sign for it electronically. We know who got what, it keeps versions. So God forbid there's an issue, we know what policy was in effect at that time, so that was a big thing for us. We've replaced our firearms. We have brand new optics on our firearms that we've trained with.
Wait, I'm a moron, and I've never even fired a weapon. What are the optics?
So the red dot sights,
Gotcha, okay.
and if you remember that unfortunate incident in Bristol where 2 officers were killed, officer, who heroically stopped the threat there, he had an optic on his pistol, which enabled him to take a shot from a farther distance.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
most other departments are going to that. So we had a particular firearm here that I thought could be better suited, and we replaced them with a lower caliber, which is a cheaper round, still as effective. And we did that. A lot of different things with hiring. We brought in a lot of new officers. We had a lot of retirements. We were running with a lot of vacancies there for a while. With the changes in the pension, Seymour's, people reaching retirement age. Some officers came here and it didn't work out. We had to part ways with them. And it's all part of it. But we've come a long way. We've changed kind of the culture here. A lot more training. I believe in a lot of, we have to have a well-trained police department, and I really want to make it where this is a career for people, and not because we're a smaller department. We don't necessarily have the opportunities and the extra task forces, if you will, the extra assignments that a big city police department has, but we do have our share of them. And, I sent an officer to the DEA task force. We instituted that.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but I would assume it's harder for a smaller department to send someone to a program like that because you don't have a cast of thousands to fill in. Right.
It's, we have 41 sworn full time, and getting rid of one is, we're taking a body off a shift, so, but it's good. It's good for that officer. It's good for the department when they go and they come back, they share a lot of knowledge. So it's, we've moved in the right direction, I think.
And then when you say change the culture, is that how do you do something like that? Is that through the training you're saying, or like what does that mean?
There's a lot of things that were done because they were done this way forever. And I come in with a little kind of fresh perspective on how to do things, and just doing things a little different, than was always done here. Oh, we've always done it that way. Well, it may not be the right way, so changing things like that. Little changes, they add up, and it makes a lot,
Gotcha. And you know what I just thought of? This was we've been joking about this all week. We got to ask you, on Main Street, right in front of the Strand, there's that. When are they going to fix the stoplight?
The light,
there, right?
yeah.
What's going on? I'm gonna start protesting it. Who do I have?
I like the stop sign.
Yeah, she's pro stop sign.
I
think it works.
That light is actually owned by the town. Okay.
Uh-oh.
It is not owned by the state.
Oh, okay.
So that light is owned by the town. It costs quite a bit of money to maintain that light because it's so old. Okay. And they're redoing the train station, and that light is coming out. The state did what's called a warrant study. Okay. Whether the traffic light's warranted or not. And they found out based on the vehicle traffic that it's not.
I'm vindicated. See, I am vindicated. I'm sorry to interject.
We had money on this.
So the reason why we put the stop signs there for now, I don't recall off the top of my head if they're going to make it a 3-way stop or just a 1-way coming from Bank. I'm not sure. But the reason we have the stop signs there now is with the light being off, it's confusing for drivers, because they'll slow down and stop anyway, looking at a light, seeing, oh my God, it doesn't work. So why not just put the stop signs there and keep everybody safe?
Gotcha. I love that. I didn't think I figured it was the state DOT. They're sleeping on the job, something like that. But it was actually a legitimate, understandable answer to that. So that's awesome.
And while we're on the topic of stoplights, so Eugene covers Derby, I cover Ansonia. Police departments in both of these cities have been talking about speed cameras, sort of installing them around town.
Yep.
They're supposed to bring in $8 trillion, I think was the rough estimate per year. Is that up for discussion in Seymour? Is that something your department has been
we've been talking about it. We've been talking about doing something like that. It's actually on our next agenda for the police commission.
Okay.
I've done a lot of research into it. We have some companies that are lined up and ready to look at it. We have to select the right spot. And it really needs public buy-in, with something like this. It's nothing that we want to just put out there and, it's not a revenue grab, you're putting it out there to solve a problem, and of course it's going to get all the bad, all of the bad social media comments will truly flow after if that gets approved.
Well, one thing my father used to say, everybody wants speed enforcement, radar enforcement. People are speeding on my road. And then the people that get the tickets, it's everybody who lives on that road. They're like, why are you giving me tickets?
I'm the one that reported. Yeah, that happens. That happens.
So what type of speed cameras are you talking about, though? I know I've reported on it, but now I don't even remember what I wrote.
So what we were looking to do initially was to just do the school zones. There's an easier approval there, and it's a little more palatable. We're trying to keep the cars slow in school zones, and
it would be like a camera mounted on a
cameras.
sign? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
And they have to be well marked. They have to be, there's a lot that goes into that. It's not just, hey, tomorrow we're putting up cameras. There's a lot that goes into it. It's a multi-month project, if you will. Any plans have to be submitted to the state DOT. They have to be approved. We have to have a public hearing on it. And you really do need the public's buy-in for something like that. You really don't want to put this out there and leave it as a kind of like a revenue grab, because it's really not, and there's really not, there's a few spots in Seymour that we do have a lot of accidents on. And really that's the way things get done unfortunately, it's with accident data. And you look at the accident data and where it happens. Maple Street is one of them. We constantly get complaints on Maple Street. So, that's a spot, Maple and Pearl. That's a tough one because that light is also owned by the town.
Okay.
So we're going back and forth with the state. I tried to get the state to take ownership of that. And they were like, no, that's just, you put that up.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. So, but in order to replace that light and get it to where it needs to be, you're talking north of $1 million, because you have to redo the sidewalks to be in ADA compliant. You need the hardware for the lights, you need the rewiring, and there's a lot that go. You can't just pop up a new traffic light. They have to meet the MUTCD, which is the standard on traffic devices. There's a manual that actually it has to meet that. And then, once the lights are placed, you have to let it see if that alleviates a problem, because there are some issues at that intersection with cars running red lights. There's been some accidents there. It's actually an intersection that would probably qualify for a light.
Okay.
But we'll, nothing happens overnight. And, we still have to, we as our budget failed last night. So it's not like we're going to have an extra $1 million to replace.
Yeah,
that.
right. As soon as you said $1 million, like, well, this is definitely not the time.
It's tough,
It is. We were watching the Board of Finance meeting from last night earlier, and I was giggling a little bit, but only out of like commiserating with their misery, because you can see, it's a bunch of volunteers. I think sometimes we forget this is not the deep state. This is not people making millions of dollars for sitting on the Seymour Board of Finance. They're volunteers, and you can see the frustration of how they're trying to get something done and they're trying to make everybody happy, but it's tough work.
You can never make everybody happy. That's one thing I've learned being in upper management and police departments. No matter what you do, somebody's not going to be happy.
And we look at, Jean Fabel-Sosnovich is a freelance reporter. She's from Seymour originally. She lives in Beacon Falls now, and she gets your police blotter every week. And I take, because we've tried to do some of those old fashioned things that have sort of fallen by the wayside, and we do it. It's not. I mean, look, people like reading the police blotter. I'm not going to say it's
it's
among our
interesting reading sometimes.
Yeah, it's the most read stuff. Obits and police blotters, but it's sort of like a little a treasure trove of just info in terms of the Seymour Police Department. You guys are doing radar checks all over the place, those things. And I'm not saying we're trying to rat on you, but these are things like we're not reading every time a police officer is setting up a speed enforcement,
right?
But that seems to be, and I assume is that one of the major issues in town that you deal with?
So we get a lot of traffic complaints. We get them. They call, they email, they come down to the station, they post on social media, and we try to address everyone that we get, and whether we have to devote a lot of time there or, some of them, someone calls in, oh, they're speeding down my street, and their street's probably 500 feet long, and no one's speeding down that street. We try to go out, we'll collect some data, we'll look at it, and, we'll allocate resources appropriately to enforce it. We're getting some complaints now about Bungay Road. So, with that being freshly paved and being redone, going down the hill, we're getting more complaints. So we're addressing that more, we try to listen to everybody, and we try to, we do go out and we do respond to those complaints. It's not always seen, by the public all the time, so, it's great that you guys publish it, but
it's one of the things that struck me. It's like, oh, okay. So they're going out there and they're making their presence known, and you'll even put on the blotter. Sometimes it'll say how long the officer was there, and whether or not anybody got a ticket.
Right. And then it just, having data always helps me respond to people when they call with an issue. And having that, I could say, hey, we did this, here's what we did to address it. We try to leave it up to the supervisors on their respective shifts. Like I won't tell them what to do. I don't micromanage like that. I'll just call up, if we get a complaint, say let's use Bungay Road, I'll just call the day shift supervisor. Hey, people are speeding on Bungay, take care of it. And he assigns them where to go, what to do, and how to do it, so.
And then in terms of crime in Seymour in general, I mean, honestly, Seymour's a safe community.
It is.
But you get just as someone who's sort of observed, I'm by no means an expert on anything. When Seymour gets like a crime, it tends to be more complicated. There was a whole phishing cyber. I guess it was right up your. I don't know if that was before you.
That was here. We ran with that, and we made it.
That was an insane one. Like when Seymour gets something, it's usually pretty complicated.
Yeah, but we typically we see a lot of domestic disturbances, as you see on the you guys don't report on it obviously, but we do. We do have quite a bit. And getting one of those and where you have to make an arrest, it pulls an officer off the road for a while, and it could be because you have to do a domestic violence report, you have to report to the state, you have to process the person, do conditions of release. There's a lot that goes in. Our domestic violence policy, it's modeled after the state policy. It's over 20 pages long, so we have to make sure we check all those boxes and keep the victim safe, so those tend to eat up a lot of our time.
And do you have is there any reason? Is it just is it alcohol fueled? Is it drug fueled? Is there anything? Is it the economy? Do you get any sense that there's more, or
I think a combination of everything. It's just the way society is in general. You do have some, alcohol definitely plays a part. Drugs, yes. People going through hard times, like you said, the economy, and they fight over money, and it just gets out of hand, and we have to intervene. Child custody issues, things like that,
But it's not like Seymour's not seeing an above normal rate of domestic
violence.
I
wouldn't say that. When we got a crime though, we had a murder last year. We did have a murder. We've unfortunately we deal with a lot of suicides. We've had some of those. We have some fatal accidents here. That occur. Significant accidents. The last one was in January on Route 34, where we had that gentleman who passed away after that car crash. But Yeah,
that's a road. I mean, that kind of like Derby, Pink House Cove. That's an area that's. I mean, those rumble strips in the middle of the road. It's an accident-prone road. It's very unforgiving, that road.
It is, and when there's an accident there, it's a bad one. You know, it's not like you know, we get the minor fender benders everywhere else, but you know, on Route 34, if there's a crash, we know it's kind of serious.
One thing I did notice as a you know, gossip that goes through your police blotter, there's a lot of reports of like people sleeping in cars, and I mean, in terms of fentanyl and things like that, did you see that?
We do. So some of those turn out to be intoxicated operators. You know, whether it's drugs or alcohol. Some of them are just taking a nap in their car.
And
you know,
sometimes you guys will put the reason. Yeah, and it'll be like, you know, guys working 2 jobs in between shifts.
He's taking a nap, and or you know, some of them, you know, like I said, turn out to be intoxicated. Some of them are homeless. You know, we've had 1 or 2 of those, and they live out of their cars.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So what do you do in that situation? Because police officers you're not social workers, but you sort of have to be, right?
Well, you know, you could offer them services. A lot of times they refuse, and you just kind of send them on their way. You know, I mean, you can only help somebody who really wants to be helped. You know, we've had to deal with a few homeless people here in town, and you know, one we actually he was very mentally unstable, and we were able to work with BH Care in Ansonia. They're great. They come out and they help us a lot, and we were able to commit him. You know, and he's been in the psych ward ever since. He had some serious problems, and then you know, unfortunately, sometimes it ends in their arrest. We had a subject recently who was arrested for burglary, you know, after being arrested a bunch of other times, and you know, I think he's still in jail. So,
oh, there you go. How about, I know you had, I was trying to like, it was a slow news week a week or 2 ago, I guess, or it really wasn't, but I was just like, not a slow news week, because it minimizes what I'm going to say, but there was the Pokemon break-in at the collectibles place, which I thought was kind of fascinating. When it happened, we couldn't really cover it, but there's a lot of these happening, or at least at the time there was a
they're all over the place. Yeah,
it's I mean, who would have thought? But
not me, but apparently it is a thing. We
forget jewelry stores; it's Pokemon collectibles.
Yeah, we do have some leads, but I kind of can't talk about it because it is still ongoing. But we do have some leads, and we're working in conjunction with other agencies with that. So.
It's a gang of furries. It's an organized
Pokemon cards are a speculative market.
Well, this is speculative markets, yeah.
Yeah,
and I was
talking about prediction markets all day, so
I thought that was just sort of a weird one. But how's Seymour doing in terms of property crimes and burglaries and things like that?
We're actually pretty good. Believe it or not, we do not have a tremendous amount of burglaries. We have some vandalisms here or there. Stolen cars, we cut down on them. That
was a big issue a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, a couple of years ago we were pretty high. We had like 25 or so, and then last year I think we halved it. You know, but it's those are tough because we can't chase them. You know, we can't. There's no deterrent. You know, and a lot of times they're juveniles that are in these cars.
You're a kid, yeah.
We're not going to chase a car with juveniles in it,
and then they know that.
And they know that. And unless they're, you know, it's a violent felony or something. I mean, a perfect example was the murderer, you know, that our guys pursued a couple weeks ago. You know, they did a great job with that. That's a pursuit that's authorized, you know.
You're sort of leading into an area because like I just a couple of months ago, I talked to Chief Scott Todd at Derby, who is retiring.
Yep.
And then, you know, I've just talked to, because Derby's had a turnover of their senior staff as people retire. And on their way out, these officers have all said the police accountability bill, it's just changed too much. Police really Chief Todd was kind of like, he's like, this modern policing isn't for me. So it's time to move on.
I'm lucky in the fact that I'm behind a desk now and I'm not out there because it is different than when I first came on. You know, policing in the 90s was a lot different than it is now. So I don't think it's changed for the better. You know, this climate that we have here is it's kind of horrible coming from the legislature. It seems like every session it's just how could we kick them some more, you know, and it's sad to see, because I love this profession. I mean, I dedicated my life to it, and to see that we just don't have applicants anymore who want to do this. It's very hard to even get people to take promotional exams anymore. And I can't blame them.
And what's the thought? Why don't they want to take the promotional exam?
There's liability for everybody else. If for me being the head of the agency, if one of my guys does something wrong, I could be home sleeping soundly at 3 a.m. And if he does something wrong, guess whose name's on the lawsuit? Mine. Respectively, as it goes down, if that sergeant's on the shift too, and he didn't watch what he was doing, he's getting sued too. So, you got to worry about everybody else in addition to yourself. As when you move up the ladder, it's got to be something that you are willing to do. And we're seeing that, and it's not just here; it's everywhere. I sit on oral boards for other agencies as well. Testing for their sergeants and lieutenants and captains, and a lot of other chiefs do that. I send a lot of our supervisory officers to do that as well, because interviewing people is a really unique skill. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. And they're saying the same things, and especially with new applicants, it's really hard to find a really good applicant. We've been lucky; we've had some really good people apply here, and coming through the academy right now, we have some good recruits, but it's very hard to find. And
you're about the 5th police officer I've talked to in like the last year that has said just that. And how about in terms of you talked about, so that the murderer that was caught, or the alleged, I can't convict him, but the alleged or the suspect.
Yes.
That person is suspected of killing a Bridgeport firefighter? Was that
Bridgeport
the one?
firefighter? Yep.
Okay.
So I guess there was an issue. They had it was a relationship issue. Apparently she had moved on and was with this Bridgeport firefighter. He was, the jealous type, stalked him from what I understand, found them together, shot him and killed him. And then he went running around. I mean, we were working with Stratford most of the day that day because we were trying to track him, and we had information that he was up in this area. We were, later in the day, we received more information that he was coming through, and one of our sergeants saw him and initiated the pursuit. He was joined by another officer and a recruit who was with him, and they did a fantastic job. They pursued him down Route 8. He got off in a Home Depot lot and he was taken into custody without incident. So.
And in terms of when you started in 1990, because you talked about there had to be a decision made because that was a lawful pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess at some point that sergeant had to do that sort of calculation in his head.
They always do. So you always have to reevaluate. If you get in a pursuit with somebody, you always have to transmit a lot of information on the radio, your direction, your speed, your reason, all that stuff. That's what we're looking to hear in here. If we're inside, if I'm hearing a pursuit, that's what I want to hear. What's it for? Where's it going? How fast you're going? Traffic.
That initial, like in terms of the police accountability bill, because I've heard that it's harder to you're discouraged to chase people. So could there be hesitation?
There is. There absolutely is. Okay. We'd be naive to say that doesn't sit in the back of every cop's head out there. Oh, am I going to get sued for this? Or am I going to get jammed up for this just for trying to do my job? I mean, we've seen instances now where officers getting arrested for doing their job on duty. It really puts us in a bad atmosphere, where it's tough to get people who want to take that risk, and God forbid you have to use deadly force. I mean, are you going to be arrested for it, because you made a decision that split second in the moment. I mean, we had an incident here not too long ago where the officer was totally justified in using deadly force. The lady charged at him with a knife. He was able to retreat, use a taser, and take the person into custody. I mean, they did a fantastic job on that. There was 2 officers on that. And that was one split second decision away from being a lethal use of force where he would have to come off the road. We'd have to put him on administrative duty. There has to be an investigation. You have to call the inspector general in. There's a lot that goes into that. The state's attorney's involved. So that does weigh. And my fear is I never really had that fear when I was policing because we didn't police in that environment. We did what we had to do, and it was a lot different than today. My fear for our officers out there is I would hate to see somebody get hurt because they have that hesitation and they don't take the right step to, maybe to put somebody in handcuffs that should be, or, draw their firearm when they should because they're afraid of a reporting requirement or something. It just that weighs on me, and I
That's
hate
the
to see
issue.
that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I hate to see that with younger officers, and when they go out there, I want them to do their job and I want them to be safe, and I really don't want them to have to worry about that. But unfortunately, that's part of it today.
And I guess we'll wrap up with obviously the Seymour budget is in flux.
Yep.
In terms of what type of police department budget was proposed, what actually made it into the budget, and do you have any room for any new initiatives or anything like that in Seymour?
We were pretty flat this year coming forward with a budget. We every year I put in for overtime, and every year it gets cut, and every year we have to transfer money to do it. For us, what I try to do is, remember I mentioned we had an officer on the DEA task force. Well, we get asset forfeiture from that, right? So what I was able to do this year was buy all new patrol rifles for everybody with optics on them with asset forfeiture money, no expenditure to the town. So I try to do things like that, to help the costs here, because I get it. Budgets are tough, no one wants to see a mill rate increase. No one wants to, and everybody's looking for a piece of the pie of that. I try to keep ours reasonable. I try to go through line by line and see what I need, budget accordingly. Listen, we always have expenditures that we didn't expect. Something breaks, we got to fix it. Or, we need actually to purchase something to, we need supplies for the detective bureau, say, process, we ran out or whatever the case may be. So, I didn't really take too much of a hit. We got cut. We got cut. We got our overtime got cut. We traditionally we lessen our what the town does is they lessen our salary line by one officer. Not that we can't hire for it, but unfortunately, we usually have somebody out on a leave or a sick leave or some workman's comp where we don't pay the salary. So it usually averages out in the end, and we usually transfer that to cover the overtime. So,
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So we do that.
What's the budget of the police department?
So we're right. Let me look over. Last year we were about 7 million with all the sick pay, health insurance.
Gotcha.
Close to 7 million. For me, I for all that sick pay, retirement stuff, town hall usually calculates that. HR for me, I usually work with about $5 million.
Gotcha.
And
all right, Chief. Is there anything else? Those are really all my questions. I didn't mean to interrupt you mid-sentence, but I don't know if there's anything else you want to ask. I'm not saying you have to go, but I'm saying I'm drained and I don't have any other questions.
Well,
but
I
let me know. Yeah, let me know if there's anything we didn't ask.
No, you're good. I'm good. I'm happy to be on.
I just wanted to check one thing real quick. I think you said earlier there are 41 full-time officers. Is that where you want to be? What's like the ideal staffing level that you would like to be?
Where we should be. We're where we should be. I think we have enough to, we always hear the comments. Oh, there's too many. It's usually when they get tickets. That's when they're complaining that there's too many, But I think we're staffed right where we should be. If I felt we need more, I would ask for more, but I think we're okay where we're at.
Gotcha. That was all I had. I just wanted to throw that in there. And also to thank you for coming on.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yeah,
My
definitely.
pleasure.
I appreciate it. Anything else you want to add, Chief?
No, I'm good. I'm going to go take my wife out to dinner now. So
yeah, happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good one. Thank you very much.
Take care. You're welcome.
All right. That was Chief John Bucherati of the Seymour Police Department. Talking about policing in general and policing specifically in the town of Seymour. So, yeah, that was good. It's interesting work, and it's it's nice to have a chief who agreed to come on.
Yeah, and I appreciate his willingness to talk about tough topics. I mean, we opened right with that recent arrest of a Seymour officer, which, as you said, that was an example of transparency. It was just getting everything out there.
It really was, and I wasn't trying to kiss butt, but I mean that's transparency.
It is, yeah.
You know, because I mean, look, that doesn't always happen. You know, you have to know. Somebody has to tell you, and that was just here it is. And obviously, I mean, you know, I know, I don't know the way. Maybe this is biased, but I'll just say, like, you know, police officers are held to a higher standard. So you know, so if a police officer gets in trouble, that is newsworthy. You know, because sometimes we'll write about over the years, someone will say a comment saying like you're only writing about him because he's a police officer, and like, you know, son of a police officer and brother of a police officer, like, yeah, that's exactly why they're held to a higher standard because of what it is. So we're totally upfront about that. But you know, it is interesting. And my interview I had with retiring Deputy Chief Scott Todd, if people want to check that out, he was just blunt. You know, there was and it wasn't like he was taking cheap shots. He just told it as it is. It was would have made a good podcast, actually. But that article, if you search like Scott Todd retiring, I think he's officially out the door in June, and Deputy Chief Brian Grogan is going to become the chief.
Eugene, I've got some news.
Wait, hold on. I don't know what the news is.
You got the sound effect ready?
Wait, should it qualify as breaking news?
I don't know. I think you should check the banner at the bottom of the screen.
Whoa! Amazing. We just made everybody deaf by me doing that.
We met our fundraising goal.
Yeah!
$10,000. We've raised $10,044 from 104 donors. Thank you so much. And the donation that pushed us over the edge.
I think they can hear you.
Oh, yeah. The donation that pushed us over the edge was Mr. Bart Flaherty, who has also donated in past years. Thank you so much for the $150 donation. Got us over the $10,000 mark. Thank you for the anonymous donation of $25. Thank you to Carrie Birmingham. Thank you to Sharon Closius. Thank you to Jack and Diane Jerkowski. And thank you to everyone who has chipped in during this annual Great Give live stream.
Thank you. Okay. Let's donate to everybody else. All right. Don't donate to us anymore. Thank you very much, everybody. That's a relief. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We did it. And maybe towards the end, we can start looking for other nonprofits that are close to meeting their goal again.
I was just thinking that, you know, we should do that. What is it, 422? We could actually do it because we're ahead of schedule. Next guest.
Oh, yeah, we're so ahead of schedule.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to leave. We were kind of grasping for air.
Oh, yeah, no, our brains had melted. We were looking at flyers.
And I didn't want to leave the chief backstage for 15 minutes. That would have been too much. But you know what? I'll share the screen. Do you want me, or do you want to handle it, or do you want me to do it? We'll start looking for. Oh, thank you, Greater Valley Chamber. Thank you for sticking in there, keeping us, letting us know that hey, yeah, we're still live. Because sometimes I've been confused about it.
Thank you for all of your support throughout this Great Give and other Great Gives in the past. And thank you for letting me surprise Eugene with those photos earlier. That was fun.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Should we go searching for nonprofits?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to? Do you want to share your screen?
How did we do this last year? Did we just?
I think we just literally went to like the list of Valley nonprofits, and we just started clicking on random ones to see.
Why don't you lead the way again? You know how to do it.
Okay, let me see right here. So, if I go to valleyindy.org. I just ruined our website. Sorry, hold on. I don't even know how I made the whole screen go that way. Somehow. Sorry.
Oh, and we have a text from Gene Falvo Sosnovich also announcing we've met our goal. Thank you, Gene.
Then if I go to the Valley Indy Valley nonprofit list, I have it up. I've made the, excuse me, I'm burping into a microphone. That's disgusting. And I don't even realize where I am because I've been on camera for too long. Let's see.
We are entering the final stretch
I know
of the Great Give, and in these last few hours, looking for other nonprofits in the Valley very close to meeting their goal. Going to pull them up and hopefully help push them over the edge. And what were you saying, Eugene?
Well, I was thinking if we could find, a smaller Valley nonprofit that is close to goal or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I was thinking. Let's see how animals, right? Everybody loves animals. Coco's animal rescue efforts of Seymour. They've had 14 donors, $675 raised. That's an option. What I'll do is I'll just put it in the chat. They don't have a goal stated. So I can't say like, oh, you're going to put them over the top. I do remember the most fun we had during the Great Give, it was either last year or the year before, Jasmine, where we did this and we found Derby Neck Library was like $100 away from hitting their goal. Do you remember this?
I do remember. Yeah, I was here, and I don't remember. It was either last year or the year before because those were the 2 years I was here. But
yeah, it was one of those, and like it was like 14 people watching. I think Kathy Moran was watching, and through the efforts of we were sharing the link, and the people who were watching, we raised like $100 for Derby Neck Library in the last hour. It was magic. It was so much fun. Mm-hmm. It was memories. So there's what did I just share?
Coco's animal rescue efforts of Seymour cares. They've been a Great Give guest in the past. We've got to get them back on at some point.
Yeah. So that's that one. And then if I go back to here, you got Connecticut Hurricanes. Here's what Derby Historical Society. We had Jim Gilday endorse them yesterday. Oh, they've reached their goal. They reached their goal and then some. They're at 110%. Congratulations, Derby Historical Society. That's awesome to see.
Woo! How's Derby Neck doing this year?
My neighborhood library, Derby Neck Library Association, they've raised $3,317, 22 donors. So they're doing pretty well. It's not a stated goal, but $3,000 is darn good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, Electronic Valley, we had Kaylee on earlier. It's a nice looking graphic right there. Look at that. Yeah. They raised 240 donors. So share this, right? They've had 8 donors. People want to support Kaylee and the Electronic Valley.
That helps support, I think she said server hosting costs and things of that nature, if I'm remembering correctly, because it costs money to keep a website up.
Oh, yeah. And then I think it's ourvalleyct.com has the calendar of events that's being formulated, and members of the public and groups that are hosting America 250 events over the next year or so can upload it or send it in ourvalleyct.com, which is also known as the Electronic Valley.
A continuation of what has for a long time been a very valuable community resource for the Valley.
Keep opening the wrong page. I apologize. Come on. How great is this? 1 second, we're talking about police accountability and a murder suspect captured. And then we're like, Friends of the Derby Neck Library. How are they doing? $1,328 raised, 17 donors. They're doing well. Back again for a second. Friends of the Ansonia Nature Center. In years past, they would work really hard during the Great Give and do all these live events. I guess they have a new boss, right? A new not boss, but you know what I mean, executive director.
Yeah. It's been a sort of transitional period because their longtime director just retired. I want to say back in December. So
past Great Give guest, and then whenever we would catch them live, we would try to, expand the audience, hopefully, in past Great Gives. So they're $4,600. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Our pals at the Boy Scouts. They've raised, wow. It is. People are really generous. Everybody we're clicking on has gotten some donations. $8,604, 20 donors. Housatonic Council, Scouting America. That's pretty awesome. Massaro Community Farm. They've raised $2,619. 33 donors. You know, a theme. We've had a bunch of nonprofits that talk or deal with food insecurity on all day, yesterday and today.
Sorry, another guest we need to bring back in the future. Kaylee Mahalko also repped them. I think she had a T-shirt supporting.
Oh, right. Here's Oxford Ambulance, which is a nonprofit.
Yes.
They've raised $450, so you can all support ambulance corps, right? Going back, sorry, I'm trailing off a little bit. I apologize. Our pals Project Purple across the hall. Seymour, okay. Seymour Food to Kids. Jasmine,
Guest we had on earlier.
we've had them on in the past, and this is an organization that gets food to kids, young kids that need it in the town of Seymour, right?
3,585 raised. Wow.
116 donors, and I think they were doing the 3 to 4 p.m. Wasn't that where they were doing like the power hour?
I think
type
so,
thing?
yeah, because if I remember correctly, I think their donation total kind of skyrocketed after that point.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because it was like at $200. I think we were looking at it.
It was. I think almost all of the donations came in right around then. So great coordination on their part, and also great work that they do. We interviewed them earlier. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. St. Mary's St. Michael's School.
Right, that's a Derby institution. You know, Catholic school, still a Catholic school tradition here in the Valley. You know, 2 Catholic schools. I'm thinking, well, actually, is there 3? Is there one in Shelton, or did that one close? But I'm sorry, but I'm not particularly familiar with Sheldon, but St. Mary, St. Michael, and Assumption School we're in the Great Give today. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Shop and Food Bank. We played there. Another food insecurity. They have a pantry, and we played their video twice. Wow, almost $10,000. Wow, 38 donors. That's impressive, huh? 44 years. 2025, we helped 22% more people, 7,688 to be exact, than we did in 2024. So that's really cool there.
That's great for them as they are looking to expand. They got approval from the city of Derby to expand to help meet the increased food insecurity needs.
Traveler on a Mission.
Yes.
Was on our podcast a week or 2 ago, and then Jasmine interviewed the founder yesterday. $2,245.
Yeah, really a great work that they do, and Tanea Henry, always a joy to speak with. One of yeah.
That's cool. I'm spamming our chat with URLs, which is definitely going to get us flagged. So I should probably stop doing that. But anyway, that's how people are doing. Everybody seems to be doing quite well. Valley Shakespeare Festival.
They started doing real well, if I remember correctly.
They made 104%. They raised $15,651, 91 donors. Their goal was 15,000. So congratulations, Tom Simonetti, the Valley YMCA, Central Connecticut Coast YMCA, $3,000. Yeah, everybody, we haven't seen a zero.
No, we haven't.
You know, so that's pretty cool. You know?
Yes, and I just want to send a second thank you to Tom Simonetti from the Valley Shakespeare Festival for always kickstarting this and giving me energy that lasts for like the first 6 hours of the Greek. If by this point my brain is melted again, but it is such a great kickstart for me. I couldn't think of a better way to kick this off every year.
And we were talking yesterday about, you know, I mean, we love doing the Great Give, but you know, it's a long day for us. And I was kind of saying the stretch that I was really kind of dreading the most, or at least looking forward to, was this last stretch, only because, you know, the way we did the schedule, we have like interview.
Right, we've been sort of breaking it up before. We had some videos, we had some interviews, so on and so forth, and then this stretch. But
you were saying the first stretch so far. For you, it was the first one. And not because of like the people we're interviewing, just you know, the kind of the
right, just the whole way that we've structured it and sort of our own what limited balance of work that we had. But the first stretch was wonderful. That one was also interview, and they were all great. So yeah, and oh, my brain melted again. I couldn't do the TV jobs. I don't know how they do it.
That's okay. I went to our
Donate. Well, actually, no. That's can't even be our club phrase anymore.
thegreatgive.org.
Thegreatgive.org.
I went to our page and it only said 98%. I was like, Jasmine lied. But
Fake news.
Leave that up for a second.
And it looks like we got one more donation after.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I saw 104 donors before, and it looks like 105 now.
I'll scroll down. Ms. Carol Kirby, thank you very much for your donation. And you said what you confirmed? Did you look? It was Bart Flaherty's donation that put us over.
Yep, it was that one.
I think Bart Flaherty was the first member of the public in our old office in Ansonia when we were brand new.
Oh,
he came by just to talk about what Ansonia is like, and at the time he was the chairman of the Ansonia Planning and Zoning Commission. So
yeah,
the circle is complete.
I first met him pretty soon after I started working here at a couple of meetings of the Ansonia Water Pollution Control Authority. He used to show up and he would give input as a member of the public. That board no longer exists, but yeah. Great guy, and also has supported the Valley Indy throughout the years with these donations. So thank you so much, and thank you for taking us over our donation goal for this year.
Should I play the music again? Wait, what do I have here?
This is WADS, Ansonia, Stratford, Trumbull.
Why was it Ansonia, Stratford, and Trumbull? Stratford and Trumbull border each other. What was Ansonia doing in that grouping?
Well, that radio station was based where the Big Y is now. That was
okay.
It was in Ansonia, and the way it would go. Wow, see, like you're making me feel old. So before like Spotify,
yeah,
a radio station, it would give its call letters, and it might not say every town it covers, but it would just give shout outs to certain towns. I think that's all that is. I don't know if they did that every single time. I mean, I only know of WADS from what people have told me, but it's Ansonia, Derby, Shelton. Their transmitter. So I know that was a blow to the Valley when they lost their radio station a long time ago. It became, I think, for a long time, it was a Spanish language, like religious channel or Christian channel, I think. Because I think the tower is actually, I think it's in Derby. I want to say, I don't really know, but I saw like randomly, I think that station is no longer using it, so I don't know what's transmitting from there, but I still have like a pipe dream of if like the Valley Indy, if somebody gave $1 million right now and we could buy the rights and whatever we need to do to transmit off that radio tower, like New Haven has a low powered FM radio station just serving, the Valley,
right?
Oxford, Shelton, Ansonia, Derby, Seymour. I think that would be huge.
That would be awesome.
Because then, once a year, we sort of turn into kind of a radio station. But if it was an operation where you bring kids in, I mean, I don't know. These are things I dream about.
It's important to always hold on to a couple of pipe dreams.
Yeah. So anyway, and this it's hard to find, like WADS stuff on YouTube. This is the only thing I could find is that one. And it was like recorded by somebody in Maryland. There's like radio junkies who might have recorded that because one time during the summer when they were on a boat somewhere, they suddenly picked up this random Ansonia station and they recorded it on the old boom box, and somehow it got uploaded to the internet. And there it is, little piece of audio history right there. Jasmine, right?
Well, thank you for the history lesson. I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick.
Oh, all right. I guess I'll just hang out here.
Well, I would.
I'm just kidding. Just joking. There's two jokes that I'm going to come back to all the time, right? I guess it's I guess it's their dad jokes. You know, I'm always going to say, "Oh, Jasmine went to Yale. Oh, she's fake." I'm just going to always do that. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, we got a, this is not for the viewing public, not necessarily for Jasmine. Seymour High School class of 1976 to be honored at the 2026 graduation. That's right. Oh, it is difficult to cover graduations. And whoever sent this in, you got to send a photo with us. We can't display this really without a photo. And I'm going to, photo. Fred Stanek, I believe you sent this in. Fred Stanek, I'm going to find you and give you a kiss if you can submit that with a photograph so we can better display your submission. But the Seymour High School class of 1976 to be honored at the 2026 graduation. Seymour High School, because when we put it online, text only, no one sees it and no one clicks it. It's just one of those things, one of those rules of the internet. Seymour High School administration and the Seymour High School Alumni Association are planning to honor members of the class of 1976 who graduated 50 years ago during the graduation ceremony for the class of 20. All right, sorry. So at this coming graduation ceremony at June 6th, they're going to honor the class of 1976. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't screenshot it because I'm on a PC and doing it through a PC rots. So that's going on. I am officially out of stuff to say. 4:41, we're going to have Rochelle coming in at, not coming in, but virtually at 5 p.m. A lot of news going on the state level, particularly regarding funding to our school districts. We heard topic of discussion at the Seymour Board of Finance meeting last night. And I know there was a press release with a bunch of canned quotes from politicians talking about the additional money going to Ansonia public schools. So we'll ask about that. Going on. This is coming up Sunday, May 17th. Home Run Derby. Knock ALS out of the park. This is an event being organized by Vincent Nuzzo, who is a Derby High School student. He's a member of the National Honor Society, and he's on the baseball team. And he's organizing this home run derby to benefit ALS United of Connecticut. It's at 75 Chatfield Street, the beautiful Payden Park. Gates open at 9 a.m. It's a whole community event, food, prizes. They're doing a rain or shine. They're going to have a DJ. They're going to have raffles. They're going to put me in a dunk tank if there was one big enough. Hey! And you can search valleyindy.org for a story we did on that a couple of weeks ago. Also coming up, Ansonia Animal Shelter, a Women's Day event at the Senior Center in Ansonia, 65 Main Street, May 9th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Amazing food by Hillside Cafe and Pub while it lasts. So that's like a craft fair type thing. And there's all kinds of stuff going on. Coming up May 9th, right? Oh, that's right. Mother's Day is what? Sunday?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh,
let me double check on this real quick.
I got to print this one out. And now I'm going to step out. I've been sitting here staring and wondering if my eyes are bleeding, but I'll be right back.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
won't mute you though. Or maybe I'll be cruel and mute you.
Oh, that's fine either way. Which flyers did you pull up? So
I just did the Ansonia Women's Day one, and I did the Derby Home Run Derby.
Okay,
and I think that's it. Those are the only ones.
Cool. I'll keep running through them then. See, we have coming up from the Connecticut Hurricanes Veterans Appreciation Concert 2026, and that is May 9th. That is a Saturday, 2 days from now at the Seymour Middle School Auditorium, featuring Connecticut Hurricanes Drum and Bugle Corps, Connecticut Alumni Drum and Bugle Corps, a whole bunch more. There's a full list here. That'll be a wonderful performance. I believe it is it's an indoor performance. I think we talked about this during our interview yesterday. But great music event. Helps support the American Legion Post. This is the work opportunity flyer that we accidentally downloaded. But the carnival starts today. That is May 7th. Yes. Yeah, it starts today. Veterans Memorial Park in Shelton. The Coleman Bros Carnival is up and operating. Ansonia High School class of 1976. Their 50-year reunion is in September. The Birchwoods of Oak Lane Country Club in Woodbridge. The Derby Elks Lodge is having a jukebox matchup. Eugene and I were trying to puzzle out what a jukebox matchup is. Maybe it's karaoke. If you know what it is, let us know. It's May 16th, 7 p.m., $20 per person, 73 Elizabeth Street in Derby. We just recently had Nicole on from the VCF from VCF and Celebrate Shelton to talk about food trucks on the river. Friday, May 29th, Saturday, May 30th in Shelton. Always a wonderful event. Rain date, May 31st. CelebrateShelton.com has more information on upcoming stuff in Shelton, who will also, I believe, be doing some cool stuff for America 250, the Derby Scout Gang Show, May 9th, also this Saturday, Derby United Methodist Church at 7:30 p.m. I'm going to take a quick drink of water. And coming up on, if I can read correctly, Saturday, May 16th, Bucherati is hosting a Breaking Boards and Bread event, and it will benefit Seymour Food to Kids, who we just had on. We had them on, I believe, this morning at 9:30. That was a wonderful interview, wonderful cause, worth going out and supporting. So that is, I think that's most of the flyers. There are some upcoming car shows in Oxford. If you're into car shows, go for it. But this one is in July. It benefits it's at the Oxford Center Firehouse. Pre-registration $12, registration at show $15. AJ from the Chaz and AJ show will be there. A little closer to now, there will be this Memorial Day car show to benefit disabled American veterans. May 25th, 24 Holly Road in Oxford. Are car shows in Oxford a thing, like an institution? Because I feel like I always see one whenever I'm driving through Oxford, but I don't know if that's just confirmation bias or if there is something to that. But there are 2 of them coming up. Oh, Memorial Day parades are coming up in Ansonia, I believe Derby and Seymour. May 24th, here's some information on Ansonia's Memorial Day parade. I believe, if your organization, group, or a business is interested in participating, this flyer is a few days old, but I think, I don't know, if interested, contact the mayor's office or the Ansonia Cultural Commission to find out. It is...
Want a way out of here?
What did you... Oh, a way out of here?
I'm just quoting the Road Warrior.
Oh, okay.
They can't hear me.
Right, I know. I'm hearing one-liners from Eugene in the background and completely misinterpreting them, as often happens in this office, as happens very, very often. It's kind of a recurring theme where I haven't seen any movies or TV shows ever because I am uncultured. I watch YouTube. I watch my pet streamers. Oh, and the Beacon Host Carnival, June 25th through 27th. I don't have it on me. I can run to... Okay. But, yeah, if you need it, just let me know. I can pick it up. It'll be like 5 minutes. But, yeah, I had after we left yesterday, I had a pulsing headache. I got home, took some ibuprofen. I was good. It seems I've transferred my illness on to Eugene.
I forgot my mic was on, so maybe they could hear me. Sorry about that.
Maybe.
I just got to check in on the homestead real fast.
It's currently 4:48 p.m. Here in about 12 minutes, we are going to have Representative Rochelle on. Curious to learn more about the state budget, which has been all the news lately throughout a bunch of different outlets. However, we have been doing this for pretty much this entire news cycle, so there's a lot of stuff that we've missed, a lot of stuff to catch up on. Let's see, we just had on Seymour Police Chief John Bucherati. That was a wonderful conversation. We started a little early on that one, I think around 3:45, 3:50, but if you back up there, you can always watch that. It was a great interview, hit a lot of different topics. And then after we have Representative Rochelle on, and then it will be dinner time. And after that, we'll be coming back at 7 p.m. we will be having a call-in guest, a frequent guest that helps us close out the Great Give annual live streams. Jay Carlucci of the Dude Drop In. Potentially another guest at 7:30. I don't really know what's happening with that, but we will have Jay Carlucci here, and that will be wonderful. And then at 8 p.m., we'll take a look back. We'll take a look back at all of the donations. We'll take a moment to sort of celebrate the Great Give and everything that it is, and all of the wonderful donations that have flowed through over the course of these 36 hours. And then after that, I will be going home and I will be sleeping for 16 hours.
Yeah. After this, I'll go home. I'll be asleep. Well, no, I'm still gonna be here at 8 o'clock. But I mean, my bedtime's usually like 9 o'clock anyway. I'm like I get up at 5 or 6 to take the kid to school. You know what I'm saying? Can you dig it?
May is, I think.
Can you dig it?
I think after the Great Give, it's the one time of year where I kind of have a normal sleep schedule because it always resets me. I normally sleep 1, 2, 3 a.m. I'm very night owl-ish. Then once the Great Give hits going into it, I think Tuesday night I went to sleep at 3 a.m. Woke up at 5. And then I was here for the full day. Got a full night of sleep last night. I went home, crashed, and immediately came back here upon waking up.
I had trouble getting to sleep last night. I don't think I went to sleep till about 2 o'clock. I was listening to a podcast, and I just slept on my couch. I wasn't going to bother my wife. I just,
Oh yeah, no,
with my phone next to me, I was listening to Misery Loves Company.
I went home, immediately collapsed, and I was out. Well, I took some ibuprofen first, but then I don't know, maybe that helped. But yeah, so after the Great Give, it's always that resets my sleep schedule. I briefly become a morning person. I get to experience the May springtime. It's beautiful, and then my sleep schedule starts to slip again.
Jasmine, earlier we were talking about we were wondering what happened last night at the Seymour Board of Finance, and Jean, I think, texted me at some point. She said, okay, here's the skinny.
Oh, awesome.
New overall combined town and school bottom line in Seymour, $69,754. I'm sorry, $69.7 million. That's an increase of $1.5 million or 2.29% over the current budget. The new proposed mill rate in Seymour is 28.64, which is an increase of 0.92 mils or 3.3% mill rate.
Okay.
So the next budget, I guess, when it goes to referendum, and again, I haven't talked to Jean. We don't have a story. We reserve the right to be wrong on this, but it looks like it'll go to the polls with a 28.64 mill rate, which is a mill rate increase of almost 1 mil. So we'll see what happens there. The other thing, there was a very technical discussion, and I don't know, a lot of times it's always like, what do you write about? That real technical discussion, does that really matter to the people? Do they need to go and see how the sausage was made with some of those decisions, or do they just tell them the bottom line is here's what you want to know, here's what the mill rate will be under this proposed budget? But the other thing she was saying, the town, or she said they're using $476,000 an education grant from the state, booking that as revenue, which in turn they cut from that exact amount from the school budget bottom line. See, it gets so in the weeds. I don't know if this even really matters to the average person who's going to pick up the Valley Indy and read it.
I feel like sometimes it's a difficult balance to strike. Sometimes complicated things need to be boiled down, and because the whole thing is, I guess, like the counter argument. I would not even counter argument, but the other perspective I would
just say we're not writing for the people in the room, though. We're not. This isn't Board of Finance Weekly.
Well, no, absolutely. But what I would throw out is
this isn't bond rating times.
Right. Correct. But
this isn't This Week in Fund Balance.
All right.
I'm just kidding with you, Jasmine.
If I've just read in the CT Mirror that they're throwing out however many hundreds of thousands of dollars to my town, I probably do want to have some idea of where that ended up, right? And it's difficult to sometimes it can be difficult to figure out because it's, who knows? It's going to be trying to figure that out for Ansonia. It's complicated. It is just complicated.
And there's the political aspect of it happening too. If you have a Democratic legislature and a local, it gets a little this is no good. It's all over the place. But as I was reading that, I was just thinking to myself, okay, I live in Seymour. Do I need to know all that? Right.
Mhm.
And I know they talk, it's important. I'm not saying it's not important, but do people know, do they need to know how the sausage was made to that extent? Or are you just
Right.
telling people, don't read this, stop reading? You know what I mean? That's my, and I think like my first 11 years in local reporting at a weekly, that's all I wrote was stories that were impenetrable because they were all just in, this week in bond rating.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think
I gotta get my cup of coffee.
that's definitely my first year here. At least I think that's all of my stories where they were pretty impenetrable for a while. That was a habit I had to curb. It's very easy to fall into because it tends to take up a lot of the discussions at meetings, because
you want to honor the people in the room and actively represent, but at the same time, you can't, no one wants to read meeting minutes.
Right. It gets technical fast, and those technicalities can take an hour and a half for any sort of consensus to be reached on. But at the end of the day, the hour and a half of arguments isn't necessarily the story. The top of the story is what did they end up deciding on? Yeah. But yeah, just sitting in those meetings for so long, it can sort of skew your perception. That's one of the things we have to.
We reach our goal. We could do a celebratory Coors Light chug. Only the top shelf here at the Valley Indy. Top shelf.
Right.
Liga.
How long have those been in the fridge?
They've been in the fridge 24 hours.
Yeah, that's true. We've had the fridge for 24 hours.
What is there, an expiration date on beer? What are you talking
I don't
about?
know.
Yeah, they were sitting in the office, I don't know, a couple of months. I think since winter.
Yeah, we're giving them time to mature, like wine.
Beer lasts forever, I thought, right?
I thought so too.
A couple of months. You don't want to leave. They weren't in the sunlight. They will skunk on you when the sunlight gets it. Smooth. Oh, we're gonna have Rochelle's gonna be here any second. We prepared nothing.
No,
Okay?
nothing at all.
Partisan people and political people out there. We don't have follow-ups. We don't know what's going on at the state, so prepare to get mad at us. But we're gonna try to. We'll ask. Okay.
Yeah, I wrote down on a notepad earlier. I wrote down Rochelle, where I meant to write down some questions in advance, and then I just didn't. So we're going into this unprepared. It'll be fun.
Great, Jasmine. Thank you. But we do know that there was extra education funding.
Yes.
Kicked out. And the counter argument to that is that, well, you're increasing funding, but the whole formula should be changed, and it should be, it should have been changed years ago. You hear that in Ansonia and Derby to some extent, that the whole way they decide education funding should be changed. But I guess then the other news that came out, it was Ansonia up there in Hartford was fuel cell related. We've been calling it a bailout. Somehow I think state legislature might not be calling it that, but just we'll find out what it is.
Yeah. This is sort of a tangent, but I was just thinking of the whole conversation of impenetrability and making sure we're writing things that make sense. There was a meeting I went to recently, and I love public sessions because that is how you hear what people from the public are thinking. That is a way that anyone can communicate with the government. Hopefully, voice your point of view, and also if you have them, get some questions answered. But there was a really enlightening moment, I think, at a recent meeting. I don't even remember which board this was. It might have been the tax board. It might have been the alderman. But there's a whole discussion over school funding. The state takes up a part of that. The state kicks in some funds, and some of that money is called education cost sharing, ECS for short. So for a lot of the meeting, there was a whole presentation, and everyone is talking about ECS funding for like 20 minutes straight, just sort of a back and forth over what are the ECS numbers, should the ECS formula be adjusted. And one of the first speakers to get up from the public during public session, he just went, "What is ECS?" And it was like, oh yeah, at no point was it ever clarified that this is fun. And so they clarified it afterwards, but it's Yeah, it's sometimes you need to be reoriented because you get lost in these meetings and then you get lost in the jargon too. And
right, and that's why I love agenda packets and things like that. And that's what we know when there's going to be a budget presentation. We've always said, hey, can we get a copy of that before the meeting so we can follow along? Because otherwise, you just might as well be in another language,
right?
That's it's important that the language should be accessible to the average person. You shouldn't need to have a finance degree to figure out how your tax dollars are being spent.
Agreed.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm adding lots of insight here.
No. I don't have anything either. I'm sort of I'm loopy, but we did meet our goal. Thank you so much. 101%. Donate.valleyindy.org. You don't have to do that anymore. Go to thegreatgive.org and find one of 59. We've been saying 65 this whole time. Somebody told me 65, and I have it in writing, but it's actually 59.
Oh, 59.
Valley nonprofits participating.
So we conjured up an additional 6 but 59 nonprofits.
We've been overselling it, but yeah, it's 59, not 65.
And we did just get a donation not that long ago from Maria Blackwell of the Derby Elks. Thank you so much.
Oh, that was very nice. Yes. We were playing that video a couple of minutes ago. We played that one twice, and I will be writing sort of, and this is probably for both of us, one way we can kind of have some content is to take some of these standalone videos, the pre-tape that we did, and turn them into short stories with the video at the top of the page.
Right.
So kind of a pre-written stuff. And like I said, we're double dipping. And the short ones are great. So that'll be that we got that going for us.
It'd be nice to write up like the high school stories, for instance, just because we don't get a chance to do that as much.
No, yeah, it's like feature stories. Yeah, that is tougher.
Yeah,
because you have to stop what you're doing. It's like Jasmine, okay, or Gene, that Seymour budget stuff, or that ZBA meeting that we're getting inundated with messages about. Forget it. Do this. That's why more staff. More staff is the answer. So it's tough to do it all.
Yeah, the core of our job is what our local governments are doing, but it is nice whenever there is an opportunity to sort of branch out and shine a spotlight on other parts of the community too.
Yeah, and we do have. I mean, speaking of, we were just how much time is left in that? That was 2 minutes. Let me get rid of that.
Oh, I think we have State Representative Kara Rochelle.
Oh, cool. So joining us is a newsmaker, state lawmaker, represents Ansonia and the city of Derby up in Hartford. Welcome back to the Great Give live stream, Kara Rochelle.
Hey, everybody.
Rochelle, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Pretty good. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you've had a long couple of days. We've had a long couple of days.
Hanging in okay?
This might just turn into a conversation about, I don't know, Star Trek. Who knows where this is going to go?
Star Wars?
But yeah, that's true. Star Trek stinks. But I am looking forward to. I couldn't track down Dave Leonard this year from Derby. I hope everything's okay, or maybe he's just blocked me. But usually we have him on, and we got a Star Wars movie to talk about, the Boba Fett Grogu thing, or whatever his name is, the Mandalorian Grogu. I'm gonna go see that.
He's probably at Disney.
True, yeah, there's Disney people. But so we've been locked in this room for like 48 hours, but we keep seeing these headlines, and then like we get people mentioning us. Apparently at the state legislature, it's Hartford. I mean, Ansonia. There's a lot going on with the city of Ansonia. It sounds like there's a bailout regarding the fuel cell in the city of Ansonia. We've been using the word bailout, but we don't know if that's accurate.
So we did get a additional bailout for the budget. And there was language. So I'll explain that. I'll explain the town aid for both towns, and then we can talk a little bit about the fuel cell if you'd like. So there was a few things that happened with the budget this year. Statewide, we did additional increases in education funding and in town aid. And then on top of that, because Ansonia's situation is so dire, Senator Cabrera and I were able to get an additional $3.25 million as bridge funding to help with the particularly difficult situation. I mean, they have a $10 million deficit alone. They're trying to fill a $17 million gap. And so, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay?
Yeah,
You broke up right before you started going into the numbers.
Yeah. Way to sabotage us.
There was a pop
Right
on
as you
my
said,
screen.
I believe you heard $10 million, and then it was just nothing.
Yeah, so obviously the town has been having tremendous difficulty cleaning up some of the fiscal mess from previous years, and that's really a long-term issue. It's going to get fixed with one silver bullet, but we were able to advocate to our colleagues and really press the issue and say, listen, Ansonia's in a tough way. We need more funding for Ansonia to get them through this. It doesn't mean that they're not going to have a tax increase. I have no doubt they are, but this helps to blunt the worst of it and create a pathway to more stability and really
State Rep
protect
Rochelle, the connection is not working.
So that was important. Can you hear me?
Now you know what we can do? I
Hello?
can hook I don't think she can hear us either.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
A little bit.
I can hear you.
Okay.
You keep breaking up.
It's been a little in and out.
Yeah, but your signal keeps breaking.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're gonna hope for smooth sailing from here out. I do apologize for that. I'm not sure what's going on with my computer.
An option is you could call me. Why don't you give me a call? Let me hook my cell phone. Here's what we're gonna do. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna hook my cell phone up to the Roadcaster, and we'll make this a radio call, and it'll be voice only because I don't think this is gonna work.
Okay, whatever you prefer.
All right, give me 5 minutes to hook it up.
I thought, is your phone not already hooked up? I thought I heard you typing on it.
Oh yeah, maybe. So
yeah, I hear you typing right now.
Oh,
I think
all
you're
right.
hooked up.
State Rep Rochelle, call us right now. Let me go like that. Oh, you know what we can do real fast is you want to grab a photo of her, and we can do one of those on the phone.
Gotcha.
But I don't think that was going to work.
Let's see.
And I'll start by asking her a trivia question. Who was?
How do I put up like a photo overlay with the on the phone thing?
You just put the photo up, and then we'll put a banner underneath saying "on the phone." I mean, we don't have to, but it would be fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we are going to get. Here we go.
Make sure, and if this doesn't work, I'll have to call her. Oh, it's giant, huh? Yeah, that works. People are sick of looking at us. Hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, that's I think much better. Jasmine, can you hear?
Yep, I hear great.
All right, yeah, sorry about that, but you were saying we could just start over. There was Ansonia news coming out of Hartford the last couple of days, and you were talking about extra state aid that's coming down to help municipalities and school districts, and specifically Ansonia.
Yeah, so I can give you the funding for both towns if you'd like. We really worked hard to make sure that every town got a big boost this year. So for Derby education funding, there's an increase of $439,618. And that's on top of, everything else they normally get. And there's additional town aid too of $426,691. So Derby's getting over $850,000 increase. And then we also, for them, there was some land that was left over from the Route 34 widening that the state owned, several parcels actually. And we do a process called conveyance where the towns can buy back the land from the state so they can do things like development, which obviously all the land, on the south side of Main Street needs to be used for redevelopment. But to save the Derby taxpayers money, we did get a state agency, the Connecticut Redevelopment Authority, to pick up the tab for that. So that's going to save them about $500,000 as well. And then when you flip to to Ansonia, their increases on the education side are $939,491 in total amongst all the different education grants. And then supplemental town aid is $279,502. And then we add in the essential bailout money, $3,250,000, which is one-time funds to help stabilize them as they bridge this crisis at the moment.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, Jasmine, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask, because I know the proposed budget in Ansonia, the last time I saw it, there was supposed to be $3 million in one-time revenue used, essentially being drawn from the reserves. Is this intended to sort of replace that?
So it is not my place to tell the towns how to move their money around. This was, George and I just really focused on getting the most that we could. And it'll be up to the alderman and the mayor to decide exactly, how they want to apply it and how they want to move things around.
But you said it still looks likely that Ansonia will have a mill rate increase. Is that correct?
I mean, I think just being realistic with the enormity of the financial crisis, you're talking about years and years of multi-million-dollar deficits. From the presentation that was done earlier in the year, they were looking at $10 million annual budget gaps to fill. Working with the state budget, I know that that you have to be realistic about exactly what is feasible mathematically. So I can't speak for the town, and I don't know all their internal conversations. But I would be surprised if there wasn't an increase of some kind. And I live here too. I'm a taxpayer too, so we always want the least amount possible for folks.
And in terms of the education funding increase that's coming down there, this Ansonia Public Schools, Jasmine had sent out pink slips.
I didn't send out pink slips. I reported
Jasmine.
that.
Did I say Jasmine?
Yeah, you said Jasmine sent out pink slips.
I didn't mean to reveal your hatred of education and teachers, but anyway. All right, go ahead. Well, you asked the question. They had pink slips and now they're not being fired, is what I'm right? Jasmine?
Yeah, I mean, the superintendent will have the final information. But I knew that they had a $920,000 goal of what they needed to close as a gap. And so I was very happy when I was able to call, the mayor, the Board of Ed, the superintendent, and let them know about that.
Yeah, and in my information, your office sent out a press release, and Superintendent DeBacco was quoted in that release as saying, hey, we were going to do these layoffs possibly, and now we don't have to do that because of this extra money. So I'm still confused, like the whole fuel cell thing between maybe you and Jasmine can straighten this out for me. So what this extra money is because of the fuel cell issue?
No. This money has nothing to do with the fuel cell. There was legislative language passed to address the fuel cell issue. Because frankly, the fact that the city essentially promised the project two different businesses was one major part, but of several major flaws that made the project just really unviable and unworkable to actually get shovels in the ground. So it required a legislative fix because it was so complicated. And I won't try. We'd be here for all night going into all of the complex details of exactly all the flaws in it. And I do know that, with what we passed, it creates a path. There's still regulatory review and some things that need to line up in order to, get shovels in the ground and get things moving. But there was no path before. This clears the path and puts some bridges in place. It makes it possible to move forward. So I believe in June, there's going to be a larger presentation from the city to kind of do a deep dive into this and really explain to the public all of the elements of what occurred with that project and what's occurring now.
Now, I'm very fatigued and I'm operating off of half memory here. So correct me if I get anything wrong at any point. I feel like I remember at some point recently hearing Mayor Frank Tishka in Ansonia say that there was one of the roadblocks, one of the issues was Pura saying we want projects of this particular size. And the fuel cell project in Ansonia was not supposed to be that particular size. Is that at all related? Does that ring a bell? Was there some adjustment to...
There are certain laws and regulation in place across the state for all projects, and the area of clean energy projects and energy projects in general is has a lot of engineers involved regarding what's safe, regarding what qualifies for certain credits and other things of that nature, so the project that was crafted by the Bucherati administration just didn't fit anything. It didn't work. I mean, there was a lot of problems with it. And again, I know there's going to be a longer conversation about this to kind of go over every single detail with it. I don't want to say too much and speak for the administration, but I will say that there was a lot of multiple meetings with multiple agencies and lawyers in order to sort out a path and a legislative fix to make this even viable, to put a path forward and be able to get to a point where we could possibly move it forward. And there was also some discussion on the floor of the House yesterday. And once our staff is all sleeping today, and once our staff comes back, I'm going to try to pull a clip so folks can see kind of the exchange that occurred on the floor of the House when this was brought up yesterday.
Okay, gotcha. So the state did not cement a fuel cell deal. The state altered some regulations. Is what I'm hearing.
We had to do something specific, not statewide, but specific to this project. Because it was so irregular, we'll say.
Okay, gotcha. And I thought I saw somewhere in the press release that was sent out. Was there, Eugene? I'm sort of passing it back to you. I'm sort of passing off the baton. But was there something about two fuel cell project, like two fuel cell projects possibly moving forward? I know this is sort of more on the Ansonia city side, but.
I don't know. I mean, the only thing that I wanted to add.
I want to encourage you guys. I think because this is such a, while I do have, details about what the game plan is, it's really not my place. I do want to, give them time to kind of put it together in a way that is really easy for the public to kind of get all the elements together and understand. Because there's, there was a meeting that we had that had 3 agencies, a cadre of lawyers, and about 25 people in the room to figure out an answer to how to fix this problem for Ansonia. And so it was not as simple as a soundbite, I guess you could say, as far as, all of the elements of what had to be worked through on an extremely unorthodox situation in order to find a solution that will essentially save Ansonia financially. I mean, the reality is that that blew a $4.5 million hole that was just unaccounted for between the $3 million annual payment that for fuel that wasn't, fuel cell that wasn't built or producing energy, and plus the revenue that didn't exist. And if you think about that in terms of a mill rate increase, that's like a 16, 17, 18% increase if this doesn't get solved. And that's just from this one project snafu. And so it was a high priority to it took months of work to get to a solution that all parties could agree to get some language, changed to target this issue.
So there's been really limited reporting on this so far. The only thing that we've seen so far was a Mark Pazniokas story from, I guess it's from the Mirror originally, but I saw it on News from the States. Shout out to the CT Mirror for winning a Pulitzer, huh? Woo! That's pretty good. We got third place for third best podcast in Connecticut. But there were some concerns raised by Republicans about transparency. I'm reading from the article. Some of the provisions, and this is talking about the latest state budget. Some of the provisions initially were hard to decipher, especially sections that seem to neutralize jurisdiction by Pura and the Connecticut Siting Council over a $63.6 million fuel cell project in Ansonia. And this is a quote from State Senator Ryan Fazio. He said, "This is not how our state government should operate. It is not an open, transparent, and reasonable process." So I guess from my interpretation of what I just read, There's some concerns on the Republican side about how this deal came about. And how would you
That's really
respond
interesting. I find that very interesting because it didn't seem concerned when there was some very opaque and we'll say unprofessional, to be polite, behavior going on with the creation of the fuel cell project. We could call it professional malfeasance. There's lots of other things it can be called. But this unorthodox solution became because of the incredibly unorthodox problem. And I think that the exchange on the floor of the House yesterday with Chairman Steinberg and somebody who was questioning the project, is very enlightening. Chairman Steinberg chairs the Energy and Technology Committee that creates laws around this. And I will also say that this does not overstep PURA. It allows them to re-examine the situation. And so they still have, we cannot get laws through that overrule a state agency in that fashion. This is allowing them to re-examine it based on the information at hand.
Okay, Jasmine, do you have any more questions about the state aid that's coming down? If not, we could move on to another.
I think we can move on for now. The questions are not fully formulating in my brain.
It's okay. We're all tired today. It's okay.
I do want to return to it in the future, and
we need the mayor of Ansonia to return our phone call.
Yeah, exactly. I do have plenty of questions for Frank Tishka as well. I am curious about Eugene. I think you had mentioned earlier, sort of the education funding and the ECS formula and sort of what's happening with that. And I already lost the articulation of the question.
Well, here we got a question from a reader.
Oh, okay.
Somebody online, and I think I assume this is aimed at Representative Rochelle. What role did you play to help our city of Ansonia?
Well, there's a lot of ways to answer that. Obviously, advocating for the additional town aid to stabilize the taxes, both the statewide funding. That there's always a lot of proposals that come up. At one point, there had been discussions. The governor wanted to do mailed out checks, and I said, wait a second. We all kind of said, no, we need to do something that is stable and will help with local property taxes. And so we really pushed to say, no, we're doing this infusion of money into the towns for education and for town aid. And then obviously very directly, the $3.25 million wouldn't have happened if not for the, extreme, advocacy and efforts that we put in on that front. The fuel cell, would have been, fiscally fatal to Ansonia had we not put in a lot of time to educate various officials about the necessity to do this very unorthodox fix for a highly irregular problem. And then there's also just various policies, right? And so, for example, on the fire front, and for all first responders, I was involved in writing.
Wait, hold on. I'm supposed to ask you about that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, I did have, and I had asked you this because a reader reached out, a volunteer firefighter for a very long time in Derby, and was talking about a particular bill that I guess you had sponsored. And so I guess the particular bill he had referenced didn't make it, but you were just talking about others.
Yeah, so we did a lot for workers, for first responders, for healthcare workers, for teachers this year. There was a big priority bill called 5003. I was one of the main writers of the bill, main people working on it. And amongst the things in there included for police, fire, and EMS, we're putting together and funding a home buyer assistance program. So if you're a volunteer firefighter in Ansonia and you've served at least 5 years, there's going to be a program available to help you buy a home in your community. Same for police and EMS. And then we're also doing a tuition waiver program for state colleges and universities, which is another important thing to do so our first responders know how appreciated they are, and it is another way to support them. On specifically the fire front, I authored legislation to get additional funding to our regional fire schools so they can offer free and reduced cost classes and live burns, which will also not only save volunteer firefighters money, but save towns money, and also authored legislation to establish a grant program for junior firefighter programs, like the one that was just established in Ansonia. These programs really help young people to understand all the mechanics that go into volunteer firefighting, and we find that it's a really great workforce pipeline to get into that. And then on a more somber note, there was a policy that we put forward and passed. God forbid somebody falls in the line of duty as a volunteer firefighter, their family will be eligible for 5 years of health care covered by the state of Connecticut.
And I know, Representative Rochelle, years ago we had talked about it was a PTSD related bill related to police officers that you were championing. Did that move forward?
So we're still fighting for that one. It is incredibly frustrating. The context I will always say is that it took 30 years to pass the first PTSD bill, and this provision to expand it. I've been fighting wildly for it, and working really hard on it. I find that the insurance companies and CCMs, Connecticut Council of Municipalities, tend to object to it. And so we are working really hard to overcome those obstacles.
And we do have a question. I think this goes back to the new state aid that's coming from Anger Management 4766. He says, he asks, how much money is it just a one-time grant or transaction? I think the question, I think he's asking, the new state aid that's coming down, it's 1 year, or is this the new level of funding for the city from the state?
The education funding will be repeated. That is a new increase in education funding. So that those numbers I quoted are not the whole amount the towns are getting. I think Ansonia gets like 22, 23 million. I have to look at the exact. Oh, in fact, I have them in front of me. Hold on. So Ansonia, you add up the, 21 million, 22 million, about 22, 23 million dollars for Ansonia, just doing some quick math with adding up lines on the chart in front of me. And then Derby, I can pull up as well. But essentially, education money always repeats. The infusion of the supplemental town aid that everyone in the state got is a one-time infusion. And then the $3.25 million is a one-time infusion to stabilize the community. And then obviously, if we're going to look at that again next year, depending on how much progress Ansonia makes. Just to see exactly if they need additional assistance. We're really trying to get them over the hump because there were so many, there's obstacles right now. There's obstacles of things that were not funded properly in the budget. And we got to figure out making sure that we have an honest budget in front of us locally.
Quick clarification. In Ansonia, is it the 939,000 number? Is that the adjustment? Is that what education is going to be each year? Or is that the 279,000 number? Because I wrote them both down.
The 939 is the increased education. That's the increased amount of education money.
Okay. So
that adds into all the other education money that Ansonia already gets, and that will be repeated. And next year, we're looking to do a full overhaul of ECS. The governor put together a panel that will be meeting over the next 6 months and working through really drilling down into every nuance. The formula for education funding is actually several formulas that interact with each other. And so they're really going to be looking at, where do we go from here to provide additional resources and supports and make sure that it's as fair as possible.
And then switching gears, I know last week there was a press conference at the Derby train station, Derby Shelton train station, to talk about improvements being made to the Waterbury line. When's the work going to start? Do you remember?
It will be starting momentarily. That ceremony was because it's going to be starting. I can get you the exact date if you'd like. There will be bus service in place of train service for about 8 months. The reason that they're doing that is to speed up getting the whole project done. If they didn't switch to bus service, it would take about 1.5 years or 2 years to get all of the rail line work done. By swapping it out for bus service, they'll be able to get it done much quicker to get the rails, get the trains back on the tracks and get them moving. The upgrades to the train stations, Ansonia's is about $29 million. Derby's was about the same last I checked. They just, finished doing all the bids. And they're actually going to have to move a little bit of the rails in Ansonia, which is what drove up the price, in order to make the station fit. Because these are 350-foot long stations, raised platforms. They have technology so that they'll never ice up, so people won't slip and fall on them. These are going to have the electronic ticket information and real-time updates on if the trains are delayed. Weather protections, and Derby's going to have a full indoor sitting area with bathrooms and possibly even a little coffee shop in there.
Yeah, and go ahead, Jasmine. You
Oh no, so I was just gonna say, so once this is all said and done, the train stations along the Waterbury branch line will look like that main Metro North Railroad, or like the stations along the main. Oh, okay.
And then, do you happen to know a question from anger management? You got a one-on-one with State Rep Rochelle. Thanks for helping us out with these great questions. I actually appreciate it very much. Do you know who was awarded the contract for the Derby and Ansonia train station?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I can always contact DOT and ask. They have a bidding process, and so it's a great question, but I don't know exactly who got the bid.
That might even be a Google thing, because the state's pretty good at if you Google it, anger
Making
management,
it publicly available.
Yeah, you might be able to track that down yourself. But all right, so really, those are all the questions that I had, Representative Rochelle. It's already been about a half hour, but is there anything else you wanted to? I mean, we have time. I'm not trying to rush you off or be rude, but is there anything else you wanted to talk about from this session?
I mean, I'm happy to share. There's some really good policy highlights. For being a short session, we got a lot done, and things ran really efficiently. So there was protections in for nurses and for teachers and paraprofessionals. You name it. It was in SB or HB 5003. There was also some really great things, like we added another $300 million to the early child care endowment, which once it gets fully endowed, is going to be expanding child care slots and affordable child care slots across the state substantially. We know that child care is incredibly expensive for families, and we're working to resolve that. We did free school breakfast so that families can get their kids to school and not have to worry about putting breakfast on the table first, and help defray costs that way. There's a caregiver tax credit, so if you're taking care of an elderly or disabled family member, you can help defray the costs with that. And then paying down our past pension debt. We are fiscally responsible. I always remind folks that there were 70 years in which legislators and governors on both sides of the aisle were not paying into the pension funds, or not paying enough into the pension funds. And so about a dozen years ago, the minimum payments started to get paid. Think about it this way. They weren't even paying their minimums on their credit cards, essentially. So about a dozen years ago, they started paying the minimums. And then during my time in office, we've been accelerating that. We're actually second fastest in the nation to pay that down. And the more you pay down your credit cards, less interest you have. Same thing applies with the pension debt. And so we're saving money in that front. And then I just want to highlight, I was a big person helping to write SB4, which was, has anyone ever heard of surveillance pricing? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, that's when the evil AI bots track your. Actually, you could probably explain it better than I can. I assume
we can call them the evil AI bots. That's okay. So
it's the grifters. It's the damn internet grifters.
I mean, yes, in large greedy corporations, but essentially, if you're ordering, say, from Instacart or from Uber Eats or anywhere else on the internet with your phone, they can access your data. And so if, for example, you're a mom, they probably know that from your ordering patterns. And maybe they're going to increase the price of milk on you because they know that you are a mom and you need milk and you're going to pay more. Or they may know that you rely on a certain medicine and increase the price on that. So that is really unethical. There was a great report that was put out about 1.5 years, 2 years ago by the Federal Trade Commission about the issue. And so I've been an advocate all year, introduced a bill on this issue. Even got Zephyr Teachout, who's an antitrust law professor at Fordham University, to testify about this. And we passed legislation to ban surveillance pricing, which will,
Does that bill, does it have teeth? Does it have a way to enforce the surveillance pricing ban? What's stopping companies from running around it and doing it anyway?
Well, we put provisions in there as far as fines and as far as having the Attorney General's office, have the ability to go after them for this. This is the same question that you have with other antitrust violations. So you may remember early on in Tong's career, and it took several years, but they were able to prove that generic prescription drug companies were price fixing. And when they subpoenaed these drug companies, they call it burying you in paper. The drug companies sent back boxes and boxes and boxes of thousands of pages of documents, floor to ceiling in rooms that the AG's office had to go through. But they were able to prove in court that price fixing was going on, and they took them to task. And that is a David and Goliath situation, and this is a David and Goliath situation as well. We're not going to back down and say, oh, it's too big, we can't fix it. This is an important issue. This is price gouging of people across the state of Connecticut in a way that they may not even realize, and I'm not going to stand for it. And so we were very proud to get this legislation done. And there was 15 states that put this in. I mean, this was championed by Governor Westmore in Maryland as well. This is an emerging problem, but one that legislators across the country are taking on.
And then we have, I think, one last question from Anger Management 4766. Are you running for re-election?
Yes, I've already filed, and thankfully I've already qualified. I'm very appreciative of all the folks that support me. But yes, I'm here to stay as long as the folks want me.
All right, Representative Rochelle, thank you so much for calling in. I know obviously it's been a busy week for you, so I very much appreciate your time letting us know what happened this week in Hartford. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Have a good day. Get some rest.
You too. Thank you. All right, that was State Rep Kara Rochelle talking about some budget stuff. Gotta check my text messages, make sure my kids are okay.
Learned some stuff on the state level, got an update on the train stations. Now I have follow-up questions for Frank Tishka to ask later on regarding the fuel cells in Ansonia.
Yeah, and thank you to Anger Management for helping us out.
Thank you so much for participating.
Yeah, I really do appreciate it.
We are both brain dead by this point, as you have probably noticed. So you hopping in with questions to ask was extremely helpful.
It can get tough. You don't want to. It's a phone conversation. There's only so much number talking you can do,
right?
Before somebody. Okay, all right. I got a text from my daughter. She's okay. All right, good. I just wanted to make sure things are okay on the home front. What kind of? Okay, so would you hold on? I gotta email somebody.
Thank you so much again, Anger Management 4766. They sent a couple of emojis in the chat, which I just displayed on the screen for a moment.
Oh, cool.
Yes. But yeah, I believe here in about 25 minutes, that is our last scheduled dinner hour. We are in the closing hours of the Great Give now. Still a few more. It runs until 8 p.m. And we've hit our goal. We're good. Yeah, no, we don't need any more. But there are plenty of other nonprofits that you can support for the remaining hours of the Great Give. And afterward, plenty, I believe, working on meeting various goals. And if you go to valleyindy.org, if you go to our website, at the very top of the extra, if you're on your computer, let me share my screen real quick. But we have a list. We have a list of all of the nonprofits, which we've shown a few times on the stream by now. But we have this list right here, Valley Nonprofits in the Great Give. This is a list of all of the ones that you can support. If you're on your phone, you just have to scroll down a little bit. You're looking for this graphic right here. This will take you right to the list of all of the 59 Valley-based nonprofits that are participating in the Great Give this year. So we went through some of these earlier, and we can go through a few again here in a second. But it's worth just taking some time and doing something we've also done a few times this stream. Just click around, click on whatever looks interesting, click on whatever you haven't heard of. Everything that's on here has been vetted. You can view the financial information of each of these nonprofits, including ours. You can view our tax forms, all of that good stuff. But
so one thing that's going on right now, Jasmine, it's the last call happy hour. Any organization that receives donations between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. could receive an extra $1,000 or $1,500.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So that's a big last call happy hour happening. And it's any amount. You can choose the nonprofit of your choice, donate whatever amount you want, and you could possibly get that nonprofit additional funding.
Exactly. So you're not just giving $5 or $10 or $100. You're giving them that money plus a raffle ticket, basically. And then the more donations they receive during these 2 hours, the more chances they have to win that extra prize. So it's a great time to donate. We've hit our goal. We're good. But there are plenty of other nonprofits to support during the last call happy hour and during the final hours of the Great Give. Yeah, thank you again to everyone who's joined us over the last 36. I'm not going to try to do math. Over the last however many hours, since 8 a.m. yesterday. Thank you to everyone who's joined. Thank you for everyone who has left a comment during this time. And I see Eugene is pulling up a video, which I am very grateful for. Happy to turn it back over to you. What do you got pulled up there? Is that the Elks Club?
Yeah, we were doing a replay of the Elks Club and Derby interview that we did. And we stopped it at about 3:44. So I just wanted to play the last
Get
couple
the last
of
bit of
minutes.
it in.
Yeah. And we played it last night at 10 p.m. as well.
They donated that clock, and we use that clock for the 11 o'clock toast. And the toast is part of our rituals to recognize our absent members.
About 2
It
minutes
started back when
left.
the first Elks in New York started, and they used to recognize, they were actors actually, the Jolly Corks they were called. And they started the original Elks. They came in and they would recognize their friends who didn't come to meetings because sometimes it was late and they were still acting. And then eventually when they started to pass away, they had the 11 o'clock toast, which we now do at either a memorial service. We do it at 11 o'clock. If we're here, we stop everything and the exalted ruler does the 11 o'clock toast.
How do you keep up with the maintenance of the building?
It's difficult at times.
It looks
but
great. I mean,
we have some great volunteers that work very, very hard. If something they try, and then we have to call people in to come in and do it. But we've been very blessed with that. I mean, we have some great guys that come in and, they'll help with their members. And it's everyone's lodge. So we're all vested in this. Because they have an organist in when they do meetings. We don't have one presently, but there was an organist. And they bought an organ to go with this building. They didn't scrimp when they did the building. They did not scrimp. Here's our original 1900 clock.
There it is.
And and it chimes. I'll do it once, so it won't. And that's what they used. And that traveled from Main Street to Elizabeth Street and everywhere.
Everyone could hear it.
Yes.
All right, Maria, those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For cluing me in
Thank
on
you.
what happens at the Elks Club. I very much
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, and we welcome anyone who's interested.
Legislation session officially over. Governor Ned Lamont is touting some of the key victories that he scored, including hundreds of millions in new aid for local governments.
News 8 chief political correspondent Mike Cerulli has been following all of it for us. He's live for us at the Capitol with more. Hey, Mike.
Catherine and Ann, good evening to you. The biggest victory, if you will, for the governor came in the form of the $300 million, nearly $300 million. The state is now set to deliver to school districts and to municipal governments to help them offset some of those costs that have forced them to raise property taxes. Now, the governor didn't even set out originally to do this. He set out to deliver, as you'll recall from his State of the State, those $200 one-time rebate checks. Through the course of negotiations, they settled no. They don't want to do the $200 checks. They wanted to do the municipal aid and the school funding. And that money is now on its way out there. And the governor is touting it in the press conference he held this morning. Republicans, many of them voted for this funding, but a lot of them question the sustainability of it and whether or not some of that school funding is effectively going to cause towns to have to raise their budgets even more. which again begs those questions of sustainability. Take a listen.
We're always worried about property tax, and we wanted to make sure that mayors had the opportunity to bring down property tax increases. The revaluations were really expensive, shifted a lot of cost.
Oh, yes.
This is saying they're going to be required to spend not just at the level they had in the previous year, but they have to spend at the level of money that they're receiving this year. So for smaller towns like mine that only received a couple $100,000, it probably will not impact them. But for larger communities that are receiving $20, $30 million, they're going to have to increase their budgets by that amount of money.
So again, it's not direct tax relief, but the hope is that this funding will allow property taxes to stay in line. Now, there were some questions in the last few days of the session over the way that this funding was being delivered. The language in the bill is very technical, required several amendments to clarify that, yes, towns can use this money to lower their taxes. The Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which represents the interests of towns and city governments, said they're pleased with the changes that have been made, and they do believe the current language, the language that will be signed into law, will help with those property tax issues, as well as, of course, education funding, keeping the classrooms running. Live at the Capitol.
I just came across this. Am I in the stream? I don't even know. Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, hey. I just came across this on the Facebook. It's kind of one thing, like the just putting a press release on Facebook can reach more people if you send it also to traditional media and newfangled weirdos like us, because we'll reach a lot more people. But anyway, there's a traffic advisory posted by the Derby Police Department on their Facebook page. Nightly road work on Derby Avenue. Burns Construction began nightly road work on Derby Avenue between Bank Street and Division Street from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. Crews are installing a new gas line. Jesus, this sounds like a nightmare if you live in that part of town. The project is anticipated to continue into the fall of 2026. All right, Derby. You just got done with the Route 34 widening. Let's go. We're tearing up Derby Avenue. Motorists should expect lane shifts, traffic delays. In other words, it's going to be like Route 8, and the presence of construction personnel and equipment during overnight hours. Please consider using alternate routes when possible.
That's going to be fun.
Ooh, yeah, you can't. I mean, the only alternate route is to, if you have a hoverboat that you can ride down the Housatonic, right? There's not really anywhere to go. When traveling through the area, reduce your speed and proceed cautiously through the work zone to ensure the safety of workers and fellow drivers. Your patience, cooperation are appreciated. I guess I'll share that. I really wish people would go back to sending. It's just, not everybody's on Facebook. We know for a fact we get 1 million views on Facebook a month, but we don't see your stuff. So anyway, that's that. Gonna stop sharing that.
It's another quiet, tranquil day in Derby.
Oh no, not Chainsaw Chuck again.
This Snow Dicker sticker's gotta go! There's still room to negotiate! These prices are too high!
I don't think it's the prices that are too high.
I'll cut him up like the steak I had for lunch!
He's out to lunch permanently. I've calmed down now. I'll cut till we negotiate the right price.
Dworkin Chevrolet.
Are we back?
We're back.
All right. Sorry, I've fallen asleep. I was just checking out. We've got more donations and more people to thank.
Oh, wow.
We had a recent donation from Mark Garofalo of $100. Thank you very much, Mark Garofalo. Scott and Lisa Todd, they donated $250. And then the aforementioned Maria Blackwell and Carol Kirby. And we had an anonymous donation to thank you. So thank you, Mark Garofalo, Scott, Lisa Todd, and Marie Blackwell, Carol Kirby, for your recent donations. Very much appreciated. The Valley Indy, thanks to the people watching this broadcast and who have helped us out. We're now 105% of goal, $10,469 raised, 108 donors. So thank you very much for that. Oh, I'm not sharing this, am I? Sorry about that. And then in general, they just surpassed the 4 million mark. I'm talking about the Great Give as a whole.
Oh, wow.
More than $4 million raised, 14,134 donors, benefiting 542 organizations. Go to thegreatgive.org to verify this information. and to make a donation to the nonprofit of your choice. There are 59 Valley-based nonprofits, and the distinction, I wonder if the 65, I don't know how we didn't really count our list. Maybe we were also counting a bunch of organizations that provide services in the Valley, because there's some,
Maybe.
I guess it doesn't matter, 50, 65, 59. But the point is there's a lot of local nonprofits you can and are, right? Maybe we should shut up now. They don't need us. Like, people know about the Great Give. The awareness has been raised.
Well, on that note, I want to bring up a comment that Kathy Moran left a couple of minutes ago. Quote, I invite people to take a little time and read about nonprofits that they have never heard of and see if there's any one that calls to their heart. We agree. There's a list on our website that you can peruse. It has all of the Valley-based nonprofits there. We've hit our goal. We don't need any more. So take some time to look at that list and see what calls to your heart. See what speaks to you.
Yeah, that's very well written, Kathy Moran.
Yes.
We were doing that earlier. We were just going through and reading some of the descriptions from the Great Give or thegreatgive.org of like, oh, we're going through the list and like, hey, I that's a new name to me. What does it do? And all these wonderful nonprofits out there. So pretty cool. So we have another. We're going to be here at about 8 o'clock. I said 9. We might cut that a little short. I'm struggling to stay awake. And it's hot. It's like the return of the heat on my side of the room.
Yeah, it's fine on my side, but as we tested previously, it is significantly hotter on the other side of the room.
I guess that's because I'm so full of hot air. I don't know. Is anybody we can prank? I mean, at this time, I don't even want to like call up local politicians because now that the state, we hear this debate, you hear the debate coming as to whether this new money is it a complete good thing, as we saw that News 8 report. And I was just cruising through our subscriptions on YouTube when I saw that News 8 thing. So hopefully they don't hit us with a copyright strike. But I wonder if there's anything else going on. Are you still getting harassed by a friend who's watching the stream? And
occasionally, I've been getting occasional check-ins.
What are they saying?
Oh, I just got an OMG, you're still at it message.
At donate.valleyindy.org, you dork.
We're good. We hit our goal.
Oh, geez, in some part of the state, neighbors react after student was hit by a car while boarding school bus.
Oh, dear.
What is going on?
Did it say which town, or is that?
No, I'd have to click it.
Right, that was the headline. Yeah,
it's a TV headline to draw you in.
Right.
I don't think it was local.
Well, it worked. That was the question I had.
Yep. I'm now looking to see if there's any. Oh, so manufacturer moving to Ansonia 8 years ago. Oh, let's watch this for the heck of it. Right? We got nowhere to be.
Yeah.
Let's go like this. Share the screen.
News tonight, Ansonia may soon be getting a boost to the economy. A manufacturer is moving into that city.
City's expecting the company Rug Pad USA to hire people from Ansonia and the surrounding areas. It'll be moving into vacant buildings on West Main, a short walk from the city's downtown businesses. News 8's Renee Schmiel has that.
Some big changes coming to the city of Ansonia. This building I'm standing in isn't going to be empty for much longer. Massimo Andretta owns a pizzeria in downtown Ansonia. It's not far from where Rug Pad USA will soon be. He's looking forward to it, hoping the employees will stop in for a bite to eat.
I think I do more business in the area. It's be wonderful.
The company, which manufactures and sells padding for carpeting, will be moving here, just down the street from the city's train station, and bringing more than 50 employees.
It's a tremendous boost to the city itself, and especially since it's manufacturing. I mean, that's where Ansonia got its.
Oops, I just accidentally closed it while I was
So Red Pet USA moved in, and then they moved out a couple of years later, right? And then I think this was all before my time. I don't really know anything about it, but they moved to another city. Was it in Connecticut that they moved to, or no?
Rug Pad. This is our story from November 2021. Suffield.
Suffield. Okay.
Yeah, so they lasted a couple of years.
And if I'm remembering correctly, just from they just kind of disappeared, right? Like from
I'm looking
Ansonia?
back. Let's see.
I don't remember if there was much wind up to it. And again, my knowledge of this is solely based on just
Yeah, no, I don't think
articles.
they just disappeared. I mean, we have a thing saying I said they moved from Bridgeport to Ansonia in 2017, and then in 2021 they moved to Suffield. We talked to the owner and chief operating officer in 2021. He confirmed that they'll make its departure towards the end of 2022.
Gotcha.
So, and then that was that. Employed about 25 people. I didn't know that was the subject of the news video when I clicked it, because it wasn't, the headline just said business in Ansonia.
I thought it might be just based off of the timing. I think.
If we search Derby CT on YouTube, it's always the realtors. The realtors are always they dominate local YouTube.
We are doing a YouTube search.
Purse thefts, why tenants? It's all fire, hiking.
You see somebody that was walking the dog and told, what's going on, world? It's your boy Hiking Chip. I'm out here, Osborne-Dale State Park. It's another park out here with no sign. I even ran around looking. There's no sign to mark the trail. I just happened to see somebody that was walking the dog and told me this is what the trail is. So I'm in the right parking lot. I was in the other parking lot, the wrong parking lot. This is the parking lot I want to be in. This is the parking lot that I'm going to start from. So, I think this trail might be a little under 3 miles, I think. I can't remember because I was doing a bunch of researches, searching up parks to go through. I'm not sure if this is the right park that I'm thinking about, but, we're going to get up in here, see what we got up in here, everything is good to go. I got enough batteries, got the bug spray, I got the stick. Last time I went walking, boy, I went up that hill. I need a stick. So I got my stick with me. I got my water, my drink.
Why did he need a stick?
Just in case.
I've been terrified. I live very close to Osborne-Dale State Park. I was like, obviously I need exercise. And I'm like, I should go for a walk in the woods. But there's ticks everywhere. Too many ticks.
Yeah, that was something I had to adjust to. Moving to the Northeast was the ticks here are not built from the same cloth as the ticks down south. Though, like, all of the ticks up here have Lyme disease. And I didn't realize that was the difference, because in the South, if there's a tick, it's really no big deal, because Lyme disease exists, but it's pretty rare to find in ticks. They don't carry it a whole ton. So you might get a tick on you. Like I was in the backwoods a lot as a kid, so I have plenty of memories of pulling ticks off me, and it was just never a big deal. And I come up here, everyone's terrified of ticks, and I was like, it's fine. They're ticks. And I did some reading about the numbers, and it's like, okay, 5% of them in the South might carry Lyme disease. And up here in Litchfield County, it's like 2/3 of them carry Lyme disease. So it makes sense that ticks are a bigger issue here.
Yeah, deer ticks stink. I know when I moved to Derby, like when my kids were playing Derby youth soccer over at Whittick Park, just to retrieve a ball, you come home, you'd be covered in ticks. Yeah, and the little ones, not like the good old fat ones. The
little ones are scary.
Yeah. The deer ticks are, I don't like them. But anyway, and I even like to the point there were so many ticks And it wasn't like that growing up, right? I grew up in Somers, New York, an hour west of here. And, you'd get ticks on it, but it was kind of like that's something that happened, like Lyme disease, over the course of 30 to 40 years, just became everywhere. But I know this is a random commercial building fire, it said, from 1994 in Derby. So I'm if we can identify what this is. Oh, we should do that geo thing you were talking about. Or actually, we should go have dinner.
We should have dinner. It's 5:58. Maybe that could be a fun way to round it out.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize it was that late. So, we have a bunch of comments. Kathy Moran says, "Thank you guys. I'm a journalist at heart." Sorry, I oh wait, we got a couple in. Do we read these? Kathy Moran has a bunch of comments. Okay. Thank you for always covering the great give and shining a light on some of the worthy nonprofits. Thank you, Kathy. Just checking in, lurking but loyal while taking care of things that need it. Oh yeah, you said thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, this was while we had a bunch of YouTube videos playing back to back.
Gotcha.
So I just
okay,
threw
sorry,
that
I didn't realize that. The Elks should get the clerk in Derby to play for them. Oh, because there was an organ being shown in that Elks video.
I totally missed this comment too. Anyone lurking or watching now has probably figured out that we've been brain dead for a minute now.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go have dinner, come back with a little more energy, and close out the great give the last 2 hours. We'll be back in an hour, and I think maybe this time I'll let the stream. Oh wait, or should we just pause it? You know what? I'm gonna leave this stream up, and I'll just have the dinner music playing instead of starting a new stream. Again,
sounds good to me.
My brain just fell out of my head. Yeah, so we're gonna go for dinner. See you in a bit.
For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. For the info we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding, TV sucking ideas from our head, public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink stain wretches, asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, yeah, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding, TV sucking ideas from our head, public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day, yeah. Online clickbait, a prurient way, yeah. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Deadlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you. Funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance when we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, yeah, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Deadlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, yeah, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Coastal iteration, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding, TV sucking ideas from our head, public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day, yeah. Online clickbait, a prurient way, yeah. There's free information here to stay, yeah. Not even hookers give it away, yeah. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Deadlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, yeah, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Coastal iteration, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding, TV sucking ideas from our head, public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Valley Indy 2026 Great Give Marathon live stream. We are coming up on the last hour of the Great Give, but there is still time to make a donation to the local charitable organization of your choice. Just go to thegreatgive.org. There are 59 Valley nonprofits participating. People have, I don't know what the Valley total is, but the Valley is very generous, and we went through before our dinner. Excuse me. A lot of I'm choking to death. A lot of nonprofits are awash in donations.
The Valley is coming through.
Yeah. I gotta have a drink of water. And I should get rid of this comment.
A fork was found.
Yeah. I was looking around because Jasmine left, and I had General Tso's from yesterday that I didn't get a chance to eat in the refrigerator here. And I was eyeing the screwdriver. We have a screwdriver, and I was thinking to myself, well, what kind of bacteria could be on that screwdriver? It's been in that, it's got like 4 years and dust. I mean, if I wash it off, but then I walked to the Chinese food store, and I had texted Jasmine, and then we passed each other. Now we have two. Now I threw out one fork. I have another one.
The fork problem was solved. I arrived. I was asked for a fork. I found one. I brought one. And I opened the door to an empty office because Eugene had already left to find his own.
I know. I was like, I was starving. I'm like, I got to eat this General Tso's. But anyway, so thank you to everyone who has donated to the Valley Indy. The total amount raised so far during the Great Give is $4.4 million. There have, as of 6:54 p.m. May 7th, there have been 14,670 donors benefiting 545 organizations.
Woo!
Including yours truly, the Valley Independent Sentinel. We are part of the Online Journalism Project. I'll bring that up again.
We are happy to report we've met our goal thanks to you.
Exceeded it. Here, I'll share
Yes.
this. I'll share the screen one more time. Share. 108%, Jasmine. Look at that.
Woo!
$10,799 raised. We had 112 donors thus far. Ms. Kate Pippa donated. Thank you very much. We had an anonymous donation of $100. Thank you very much. These I mentioned before the dinner break. Mark Garofalo, thank you for the $100. Scott and Lisa Todd, $250. Maria Blackwell, $25. Cal Kirby, $50. Anonymous donation of $25. Mr. Bart Flaherty, and that was the one that hit our goal. It was that donation that put us at $10,000. And then we had Sharon Close's $100. So thank you very much for those donations, and thanks to people who commented, kind of stuck with us through this thing. We know, this isn't like Howard Stern, you know what I mean? This isn't like it's not particularly riveting, but it is a lot of good being done. I'm trying to say, in the Naugatuck Valley and beyond. So I'll stop sharing that. It's 6:56. We usually do. I don't even know how this became a thing, but we always start the Great Give with
Tom Simonetti from the Valley Shakespeare Festival.
I was thinking Christopher Bowen. It used to be Christopher Bowen. He would come on every year. But anyway, we usually end with Jay Carlucci, where we just talk about sort of the business scene, and he's the owner of the Dewdrop Inn. So I thought we would. It's not the Great Give at the Valley. I think he's our good luck charm. If we don't do things in a certain way, we'll miss our goal. And for last night at 7:00, I was like, "Ooh, Facebook is not showing this stuff to anybody. We are being throttled to death."
But then we arranged for Jay Carlucci to come on through a phone call, I believe, and we hit our goal.
Right.
So.
Well, no, I had texted him way earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he was.
But it was only once it worked out that we hit our goal afterward.
Right. Yeah, I scheduled him. Oh yeah, you're going on I forgot I said he was a good luck charm. But you can rub his head. Shaves his head, you know what I mean? It's good luck charm. But he asked me not to be naked for the video. You're the dictator. Don't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want. Should we call him a little early?
Sure.
Oh, you know what I got to do is I got to connect the cell phone to the old Roadcaster.
Oh, he's in our chat right now. Our good luck charm.
Oh, look at that. Oh, shoot. I mean, he probably heard. I didn't think he was actually watching. I did get it.
Be mean.
I got an email because earlier, Carlucci's there in the chat. And he wrote blah, blah, blah. And somebody thought it was directed at them. I was like, no, that's Jay's time. It's directed at me. But we go back a ways. I used to hang out at the Dewdrop so much. I financed Jay's ability to purchase it. That's really, if you want the truth. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Let's see. I'm gonna go like this. Jay, we're gonna give you a call and bring you on. You probably have a lot of things to do. I do appreciate Jay's time. But let me just, the only way I can do the Roadcaster is to dial the actual number. I got to do it the old-fashioned way. That means I have to look up Carlucci in my thing. I think I have him under Fleetwood. I have him under Mount Vernon Phony. I think somewhere in there. Oh, where is he? We go blah blah blah. Wish we had dialing music. Yeah, you were supposed to bring a guitar today and play.
I was supposed to do. This is the third year in a row where I've been supposed to do that, and then I forgot.
Yeah, you claim to be a musician, and yet I've never seen you play an instrument.
I wrote music for this great gift. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you got any proof of that? That could have been AI.
That's good point. Well, the mixing on it was pretty bad. I don't think AI would have done that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're calling Jay Carlucci, owner of the Dewdrop Inn, longtime supporter of the Valley Indy.
Took long enough.
What are you talking? It's 7 o'clock. We're exactly on time, sir. How dare you? And stop trolling me in the chat. You're making people upset. They think it's directed at them.
If you're not early or late,
What?
Eugene.
Blah, blah, blah.
Are you there? Are you like in a car somewhere? Are you in a tunnel? We're getting every other
I
word.
am. No, I took you off. I was watching. I think I got to take you off. I am in the car. I'm at my daughter's lacrosse practice.
Oh, nice. Well, we will take up too much time. Thank you for your donation earlier today.
Oh.
You didn't have to do that. I don't hit you up. I don't invite you on expecting money. This isn't pay to play. You're always free to say no.
No, you know that. Honestly, I didn't even know you guys are doing it. So I'm glad that you did, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, the whole thing raised, they're at $4.4 million. But anyway, let's get right to it, Jay. We always check in on you. You know, the Dewdrop is one of the successful business stories in the city of Derby, and actually the whole valley. The transformation of that place into a destination. I drive by it every single day on my way home or to wherever I'm going. It's always crowded. It is always a full parking lot. So how are things going at the Dewdrop, and what challenges do you face now as a small business owner here in the Naugatuck Valley?
Everything's good. Everything's good to Eugene. We're always blessed with all our constant support from our customers throughout the valley and beyond. Staff's always working hard to continue to grow the business and everything else that comes with it. And, the trials that like any other business goes through. Nothing crazy, nothing we won't work through. We'll survive like everybody else.
And I know you were in front of the Derby P&Z. We might have even talked about this last year, but you were supposed to do an expansion, or did I ask about this, or what's the stat? Weren't you going to expand your kitchen space?
Yeah, that's like the big question, the big thing everybody's waiting for, because we've been working on it for a couple of years. So I think everyone's just like, what the heck, how long? But we're working on it still. We had a couple of hiccups. We wanted to, maybe some little changes in the design and blah, blah, blah. But I think that this summer is going to be the time we start just doing a little expansion on the kitchen, a couple extra seating for inside, a little more space that we need to keep up with the demand. And been saying it for a couple of years, but this year is going to be the year.
And I know across the street from you at the Apollo Pizza closed, the owner Gus retired, And what's the name of Jasmine? We heard what's going in there? Goodies?
Goodies, I think.
Did you hear that too? Actually, we got it from the mayor. He said Goodies is going to be, which is like a breakfast lunch place. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, Goodies. I know a couple of the owners. There's a few guys that own it, and they're making it the Goodies. I don't really know much about Goodies. I know that it's in Milford, their one location.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of like a diner type of style, a restaurant. Breakfast, hamburgers, hot dogs, things like that. So yeah, we're looking forward to having something new in the area.
I'm psyched, and that's got to be good for you, right? To have a place like that close.
Yeah, sure. Any successful business that brings new customers, new people into the area is a good thing. Not only for the Dewdrop, but for the city of Derby. So I wish them luck, and I'm sure that we'll work together as two local businesses, and we'll see what happens.
It's like that corner is like an economic engine of downtown Derby. Because I was talking to the mayor today about like Elizabeth Street, what's being done to fill like Archie Moore's, or where Connie's Retro Fuego was,
Yeah.
Does that have any, I guess not having those businesses doesn't have any impact on you, because you have such a good location. You're almost like a tourist attraction at this point.
Yeah, our logo is Destination Dewdrop. People come from everywhere to the Dewdrop. It's that old phrase, if you build it, they will come, and they come to the Dewdrop. So I don't really, I can only focus on what we do at our place. I don't really focus on what goes around the city. I hope that, whoever's coming in makes some good business decisions and brings added success and, like I said, people into the city. And it's a win-win for all of us,
All right, my last question, because I don't want to keep you from your daughter's lacrosse match or practice.
No, that's all right. I'm in the car. She's just doing her thing. Go ahead.
Sometimes, though, there's got to be times where you miss some of the old crowd, the old degenerates like myself that used to hang out in the Dewdrop, but until we were a band. Do you ever harken back to those days?
Yeah, of course, man. The stories are great. It was a different generation of people and a way we handled things. And, you could be wild and get out of control. And then it was a simple handshake apology at the end, and you laughed about it. And it was a good time. Now, it's a new generation. They have their own strengths and their own weaknesses. And, we got to figure out a way to deal with it. Everything now is, electronics and phones, and it gets a little carried away, but, they're just as great, just as supportive to us. And it's fun. Now you talk about the years, now I have, going on 3 generations, technically, but now I have the kids of my old customers working for me, so they went from this wild, crazy old school neighborhood biker bar. And now we've obviously, changed a little bit more modern and times, and now their children are working for us, and they're having children now. So it's a good thing. It's been there for over 20 years now. So I look forward to the next 10, hopefully.
Yeah, and you'll make it. That place has become an institution. Any any latest? 'Cause I know you came up. Chicken wings was your thing. Craft beer was your thing. What's the latest popular? What are the youngsters going for these days? The trendy, the hipsters, everything I am not.
Nothing crazy, but I will say this. As a if you're a wing traditionalist, it was always blue cheese that was with your wings, and that was it. And this newer generation, believe it or not, are more into now ranch with their wings. So
I endorse that. I like that. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
one
So
redeeming quality of the younger generation.
Yeah, I gotta say it was interesting, but I'd say about 25 to maybe 30% of all orders now gets ranch instead of blue cheese, and it's fun. I love it.
It's fun, and I love it. Do you still sell Coors Light?
Yes.
All right,
we have Coors Light. Don't worry about it. I got it. I'm never gonna get rid of it.
I like to check it. That's really the whole purpose of why we have you on every year. I just want to make sure the Dewdrop sells Coors Light. All right, Jake, that's it. Those are all our questions. I just wanted to call to you and say hi. I don't want to keep you anymore. Thank you so much, Jay.
No, I wish you guys nothing but the best over there, and congratulations for all the money you guys raise for all the nonprofits. It's always a good thing. I always say, man, anytime, I'm always around. Call me.
All right, Jay, take care.
All right, bye, guys.
That was the great Jay Carlucci of the Do Drop In, and it's the Valley made us hit our goal. We're very, very appreciative of that. And then overall, the Great Give, which was a creation of the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, the Valley Community Foundation partnered up for the Valley half of it, and it's raised over $4.4 million. We did have Jackie Downing on earlier today from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven on here to talk about the origins of this and all the planning and thought that goes into this event every year. And it's critically important to especially small nonprofits. It's just wonderful to have this event. And all we have to do is really sit back, but we've tried to sacrifice our time and do all these interviews to try to spotlight others. I don't know what I'm saying right now. I'm rambling. I apologize.
I mean, it was. I thought it was really interesting earlier to get some of the numbers when we were talking to Jackie Downing, because it's a way to quantify it. I hadn't really thought of it in those terms before, but she had mentioned a third of the nonprofits participating, which I don't know, 150, 60, 70, somewhere in that range, use this as their main fundraising drive. We're one of those. This is our main fundraising drive.
It's our only
fundraising drive. And then another third still significantly rely on it. So that is hundreds of nonprofits who use this window in a really crucial way. So thank you so much to the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven for making this an institution.
And then the Valley Community Foundation does so much to spread the word about this event every year, and they provide matching funds and incentive prizes as well. And that's where we got our original grant, the origin of the Valley Indy, as far as I know it, because the first time after I was hired, I spoke at a Rotary Club. I think it might have been, was it Ansonia Rotary? I don't know, but an attorney got up from Ansonia and said I was, everything I just said was wrong. Just like looking back, I'm in Ansonia. But what happened was, the way it was explained to me, was there was this feeling in the Valley, because the Evening Sentinel had disappeared, I think in the 90s. I always the date always just jumps around from anybody I talk to. Mm-hmm. And then, the Valley had its own radio station, right?
This is WADS, Ansonia, Stratford, Trumbull.
Local radio station went away, and then Telemedia, their local access cable was above and beyond, sort of a full-fledged small media outlet, but constriction and all that stuff and corporate consolidation and all that good stuff, the Valley felt like they were being passed over. They weren't being covered. There was nothing to tie them together. A lot of what the whole thing that's behind the revamped Electronic Valley, it was that exact stuff. So Paul Bass, New Haven Independent, I believe Jamie Cohen, who was the head of the VCF at the time, he lives in New Haven. He was a reader of the New Haven Independent, and they wondered if they could bring something like that to the Valley. I was working at the News Times at Danbury. I got a call from a former colleague. I worked briefly at the Hartford Courant, and she said that, hey, the guy Paul Bass, and I knew who Paul Bass was. They are looking to do a Valley online newspaper. They want somebody has to live in the Valley, and I was living on East Street in Derby at the time, and I jumped at it, and took the job. And Jody Mosier, who was at the Hartford Courant at the time, left Connecticut's largest newspaper to launch the Valley Indy with me. And that was 17 years ago. So that's the quick backstory. Oh, well, you know what I left out? So what happened was the VCF and Paul Bass of the Online Journalism Project teamed up, wrote a grant application to the Knight Foundation. The Knight Foundation was once Knight Ridder. It was a newspaper chain. And then the newspaper went away. The newspaper side of it went away, and they started. They're still around, and they're funding what's next in journalism. And the VCF and OJP successfully wrote a grant application saying that we're unique in that we lost all our media outlets back in the 90s. We were way ahead of the curve that has now still going on today. So that is the origin story as I understand it.
And here we are now. I do have an exciting piece of news to share about another nonprofit in the Valley. I'm just going to pull this up super quick. I'm going to share my screen. So Seymour Food to Kids, we had a pre-taped interview with them. We aired it earlier today, I believe this morning. But they've had 124 donors, received $6,395. And what I want to share is they won the Vote with Your Gift prize earlier today. They got $2,500. And this was a prize that went to, I believe it was between 3 and 4 p.m. It was an hour-long window. Whoever got the most donations out of all of the participating organizations in that hour received that prize. Seymour Food to Kids won that. They received the most donations between 3 and 4 p.m. Really great organization. We have an interview with them earlier today that you can scrub back and watch. Our schedule has the exact time. I want to say it was 9:30. I could be wrong. But congratulations to Seymour Food to Kids for earning that prize. And thank you to everyone who is given to Seymour Food to Kids.
That's a big chunk of of the money they raised, too.
Yes.
That's cool.
So I just wanted to share that. I was scrolling through some of the prizes earlier, and that was a big one.
Nice. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone who has chipped in to donate to any of the nonprofits who are participating in the Great Give this year. This is a crucially important time of year for a whole lot of us, and your support has meant so much, as it does every year.
Oh, and in 15 minutes, Seymour ZBA starts. There's a controversy involving a farm and a neighbor going on there. Although I haven't heard from our freelancer. Hopefully she's still covering it. You know what? I can't even worry about it at this point. So, I guess now it's like anybody in the beginning of the week who was like, the Valley Indy, you're ignoring this news. Look at me. I can't even breathe. I spent the last hour looking for a fork. I'm in no condition to cover a ZBA meeting. I apologize. I can't edit it tonight, but hopefully we've got it covered. We should have it covered. I think we have it covered. There's that one guy I'm still annoyed at him. He's like, maybe you should stop talking to us and talk. It's like, oh, man.
Social media beef. Yay.
It's like angry, yelling at the clouds. But anyway, that's that. Oh, wait, we were trying to find out there was, we stumbled across a video on the YouTube from a commercial building fire in Derby, Connecticut in 1994, but I don't know what location this is. And is that being seen?
Yep.
Sorry. That old fire truck. I wonder if that. I wonder if that's Ed Cotter. He was a Derby firefighter who worked for the Evening Sentinel and the New Haven Register as a photographer. I wonder if he's got a camera and he's in the CTSBJ Hall of Fame. Because he seems to be telling the other firefighters what to do. The roof collapsed, right? Is that what we just watched? if they do an interview with anybody. Where is this, Jasmine? Come on. You're the geolocator. Metro North, Sweet Cadillac. So I wonder if that, okay, so the train's going by. It's Derby. I wonder if that's like the land behind BJ's. What is it? That BJ's now?
It
kind of looks industrial.
It looks right. But yeah, I'm not sure.
It's in the description. Yep, there it is. It's Birdville Avenue. That's off Route 34 in East Derby. Look at that slick looking 90s reporter looking like, what is that? American Psycho. Christian Bale. What was it? Patrick Bateman?
Yep.
Chewing gum and everything. Wow. Guy looks like he's about ready to throw down. Anyway, all right. So a little trip that just randomly came across that. That's what I was watching earlier.
What's going on, world?
That's the world's coolest hiker.
Welcome back to Valley Indy Reacts.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. We weren't very transformative there. I was trying to yell, but we were just watching stuff. But I think we've run out of stuff to say and do. And this is where it just becomes when I start complaining about something that annoys me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I always have a game of GeoGuessr in reserve.
Well, let's do that. Can we? Is something we can do?
I think so. I can pull it up real quick.
Give it a try.
Let me see. Hopefully it's not. Oh God, why is it lagging? Oh, it's because of the graphics decelerator.
Oh, no,
that's fine. It's doable. Let me pull this up real quick. That's all right. It's Jasmine's gaming hour. See, can you see this?
Yep.
All
Community
right.
world, it says.
So I'm gonna set this to no move, and I'll try to keep this brisk. Oh God. Well, see, now this is embarrassing because now I'm live on air and I'm gonna get the entire. So this is a game called GeoGuessr. It drops you at a random place in the world on Google Street View, and you just you have to guess where you are. This looks like Southeast Asia to me, but I'm kind of just going off of vibes.
That was my first thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, well, what about like Cuba? But I think you're right.
I'm gonna throw in a crazy guess here. That's probably wildly well. Actually, wait. Are these oil palms? I'm gonna go southern Thailand, but just because it's between a bunch of different things, it could be Malaysia, it could be Indonesia, it could be way down here. It could also be Bangladesh way up here. The streets look like Bangladesh.
Is this a
It's the
prediction market?
Philippines. Maybe this is what a prediction market is. Anyway, I was
Wait,
wrong.
it's the Philippines?
It's the Philippines. I'm okay at
Where
this
are the
game.
Philippines?
I'm not like good at it. It's
Is
the
it the
southern Philippines. This is the island of Mindanao. This is,
My sister-in-law is from the Cebu.
Oh, from Cebu, right up here.
Yeah.
Wow. That's that is interesting. Fun fact, trivia. This is close to Davao City, which is where the Philippines' former president Rodrigo Duterte, a very controversial figure. I think he's currently the International Criminal Court. I think currently has him in custody, but he was mayor of this city for a while before he became president of the Philippines. Anyway,
Shout out to Melda Marcos and her shoes.
Oh yeah,
from the tabloids of New York City in 1988.
God,
Well, there's a person. There's people.
Yeah. Let's see.
Wait, go back to the people. You're going. How do you even take this information in? You're spinning around so fast.
That's how you have to do it. What is that? What's that flag? The flag doesn't.
I don't know.
That looks like.
Isn't that one of those ship flags? Like the whole whatever they call the mast and all that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like. It's the colors of the Romanian flag, but it's the wrong way. Oh, there's some writing on this. This could help. Oh, that looks like.
Can't see anything.
Well, I can see just enough to know that that is not an English-looking script. I think that could we be. It's gonna be so embarrassing if I'm just super wrong twice in a row. But I'm gonna guess India because that looked like it might have been some sort of Hindi-like script, which is North India. Nope, that was Khmer. That was Cambodia. Right corner of the world, at least. You know, I've at least been hemisphere correct so far.
I was at a loss for this one. Oh, this looks kind of Americanish.
It does, and you can specifically tell it's not Europe because in Europe they don't have yellow center lines, except in
Another reason to not like Europe.
Except in Norway. Norway uses yellow center lines. Fun fact.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, so this.
We got power lines. Any cell towers?
Yeah, this is definitely either the US or Canada. This looks like Pacific Northwest, or like this could even be California. I don't know. It looks too warm to be too far north. I kind of want to guess California here.
I'm going to say Washington.
Maybe, you know what, let's strike a compromise. Let's go Oregon. Maybe Oregon is, I'm just going to go out here. I don't know where the mountains are in Oregon. Somewhere like, what?
We're dumb.
No. Okay.
Greece. Where's the Ansonia high school student saving the drowning guy?
Okay, so this is so now I look like a fool because the first rule of GeoGuessr is every rule has a long list of exceptions. Greece occasionally uses yellow center lines. I just said Europe never uses them. So we pitched this before the Great Give as like, I'm pretty decent at GeoGuessr, and so far I'm 0 for 3.
That's Route 67.
Yeah, this is Route 67.
That's right outside. Oh, by the way, Route 8 North is a parking lot through Seymour.
Yeah. What? Oh, this is
or at least it was an hour ago.
Hang on, let me take a look at this. This is some Arabic script.
Yeah, and then it says, look, there's a word on the Larong Kabur.
Yeah, this is.
That one sign was in English. Is that? I can't tell.
There's
got one of those domey things.
Doesn't.
Small cars.
So I kind of want to guess, like,
got some clouds.
Yeah,
those clouds look a little Colombian, maybe.
right.
I don't know.
It's the thing I'm looking at is this license plate because most of the Arabic-speaking countries they have very distinct license plates, and that is not a very distinct license plate. Oh,
that's what I was pointing to.
I know what this is. We're in Malaysia. We are definitely in Malaysia.
Okay.
And I believe, based off of the prevalence of an Arabic-looking script, we are in southern Malaysia on the mainland.
Wow.
Oh, it was northern Malaysia, but whatever. I got the country right.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. So Malaysia can either be here or here. It's kind of usually there's a struggle to guess which half of Malaysia you're in, but the Arabic script mostly only shows up in this half of Malaysia. And that one I got just because I did see a word written in English-looking script, which looked...
Jericho Antiques, it said?
Yeah, Jericho Antiques. Let's see, that's a... I'm thinking like UK or Ireland. Oh, wait. No. This is Spanish. Never mind. This is...
Look at that, huh?
Yeah, local comercial.
Old.
How many digits are in this phone number? That's...
Local commercial.
That is not the North American numbering.
It looks
plan.
like our building. Maybe it's the back of our building. I always get
Maybe.
confused back there. I don't know where to park or how to get to the front door.
Yeah, this is these have not been super easy for me so far. It's also been a long time since I've played this game, so you know what? I'm allowed to be bad at it. Actually, this road looks very European.
It gives off Once Upon a Time in Mexico vibe. I'm looking for Antonio Banderas.
Yeah, it's
Salma Hayek.
It kind of
and Cheech Marin.
It's
Danny Trejo.
Oh, you know what that is in the distance? This might have just saved me. Unless it's here to mislead us, but I'm gonna trust the flag. That looks like a Peruvian flag. So I'm just going to go Peru, and why not Cusco? I think Cusco could be a fun guess. Let's see, right here. Let's just pick a random street. I don't know. It was Arequipa, but it was Peru.
Wow.
So we got
Impressive.
2 countries correct.
That was impressive. I would have said Mexico.
Okay, so that was GeoGuessr. that's fun. I did not do that well.
What do you
but
do? Like you just like whatever that was, 5 rounds or something like that.
There's 5
That's pretty
rounds.
cool.
It's out of 25,000. I think my high score on the no moving mode is I've gotten up to 23,000 before.
When you say what do you mean no moving?
So there are 3 different game modes. One is I'll pull up one more round just to show you what the difference would be. If I had moving enabled, then kind of like in real Google Street View, you could click the arrows and you could move around until you have an idea of where you're at.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is kind of this is the middle mode, and we are in Sri Lanka right now. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put that in.
I was gonna guess Philippines.
Yeah, this is a fun historical fact. Ceylon is the colonial British name for Sri Lanka, and this is the Sinhala script. There are 2 major languages in Sri Lanka. There's Sinhala and Tamil. They're both kind of all over the place, but Tamil is more common in the north and over here, so I'm actually going to guess over this way. So, but anyway, yeah, and then the most restrictive game mode, which we are also not playing, is no moving, panning, or zooming, which means this still image we have right here, that is all you would have. I wouldn't be able to look around like this.
Gotcha.
Oh, so we're definitely in Europe. I can tell you that much right now.
Why? Because of those little highway markers or road markers?
Yep. And these are pretty generic ones, I believe, but they're in the European style. And these ones specifically, like this generic European style, it tends to show up.
Somebody drove through the field there. That's too bad.
Yeah, Germany and eastward.
It's the end of Castaway with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
On the little crossroads.
It's a beautiful little piece of farmland. I'm just gonna guess kind of Eastern Germany here. This could be a lot of places. I don't feel good about this guess, but oh my god.
Wow.
Never mind. Okay, so Southern
You
Germany.
almost nailed it.
So all right, so I'm just continuing with this one because at this point I'm on a little streak. We're driving on the left, which is
rad.
Interesting. So this my streak's gonna end here, but I kind of does this have a script on it? Let me see if I can get real close to my camera. And
I believe that's a Nissan.
right. This just looks like I can't really read it, but I kind of just want to go Thailand again. That looked like it might have been Thai. Not really sure. I'm gonna go sort of Eastern Thailand, just in case it's Cambodia, but. Oh, northern Thailand, really close to the border with Laos, actually.
Jeez, we should be placing. This is our fundraiser for next year. We'll have people bet 4 gets you. You're gonna get it, no, and then you got to donate $100.
We'll have a competitive GeoGuessr league next year. You can also these crosswalk signs can be very useful. I used to know a lot more of them. There are a couple I have memorized now, but there are slight variations across a lot of Europe for these crosswalk signs. I think this is Portugal, based off of this blurred license plate here. You can see the blue on the left here. That's the European Union license plates. All of the European Union countries, they all have this blue strip. Portugal is unique in that they have a little yellow strip on the right, which is what I think we're seeing here.
Oh. What is that, a Ford Escort?
I have no idea. I don't know car brands. They are helpful in this game. That is a useful skill to have, but I don't have that. And I'm seeing more yellow strips. I'm prepared to let's just send Portugal.
I'd say Mexico.
It's not unreasonable, but it is Portugal. Wait, does this tell us where? No, this is all like local landmarks. Let's just somewhere around here. Yeah. So it's southern Portugal in this town over here. I did not see the name of it.
Mexico.
I'm thinking this is definitely somewhere in the U.S. This just gives me like Midwest.
I believe that's Oxford.
Right, this is Oxford, Connecticut. This looks like the Cahokia Mounds in Illinois.
Approaching
that's not what it is.
But... Dam.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right here, we are on Route 67.
34.
Oh, that is 34. That's my bad. This is actually Main Street in Seymour. This is right next to our office.
Is that a WPCA facility right there? Is that what do they call it?
Right.
Sewage processing plant?
I
really think it is.
It probably is. I'm going Western Kentucky. Not terrible. It was Louisiana. Is that Louisiana? It's right on the Texas-Louisiana border. So way more south, but you can see that was a better game. This is
Which
more
is closer to Mexico than not.
That's
would I get half a point for that if I just guessed Mexico?
Well, the points are solely based off of how far away you are. There is another country mode, or there's another mode called country streak or something, where you just get as many countries correct in a row as you can. But that is GeoGuessr, fun little game. Yeah, that's I hope you enjoyed that little segment.
Yeah, and so now next year we will play that for 19 hours straight.
Right. Which is
Are you hesitant to play right now because it's going to mess up your score? You seem to be you're an intense what's it called? Geo player, geo tracker?
I mean, it doesn't really it doesn't damage my average or anything. It doesn't track across game modes like that. I just didn't want to take up too much time with just pure nerding out over geo.
No, that was cool. I mean, I think it's much more entertaining than me talking about how the Valley Indy was born 17 years ago.
I mean, that was interesting to me. But yeah, that's there's a lot of fun trivia you memorize for that game that it's not really useful in your daily life at all. I'll probably never need to know that a Portuguese license plate has a yellow strip on the right, but I do know that. Fun fact.
Well, if society falls and the zombies arrive, I don't know.
If you ever wake up in a European country and you have no idea where you are,
go to an AA meeting.
If that's probably a good first step. But while you're walking to that AA meeting, if you see a crosswalk sign and the crosswalk has 7 bars, you are in Spain. Or no, it's 8 bars. 8 bars means you're in Spain. 7 bars is either Andorra or Switzerland. It could be either of those.
6, Mexico.
Right.
We've had a couple of new donors. Thank you very much. We have Nikki Dykstra. Thank you for the $50 donation. My annual plea, come back to Oxford. I wish we could. Mary Onks, thank you very much for your $25 donation. Kate Pippa, Anonymous, Mark Garofalo, thank you very much for your earlier donations.
Yes, it would be great to get Oxford and Chilton back in the fold. We do not have the staffing currently for it, but it would be nice.
We could do it. I mean, look, even the 3 towns we cover, we're 1 for 1 in Ansonia, we're 1 for 1 in Derby, and then Gene is freelance for Seymour. We don't technically we don't cover Seymour where our office is. We don't technically cover it full time, So
yeah, we're doing.
I think if we had one more full timer, well, it would be actually kind of tough. We would have to keep one of the towns probably part time or freelance, And so that's another reporter. It's $55,000. If somebody wants to donate $55,000 right now for 1 year, we could definitely cover in one of those towns. I mean, Oxford's kind of a news desert. Actually, I shouldn't say that because I don't really know, but I know I do get emails about like things happening in the schools and stuff like that, and the air issues in one of the lower schools. And so I think they are. I mean, Oxford was the fastest growing town in Connecticut. And by the 2000 census, I think it was, like they exploded, and it's a beautiful town. It's a great place to live. But I don't know if they have daily coverage anymore of any kind. So that's that's a true news desert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The more I think about it, I mean, sometimes we're just like we feel ashamed or a little humble or whatever, a little awkward asking for money, but. Yeah, we could raise $55,000. We could put a dent in that, Then again, Oxford, I don't know. Because there was AOL Patch, and they couldn't make a go of it in Oxford in terms of I guess an advertising base.
Mm.
And I just don't know if that traditional model just you can't sell enough to pay for the website, off traditional.
Right.
Placement, whatever, the display ads and stuff like that.
I mean, that's the same advice that we got. How do we break even? We cannot through.
Yeah, well, a part of it was our coverage area. They were saying we looked at the the economy.
Oh, Nikki is saying voices.
Oh, okay, Oxford. Voices. Okay. Yeah. That's sort of a traditional. I think it comes out once a week or twice a week because they do Seymour as well. And they get the legal notices which is a nice chunk of change for them. Okay. So I'm just brainstorming. How could we conceivably? It happened at Shelton too. I've had like, long conversations. I mean, part of the problem is I'm not a business guy. But yeah, so they do have voices. Okay. But there's no daily publication covering the town of Oxford, which is just like kind of insane. Fastest growing town in Connecticut at one point. Although actually you saw it during the flood.
Right.
Because, I'm listening on the scanner. It was like nobody was really reporting on what was going on. It sounded like it was all in Monroe. And I remember just paying attention to what was going on up the Housatonic River, because you figure that torrential downpour, it would affect the places normally affected. And then all of a sudden you could hear the Oxford Fire Department chief on the radio, and he was busy. Then all of a sudden it kind of dawned. It was like, holy cow, something's going on. And I think you went out, right? I mean, it was, you ended up doing a little bit. We had something online. Oh, I know what it was. Beacon Falls did that rescue.
Right.
So, but there was a, like, I think technically we were the first news organization to acknowledge what was going on with that flood.
Yeah, because there was the dam notification earlier in the day, which sometimes there are just dam notifications, but it just
it was like
going up.
every hour.
Yeah,
and that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I was concentrating on that. I never thought the Little River would do anything.
Right.
And I guess my point being, like, we were the first media outlet to report on it, but nobody saw it because we weren't providing regular coverage to the town of Oxford. Exactly. So why would you come to the Valley Indy at that point to see what was going on? And there was sort of this, that's what happens when you don't have some type of daily source. There is a delay. Mm-hmm. So that's crazy to think back at that flood. That was just.
Yeah, that was because I think what alerted me to it was, I was just walking near the river, and I just looked down and I was like, that's
the
way
river
too
being
high.
the Naugatuck and Seymour.
Yes, yeah. I was walking by the Naugatuck River in Seymour, and I looked down and I was like, that's not supposed to be there. And so then I turned on the scanner, and so I started paying attention after you, I think, but it was definitely like, oh,
Was it a Sunday? It was like a weekend.
It was a Sunday. It was a Sunday.
I mean, the truth be told, like, we try not to work Saturday, Sunday too. It's just gotta mow the my weekends are mow the lawn, do the laundry.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to.
Yeah, with relatively rare exceptions. I think you worked like this winter when we had some of the crazy winter storms. I think you were working some of those weekends.
Yeah, I wasn't leaving though. I think I was sort of babysitting the scanner. I didn't really go anywhere. I work Saturday. I was up during when that Ansonia fire happened.
Right.
And it sounded. Oh no, I saw the video on Twitter, and I was like, oh, okay, that was a bad fire, and I'm sure there's the firefighters are still there. Although, hey, we never heard back from the fire marshal in Ansonia.
No, we didn't. I called Monday and Tuesday.
All right, we'll have to start again Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, because it would be. We don't know how many people were in the dwelling. We don't know the age range.
Right.
We haven't heard anything, let alone the cause of that. We just know it started in the basement.
Yeah, so we've attempted to follow up. We'll continue to do that for the last couple of days. Have not been doing news coverage because it is this. But
do an untraditional news coverage. Let's see. I'm going to share the Great Give. I've never really. All right, so they're 20 or how many minutes left? 18 minutes left in the Great Give.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying. I mean, if they got 5 million, that would be huge. And Jackie from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven was saying at 3:00, it's within reach, and you could see.
I'm impressed because I think it was 3 point something million whenever we last checked in. With Jackie, and that was not that long ago. So that's, I mean, even the fact that it's at about 4.6 million now is incredible. Yeah.
I'm going to go and bring up some local ones. Thank you again, Nikki, for your donation and your support.
Thank you so much.
Even though we don't cover your town. I wish we did. Edward Baklowski, thank you very much for your $200 donation. Although Oxford was tough, let me tell you, Jasmine. Oxford was rough and tumble
Mhm.
when we were covering. We were covering it. So Marianne Drayton Rogers was the first select woman. And, as there sometimes tends to be, there was tension over finances between, the school board and I think it was maybe the Board of Selectmen, as there tends to be.
Right.
So it was for a small town, it was like boom, boom. They punch right in the nose. So that was Oxford. Shelton was like, Shelton could have its own daily newspaper just for Shelton. What did I just say? Oh yeah, I was gonna go here. So we had another donation of $200. Wow, thank you so much. That really. Sorry, I'm scrolling. 111% of goal. We now have $11,000, and the goal was 10,000. Thank you very much to everybody. If I go to valleyindy.org, as sun is setting on the Great Give 2026,
but it's not over yet. 16 minutes left.
I know Adam's House. They're at 99% of goal. So if you're out there and you're looking to push a nonprofit over the top, what's the math there? They're
$283 away.
$283 away. I'm going to do that as a Facebook post. Maybe I'll stop sharing, and you can just pop in at some other random ones.
Yeah, I can pull mine up real quick. Actually,
wait, we got to remember that number you just said. What was that number?
283. So I am pulling up the Valley nonprofit list, sharing screen, sharing this with you all. And all right, so we are here now. We just checked on Adam's House. Let's see, check on the Advancing Heroes Fund, 2,750 raise. Just continuing on, A Freak Prosper. Let's see.
$283, you said?
$283 for Adam's House.
Sorry, I don't mean to
then
saying that.
Spooner House, they are also pretty close to their goal. They're 95% of the way there.
All right, hold that thought. We can do these each individually as Facebook posts. Put Adam's House toward their goal. My mind is just help Adam's House.
Yeah, they are at
hit their goal.
Mm-hmm. And Spooner House has
They are just $283 away. Help Adam's House hit their goal. They are just they just need, oh my God, they are just $283 away. And I put a slash and I'm typing all over the place.
We're doing our best. We've been awake we've been on camera for a very long time.
Yeah, this is about my bedtime.
Yeah. So Spooner House is 95% of the way toward their goal. They have
help Spooner House. I'm tagging them.
They are 33,036
goal. They need another how much?
1,694 for Spooner House.
To hit goal?
Yes.
1,000 what?
694. To their goal of $35,000.
Let's do it percent wise.
They're 95% of the way toward their goal.
They are.
And Susan Agame, we had on this morning, has been a guest on The Great Give for many, many years now. Always a wealth of information, knowledge, and insight. Always great to speak with her.
You know what helps if we're telling people to donate a URL to the donation spot?
Oh yeah, that's huge.
I forgot that. Let me go back. I got Spooner House.
Assumption School has raised $1,225. Let's see. BH Care has raised a very impressive $67,232.
Wow.
Yeah. I think they're near the top of the overall leaderboard. Boys and Girls Club, another one way up there in the leaderboard, has raised $49,265. Congratulations to the Boys and Girls Club. Bunlandia Rabbit Rescue and Rehab. There's still some room to get to their goal, and still plenty of time to make a donation in these final minutes of the Great Give. $2,705 raised. That is wonderful. And if you scroll down,
who's near goal? I'll do another Facebook post.
Bunlandia Rabbit Rescue and Rehab. They're 68% of the way toward their goal, and they have great rabbit pictures, and they tell you exactly where their money goes. $25. That's one dose of flea, tick, or mite treatment for a new intake.
Bunlandia Rabbit Rescue and Rehab is 68% toward goal. Help them out.
And we also had an interview with Bunlandia Air earlier today. I believe that was at 11 a.m. We had Sarah Pereira stop in along with Benji, one of the bunnies at Bunlandia. And that was a wonderful interview. You could, and you see here exactly what these expenses cover. And let's see, Cardi was sort of a breakout star early in the Great Give. They've done very well. They raised $10,381. Congratulations to Cardi. And just continuing to scroll through, Center Stage Theater, scrolling down, $44,000 raised. Congratulations to Center Stage Theater. Coco's Animal Rescue Efforts of Seymour, another guest that we need to have on again at some point, has raised $805. And you can see a breakdown of what these expenses help to cover as well.
There's a matching one. Oh, that's one you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
An animal-related one.
Bunlandia and Coco's Animal Rescue Efforts of Seymour are both eligible for this match fund. And that is, there's still a good 11 minutes to get your gift in. Connecticut Hurricanes Drum and Bugle Corps has done really well, especially in the second day. They made they raised $30,367. Wow. Yes, wonderful interview guest, great organization. Congratulations to the Connecticut Hurricanes. Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, they have an office up on Wakely Avenue. They've raised $20,714 from 89 donors. Congratulations. Let's see. And there's the CT Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. They've raised $450, and we need to reach out to them again next year, right?
Yeah. If anything, I don't know. Does it say which town they're based in? We should just do a feature story on them because we've never done anything on them. I didn't realize they're based in the Valley.
Yeah, we should. We definitely need to come back to them. Derby Historical Society has met their goal. Congratulations, Derby Historical Society. They've raised $5,500.
I forgot. I'm sorry. Let's start over.
From the very beginning?
Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
See, Derby Neck Library Association. See, no goal listed, but has raised $3,782 from 33 donors. I got a shout out from Jim Gilday yesterday, I believe. Awesome organization. Echo Hose Hook and Ladder Ambulance Corps has raised $1,305. Congratulations. See, continuing to scroll through. I should have hooked up to the Ethernet, but Electronic Valley has raised $265, which will help defray website and hosting costs and all of that good stuff. We talked with Kaylee Mahalko. Was that yesterday or today? My brain has gotten so fuzzy.
Yesterday, I think it was 10 a.m. I think it was our second interview.
Oh, right. Yeah. The mornings were blending together, but wonderful website, wonderful resource. Friends of Derby Public Library has raised $1,378. Congratulations. Cool. Great. Support your local library.
What is, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're fine. Friends of the Nature Center.
Oh, Friends of the Ansonia Nature Center has raised $4,983. Congratulations to the Nature Center. And what was your question a moment ago?
If you go back to the list, I think there was one called Haven's Harvest. I think I skipped that earlier. I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh yeah, this is one we need to. Let's learn more about it. Let's see, Haven's Harvest. Do you get frustrated when you see good food go? Who are we? Let's just skip right here. An environmental nonprofit organization that builds community, reduces food waste, one food rescue at a time. They rescued 200,000 pounds of food per month on average. Our your volunteer drivers use an easy app to communicate and track data. The impact is growing exponentially as the cost of food expands. So it looks like making sure food does not get wasted. And I'm, should I play a little bit of the video?
Sure. Yeah, because
today is our volunteer appreciation celebration.
The video.
Yes.
Okay.
As you can see, tons of our volunteers here. This is just our way to show thanks for them and all that they help us do. We couldn't reach 2 million pounds this year without them.
Every time you turn your car on and use your gas, every smile that you give to somebody, it means something, and it changes lives.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. But yeah, Haven's Harvest reduces food waste. Seems like a very cool organization. They've raised $2,772. Congratulations to Haven's Harvest, and we should check back in with them.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of hopping around here, but
Did Master's Table state a goal?
Oh, yeah. Let's check back in with Master's Table. I accidentally didn't state a goal, but raised $2,900 from
just under $3,000. Yeah, very cool.
Yes, congratulations to Master's Table. Wonderful work. Also runs the Ansonia Food to Kids program. We talked about that in our interview with Vinny LaRocca yesterday. Helps get food out to the community. They're in the middle of a move for their physical location. I believe they're I'm
They're going from Ansonia to Huntington.
Yes. So best of luck with your move. Thank you for all of the work that you do. Sarah Community Farm has raised $2,674. Wonderful community farm. Kaylee Mahalka also repped them yesterday, which was awesome. And yeah, I'm just continuing to sort of randomly hop around here. Also Seymour Docs. Oh yeah. What were you?
That's what I was going to have. Okay. This is one we can share in the waning moments here. So let's see if I can get my act together and actually type.
Seymour Oxford Food Bank, run by the amazing Christina Walton, who we spoke with.
I can tag them. Seymour Oxford Food Bank is how much percentage?
58.
Is 58% toward their GG goal.
Let me
donate now.
Yeah, let me amp up my voice a little. I've been way too ASMR with this because it's the closing minutes. This is the call to action. Go support your local nonprofits.
Should be yelling.
Help them meet the goals. Yeah, wonderful organizations doing wonderful work.
Now I got to find their link. It's Seymour Oxford.
Yes, Seymour Oxford Food Bank.
Seymour Oxford, not Oxford.
Oxford.
That's the town we don't cover. We wish we could.
Yeah,
one day.
It is such a great organization helping to address food insecurity. And let's see, I'm just St. Vincent de Paul. How are they doing? Oh, they've done well. No stated goal. They've raised $10,367 from 44 donors. Congratulations. And thank you so much for the interview. Traveler on a Mission. We spoke with Tanea Henry earlier yesterday. I think that was yesterday. $2,390 raised from 24 donors. Congratulations to Traveler on a Mission. And yeah, let's check back in on Adam's House because they were 99% of the way there, I think. They met their goal. Adam's House met their goal.
All right.
Yes, they got pushed past that $25,000 mark. So congratulations to Adam's House. Yay. They are now at 103% of their goal. The closing minutes, awesome. Very cool.
3 minutes. 3 minutes left. The boxing round, and it's the most important fight of your life, Jasmine. Right?
It's the first fight I've ever been in.
We're talking Rocky 3. It's Stallone, Rocky Balboa. Versus Clubber Lang. The real deal. He killed Apollo. No, he killed Mickey. I'm sorry.
And I just want to check back in on the Scouts real quick. Houstonic Council has raised $8,854. Congratulations to the Scouts. We had, did we have Randy Ritter on last year?
I don't remember.
Or did we? I think we had Scouts on.
Yeah, I think we had their, like the executive director on. We've definitely had them on a couple of past great gives. Yes.
Yeah, I've already forgotten. But yeah. So Spooner House is still at 95%. There's still time to hop in. Kathy Moran, I see you in the recent donations. Thank you for supporting.
Yeah.
Awesome. And yeah, it is now 7:58 p.m. So the Great Give wraps up in 2 minutes. It's not over yet. There's still time to hop in there to blitz your way to make a donation toward the Valley toward the nonprofit of your choice.
You're freaking Kathy out. She's like, no pressure, Jasmine.
But yeah, thank you to everyone who has participated in the Great Give. Thank you to everyone who, well, I'll save it. It's still going for another 2 minutes, but I'm gonna go ahead and pan away back to this screen. It's been a long couple of days, but it's been a great couple of days. Lots of, it's just really inspiring every year to hear all of the different ways that people are working to make the Valley a better place, to make their neighborhoods a better place, and I mean, I think we kind of harp on this every year, but it's great how everyone sort of shares their labor. Everyone helps each other out, and it's wonderful. You see so much collaboration across different nonprofits, and the way the whole thing is set up encourages cooperation.
And like as two local news reporters, I think, like, I don't know, I was always kind of raised to be, we have to be kind of standoffish. We're just observers of stuff, but it is sort of, it's nice to like take an active role in something like this. It's fun and it's different, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just go right back tomorrow to being complete jerks.
Yeah, well, I'll be asleep tomorrow.
I'll be harassing Mayor Tishka down there in Ansonia. All right, what's going on? What's up with this money?
Right, the harassment campaign from me starts back up in earnest on Monday.
Yeah. We do have. Hopefully, we have a writer covering Seymour CPA. Oh, I believe it is time.
It is 8 p.m.
Let's check it out.
For hundreds of years, we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues.
So according to this, $4.6 million raised. It's still going up as I guess the final donations come in. I'm looking at the Great Give webpage there. 15,237 donors, benefiting 546 organizations, including 59. Was that the new number we got? 59 in the lower Naugatuck Valley. And we're included in that. So that's cool. That is a wrap, I guess, right? What are they doing on Facebook? Let's see.
I'm so impressed by the 15,237 donors. I don't know what the population of the greater New Haven area is, but 15,000, that is a solid amount for a population of whatever this size is.
Heck
that is
yeah.
a whole lot of people.
I mean, there's 130 or 140,000 in Oxford, Ansonia, Seymour, Derby, whatever that other town is, Shelton alone. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Community. Checking out the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven to see if they've officially called it.
I was going to say, it looks like or is this just because? Oh, okay. The number is still changing on the total raise. So it looks like
maybe they extended it and nobody told us.
Well, what I'm seeing, the number that seems to have settled the last couple of refreshes is I'm seeing $4,618,949. That's not an official call. That's just what I'm seeing on the Great Give.
Yeah, all of this is unofficial, even our total, you know, because it'll I don't know what I'm trying to say. But so according to this...
Oh, Kathy Moran has the math. Average donation is just under $303, which I believe that's counting a lot of like large foundation grants and stuff. It's a lot of donors, and it's a lot of people giving really across, and I think you kind of see this across different nonprofits. There's every tier of, you really see whatever people are able to chip in, they do.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you to the 118 people who supported the Valley Indy during the Great Give. Starting, actually, I mean, we kind of tried to push this year advance giving. We did try to target our core donors. We have about 65. Maybe that's where I got the number 65 from. Maybe it was me. I kept saying 65 Valley organizations. There's 65 core donors we've identified who give a chunk of the money to us every year. So we tried to target them to let them know, the reach on Facebook. That's really what kind of keeps us up at night. It keeps getting smaller and smaller. That's not just because we're horribly boring. We got 3 additional donations at the end.
Oh, wow.
Mary and Gregory Gaddison, thank you for your donation. Paul and Sandy Sikowski, thank you very much for your donation. And Gary Parker, thank you, sir, for your donation.
Thank you all so much. And I believe Gregory Gaddison, I think, is at the Macedonia Baptist Church. So thank you all so much. I recognize that name, and it was just taking me a second to place it, but thank you all.
There's Kathy Moran. You said average donation just under $303. Average of total divided by number of American Red Cross blood donors.
Follow up to this one. Sorry, divided by total number. FB autofill should not have noted American Cross hate autofill.
Okay, I was pretending like I totally knew what you were talking about. I was just going to move on. Oh, it says we're having trouble streaming. Oh, we hit the limit.
Oh no, we hit 8
the
hours.
Limit.
Are we still live or no?
We are live on Twitter. We are live on YouTube, but the vast majority of our viewers are on Facebook.
I think we should. Do we just set up a quick thank you stream?
Yes, yeah. That's a great idea. So I'm going to end the stream.